3, 2, 1. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. And for some ungodly reason, I see you still have the boredom to watch these things. Welcome to the 32nd edition of the World So Far Report. As always, alongside me is my colleague Viktor Kajnik.
Shalom.
Alright, first of all, we remind you that this show exists, or maybe I should say existed, solely because you support it, so please give shekelim. If you also, by the way, send me to Poland. Soon enough is 11/11 and we want to go to see the far right in Poland. If you want to curse us or send us news or, God forbid, praise us, topics at freedomalternative.com. We promise to read them. If you're on Telegram and you're a regular donor, please do immediately write to me so I can put you in there. You'll see on the website what that works for. Of course, this episode appears on Odyssey as well, and I'll take the chance at publishing it first on YouTube, because, you know, it's been a while. Even YouTube realized that we were right on this fluffy cough, so maybe it won't get censored this time. And unfortunately, yeah, this will probably be the last edition of the World So Far Report.
Yeah, long story short, shit went down in my life and I can no longer stay in Romania. And then from this moment on, in the next 5 years, I'll be living in the UK. That's about it.
Yeah, so unless I'm flying into UK for a quick show, it's probably not gonna happen. Now, for the immediate upcoming period, nothing really changes, at least on this channel. I mean, there's so many stories from Central Asia to compile. Soon enough, I'll present to the donor circle the plan on how to deliver those. On the Romanian language channel, there's the propaganda basement about to be taped about 10 days from now. I'll probably have a meeting with V, so it's going to be at least one video from there. Maybe or maybe not, depending on the donor circle decision. Maybe I'll attend a protest in Bucharest. Also, 5 or 6 analysis videos are in the work, all in English. So, no, for the short run, definitely nothing really changes. There's already quite a lot in the queue to be published on this channel. But on the longer run, yeah, I'll have to come up with a different format and different pace of publishing videos. So instead of one 8-hour long video and one 2-hour long video every 9 days or so, have to come up with a different pace. Maybe come back with revive periodic insanity or the good news video. Nah. Oh, by the way, YouTube has been kind enough to finally enable memberships for this channel too, even though it was qualifying for it for more than a year. Only now they finally allowed me to enable it. So I'll soon enable that for the public as well, so that will be another way to get into the donor circle. But then again, I'll enable memberships on YouTube, but everything will still be coordinated via the donor circle and via the Telegram groups, because I don't want to allow anything that can be controlled, that cannot be controlled by us, namely myself, Victor here, Alin, and the other people who make decisions in our organization. I mean, if it is controlled by Google, then that means it can be censored, and that means we don't control it. So instead, we coordinate everything through private channel and through the website. That's why it's so important to visit the website from time to time. All right, so yeah, very long queue of news prepared for this episode. And yeah, as you said, we're going down with a bang. Yeah. So 5 music breaks again for this episode, entirely from Central Asia, to make the recording more bearable. You don't realize just how tiresome it is to record these episodes. All right, so first the Americas, and with an emphasis on US education. The New York Times, a former newspaper, after a legal fight, Oberlin says it will pay $36.59 million to a local bakery. So the title is the epitome of fake news. I mean, it's like, after being sentenced, the murderer has agreed to go to jail after a jury said that they might have killed someone, or, you know, allegedly, right? So it's the same thing here, essentially. All right, so Oberlin College, known as the bastion of progressive politics, said on Thursday that it will pay $36.59 million to a local bakery that said it had been defamed and falsely accused of racism after a worker caught a black student shoplifting. The 2016 dispute with Gibson's Bakery resulted in a years-long legal fight and resonated beyond the small college town in Ohio, turning into a bitter national debate over criminal justice, race, free speech, and whether the college had failed to hold students to account. The decision by the college's Board of Trustees, announced Thursday, came 9 days after the Ohio Supreme Court had declined to hear the college's appeal of a lower court ruling. Truth matters, says Lee Placas, the lawyer of the Gibson family, in an email on Thursday. David, supported by a principled community, can still beat Goliath. In a statement, Oberlin said this matter has been painful for everyone. It added, "We hope that the end of the litigation will begin the healing of our entire community." The college acknowledged that the size of the judgment, which includes damages and interest, was significant, but it said that with careful financial planning, including insurance, it could be paid without impacting our academic and student experience. Oberlin has a robust endowment of nearly $1 billion, which is why I'm saying that the judgment is lenient. The case hinged on whether Oberlin officials had defamed the bakery by supporting students who accused it of racial profiling, and the verdict, essentially finding that the officials had done so, may make other colleges and universities think twice about joining student causes, legal experts have said. Such a large amount is certainly going to make institutions around the country take notice and be careful about the difference between supporting students and being part of a cause, said Neil Hutchins, a professor of higher education at the University of Kentucky. It wasn't so much the students speaking, it's the institution accepting that statement uncritically. Sometimes you have to take a step back. Professor Hutchins said it also made a difference that Gibson's was a small family business and not a large multinational corporation like Walmart or Amazon, which would be better able to sustain the economic losses from such a protest. Oberlin is a small liberal arts college with a reputation for turning out students who are strong in the arts and humanities and for its progressive politics, leaning heavily on its history of being a stop on the Underground Railroad, as well as one of the first colleges to admit black students. Tuition at Oberlin is more than $61,000 a year, and the overall cost of attendance tops $80,000 a year. That's more than 150% of the median wage of the United States.
It's twice as much as RIT, and RIT is at least an engineering university.
The college is also very much part of the town, which is economically dependent on the school and its students. I can believe so. The bakery across the street from the college sold donuts and chocolates and was considered the must-eat part of the Oberlin dining experience. The incident that started the dispute unfolded in November 2016 when a student tried to buy a bottle of wine with a fake ID while shoplifting 2 more bottles by hiding them under his coat, according to court papers. Alan Gibson, a son and grandson of the owners, who is white, chased the students out on the streets, where 2 of his friends, also black students at Oberlin, joined in the scuffle. The students later pleaded guilty to various charges, so it wasn't just a scuffle, wasn't it? That altercation led to 2 days of protest. Several hundred students gathered in front of the bakery, accusing it of having racially profiled its customers, according to court papers. The lawsuit filed by Gibson contended that Oberlin had defamed the bakery when the Dean of Students, Meredith Raimondo, and other members of the administration took sides in the disputes by attending the protests, where flyers peppered with capital letters urged a boycott of the bakery and said it was a, quote, racist establishment with a long account of racial profiling and discrimination, all caps. Gibson's also presented testimony that Oberlin had stopped ordering from the bakery but had offered to restore its business if charges were dropped against the 3 students, or if the bakery gave students accused of shoplifting special treatment, which it refused to do. Based. The store said that the college's stance had driven customers away for fear of being perceived as supporting an establishment that the college had tarred as racist. Oberlin disputed some aspects of that account and contended that students were exercising their First Amendment right to free speech. Yes, but you as an institution, you don't get the First Amendment right. The administration said it had only been trying to keep the peace. The college's court papers also said that Alan Gibson was trained in martial arts and had brought public criticism on the store by chasing the student out of the store and into public view. Yeah, so the victim is at fault here. Great look, Oberlin. In the spring, a 3-judge panel of the Ohio Court of Appeals confirmed the jury's finding after a 6-week trial that Oberlin was liable for libel, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and intentional interference with the business relationship, that it had effectively defamed the business by siding with the protesters. The original jury award was even higher at $44 million in punitive and compensatory damages, which was reduced by a judge. That's quite unfortunate. The latest amount consists of about $5 million in compensatory damages, 20 million in punitive damages, 6.5 million in attorney fees, and almost 5 million in interest. In its ruling, the Court of Appeals agreed that students had the right to protest, but the court said that the flyer and the related student Senate resolution, which said that the store had a history of racial profiling, were not constitutionally protected opinions. The message to other colleges is to have the intestinal fortitude to be the adult in the room, Mr. Plakas said in an interview after the jury had awarded damages in June 2019. After the 2019 jury award against Oberlin, Kamerlin, Twilly, Amber, the college president said that the case was far from over and that none of this will sway us from our core values. We see, this is why they should have been awarded $1 billion in damages. None of this, okay, the college said that the bakery's archaic chase and detain policy regarding suspecting shoplifters was the catalyst for the protests. So, you know, catching the wrongdoers is archaic. But in the statement on Thursday, Oberlin hinted that the protracted and bitter fight had undermined its relationship with the people and businesses in the surrounding community. Gee, I think. We value our relationship with the city of Oberlin, its statement said, that we look forward to continuing our support and partnership with local businesses as we work together to help our city thrive, end quote. So, yeah, I remember this case. It was one of the many sub-threads of leftist tears following Trump's win. The case, the first event occurred the next day after Trump's election in 2016. So yeah, it was November 2016, but it was like the November 9th or something. I don't remember. Was it November 8th?
Sometime after the election.
Just a day after the election, 24 hours after the election, it became clear that Trump will be the next president. This happened. So, you know, some liberals even dared to go as far as to suggest that, well, maybe some leniency would have been in order because everyone's emotions were high then after learning about Trump's victory. You know, smarter liberals be like, yeah, you know, when I heard Trump won, I poured a glass of wine. I definitely didn't start shoplifting. So, you know, or the other way around, you know, I was very disappointed when Obama got a second term, but I can assure you I committed no acts of violence. So, you know, I'm just saying, you know, there's that. But yeah, the fact that Oberlin is still kind of unrepenting tells me that these punitive damages should be much bigger.
Well, you got to look at it from their perspective. The students at Oberlin are so divorced from reality.
They are, yes.
To the point, well, look, from their perspective, what that black guy did was not shoplifting. It's actually called, unironically, alternative forms of shopping.
Yeah, that's in Africa, I think in Namibia, or was it South Africa? One of these two countries, I saw this sign unironically posted in a middle-tier hotel. Africa is one of the few places where I don't stay at the cheapest places. I choose middle-tier places because security. And even at that hotel, which was again a middle-tier one, said, please make sure you don't. If you come with your car, please, if you park it, we can assure that it won't be stolen, the car, but we cannot guarantee the objects within it, which may be subjected to alternative shopping practices. This was the unironic. But yeah. On a more serious note, though, Oberlin College isn't. It's also that place where what's that guy? The other Weinstein. So there's the Weinstein, the rapist, and there's the Weinstein, the academic. I forget his first name. Weinstein, the academic, the one who got essentially boycotted for saying that there is no such thing as institutional racism or something like that. I don't know what. He said something true about some racial policy of the Democrat Party. And you know, he got essentially boycotted and chased away from the campus, essentially. And that was on Oberlin. So the Oberlin, yes, it's not progressive politics. I mean, New York Times, a former newspaper here, essentially whitewashes the reality. And that place is a loony bin. It's not a place known as a bastion of progressive politics. No. That would be the UCLA. Now, that's a bastion of progressive politics. No, Oberlin is the loony bin. Okay? I mean, it would be further to the left of the Maxim Gorky School of Economics in East Berlin. Okay, so I'm just saying. But yeah, punitive damages should have been higher, though. I mean, just $35 million, only $20 million in punitive damages against an endowment of $10 billion. Not enough. No, I mean, these kinds of things where fundamental rights of innocent people who are not part of the far left bubble in which these allegedly schools, yeah, because they're not schools, they're loony bins. People who are not part of their bubble shouldn't be forced to bear any consequences of them being insane. But when that happens, the punitive damages should involve them having to sell a piece of their building or something to that effect, or cut 3 or 4 departments. I mean, it should impose very radical reforms and downsizing of them. And conservatives have to start thinking of ways to effectively frustrate the woke. And not just skim off some money from them. No. Make them pay in ways that hurts them. Like losing their liberty, preferably. I mean, you know, some of them should be in jail, quite frankly. But if that's not possible, and in this case it's just defamation, so it's not possible, but why should they get to keep all of their buildings in the campus? No, one of them should be requisitioned and turned into a homeless shelter. Why not? Or maybe a migrant shelter, because you know they all love migrants, right?
Also, a sanctuary for all the Central Americans who are immigrating. Well, isn't that gonna be a sort of firecracker and fuse situation? You have all the blackies there, and then you have the Mexicans.
That's my point. Yes, we've all seen how Democrats really love migrants when. Texas and Florida in particular, and Arizona, started busing them into DC and New York and Chicago, and then suddenly, hold on a second. Well, I mean, Lori Lightfoot came out and outright said that it's unfair, we've been turned into a border town. What's wrong with being a border town?
Well, they're not accustomed to being a border town when their border actually is on the other side of the Great Lakes with Canada. And who is going to immigrate from Canada? The Inuits?
Not really. I mean, Detroit is a border town, but Chicago is not. It's quite far away from the border. Trust me, I took that trip. It's about 3 hours to the border, but you know,
3 hours is a short drive.
By US standards, I guess it's I mean, it took us 4 hours and something, but we stopped in Indiana for some coffee and 5 cartons of Marlboro because we're not going to buy cigarettes from the Canadian state because nobody's that insane. So there's that. But on a more serious note, conservative states and conservative activists, Mr. Rufo, should be thinking of ways into legislating in such cases a minimum amount of punitive damages. So, you know, when it comes to judicial persons, essentially, whether they're non-profits, I mean, Oberlin is a very rich institution, but it's technically a non-profit. So, you know, whether it's non-profits or corporations or LLC, or it doesn't matter. The punitive damages in such cases should be at least 10% of either their endowment or their turnover, whichever is bigger. Whichever is bigger. So no, $100 million would have been acceptable in this case.
At the minimum.
At the minimum, yeah. And you can see that the jury of their peers actually agreed rather with my sentiment. They tried to go as high as possible, even go above the maximum permitted by law, because the Oberlin really pissed off the local community, and as I'm sure you know, Ohio is pretty a red state. Yeah, sure, Oberlin has a disproportionate influence there because it's a college town, but come on. Once you're gonna start selecting jurors, the likelihood of getting a lot of people who really fucking hate the left is very high. I mean, there's no way to work around it. If you're gonna, and you can't select jurors from the student bodies, and usually the professors there don't really live there, so they don't qualify as peers. But yeah, make them pay. Make them pay. The eldest of this family died 2 years ago. Throughout the proceedings, mostly as a result of the distress caused by this whole charade. So I'm not going to say Oberlin is guilty of murder, but I am going to say that Oberlin is guilty.
He's complicit.
Complicit in accelerating processes that ended up killing somebody. Because the left is fundamentally murderous, and this is true in this case, and it's true in everything the left touches turns into dead bodies. Everything. including public health. I mean, especially public health.
Yeah, especially when you're exactly in a situation. So for those who may not understand the concept of a college town, I lived in something which could be considered 50% a college town, where half the population of the town is the university, or even worse, as in the case of Oberlin, where there may be 70 to 80%
something like that,
will be the university. So you have a lot of tiny businesses whose sole purpose is to service the student body of that university. So when something shitty like this happens, you're pretty much screwed, because you're suddenly boycotted, and what are you gonna do? Live off the others? Well, the others, they could have enough money, but it's all about the number of clients that you got. So when you're stuck in this hammer and anvil situation, well, you can pretty much say goodbye to your business as it was nearly the case in their situation.
Yeah, and this business has been around, by US standards, is a historical business. It's founded in the 19th century, which, by the way, also tells you how disingenuous the student body was, or the university was, in labeling them as historical racists. I mean, they were founded after Oberlin started accepting black students. In the 1890s, if you didn't want to accept black customers, next to Oberlin was one of the few places where you wouldn't open a business. So, there were plenty of places all over the great vast lands of the United States where they could have opened their business in order to stay black free. But they didn't. They opened there. And it's been in the same family for over 100 years, which by US standards is quite impressive. It's not like in Europe where you have 1,000-year-old churches, like, next building or something. It's not that common in the US for obvious reasons. So they've been able to withstand all sorts of political radicalism, and they were almost torn apart by a bunch of fucking spoiled brats and little criminals. Because again, this is not conjecture. All of the students involved, they pled guilty for various charges. And there's no dispute about the shoplifting. The only dispute here is that, but did he really have to chase it down and put it down? Because, it's unfair because he was trained in martial arts. Oh, screw you all.
No. It doesn't work like that in the US. You don't have shit like using proportional force like it is in our legislation.
No. In the US, if you don't stop, you will be stopped.
Exactly.
Which is exactly what happened here. And if you read the comment section of this article, it's in a way refreshing. About 80% of the commenters, again, 100% of the people who comment on New York Times website are far leftists. So keep that in mind. About 80% of the commenters agree with the sentence. And they say that, at the end of the day, they fucked it up and they should pay. But there's about 20% who don't. And some of the reasons they invoke are quite dangerous. This was one of them, right? It is immoral because he was trained in martial arts. Others say outright that, well, why do you have insurance for? Who gives a shit about some shoplifting? Just pass it or write it off as an expense and move on. It's not worth the risk. Well, that's not how things work.
This is another evidence of how divorced from reality leftists are, because they really don't understand how business insurance works. They don't understand how many businesses actually don't have insurance.
Yes.
Not because they wouldn't pay for it, but a lot of them cannot afford that sort of insurance because it's pretty expensive in itself. And when you have when you're in a state like California, especially the city of San Francisco, and you have generalized alternative shopping practices.
Yeah, essentially theft is legal as long as it's under $1,000.
Yeah.
Right? The insurance will not pay.
It will either not pay, or it will pay, but your next year's premium will be significantly bigger. And
you're not, and in San Francisco is even worse. You're not even allowed to try to stop it. Well, at least in Ohio, you're allowed to stop it, which this business owner exercised his right, and good for him. But no, I mean, yeah, it is the part and parcel of the fact that so many leftists have no idea about even basic stuff. They see a business, any business really. I mean, this is a bakery at the end of the day. Yeah, sure, a slightly richer one, but nevertheless, it's just one bakery. It's a family business. and they see, oh, but they have they sell that many cakes, and that's I don't know, $5 million per year in revenue. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they get to pocket $5 million.
Oh, well, if leftists would have understood economics or
They wouldn't be leftists.
business operations, they wouldn't be leftists.
Yeah, so then there's that, but yeah. Don't they have an economy class at Oberlin? Maybe they should. Here's something else that should have been part of the court ruling. You get to mandatory economics class for everyone.
Yes, they probably have a class on Malthusian economics.
Amazing. But yeah, there you go, 6 years of this madness until they finally won. And it was obvious from the first minutes of the controversy that they were right. And if it was obvious for me, 7,000 kilometers away, it was obviously obvious for everyone in the town and everyone who's been there. They're like, this is crazy. Obviously, the leftists are insane. And if you remember, the top Democrats in the first months of the conflict chimed in. I mean, the whole conflict was nationalized, essentially. It became a national issue in the US. And top Democrats chimed in and said, oh, but this is terrible. This is brutality. This is racism.
What?
Too bad that this family is more than happy with the money that they got. At least they recouped their losses, their financial losses. They will not recover their grandmother, however. But, if it were me, the next step would be start suing all of the Democrats who sided with the college. Them personally, not the institution, because people hurt more than institutions. Also, I would insist on more, what would you call it, under the table lobbying. I mean, everyone who is at fault for this in Oberlin should be fired. No questions asked, and not just fired, but then put on a blacklist. You don't get to work in the college ever again, or maybe not forever, just 14 years until we flatten the curve. Why not? There has to be a way to, procedurally speaking, to start enforcing consequences on these people, and much harsher ones. Again, I'm not talking about censoring them and things like that, because that's boring. No, let's go a bit more fine with it. You get to sell your kidney in order to stay outside of jail, or else. And that's how big the punitive damages should be. A college should have to sell a portion of its building or one building of its campus to pay off a lawsuit like this. You don't have to win many of them. Another 2 or 3 like this, and it's the end of wokeism in academia. Trust me. If one university, even a smaller one, ends up being bankrupted and then physically bulldozed as a result of debts incurred from a trial like this, it's the end of wokeism for a century. That's how it works. Attack their pocketbooks, just like they do to us.
Yeah, and they do have a possibility if the local population who is not part of the university can organize sort of local council and start shafting the university for doing this shit or anything similar to that, because it will happen.
Of course.
So if it hasn't happened already, then it will happen soon.
It will happen again, yeah. After the midterms, I certainly expect some shit show happening somewhere in the maybe not Oberlin right now, because it will only have been 2 months and after they got shafted in court, so they'll probably be more careful about being stupid in public, at least until December this year. From next year they'll forget, of course. But somewhere in some campus in the US, some shit show will happen as a result of the midterms, especially if the Republicans carry a very big victory. But even if they carry a small victory, something shit show is gonna happen. It's just unavoidable. There's too many goddamn lefties out there and left unhelicoptered for so long. So, I'm just saying. Washington Compost. The GOP wants to be the election party and the Democrats have to fight back.
Education party.
Sorry, the education party. What did I say?
Election party.
Well, that too. Yeah. One of the most consequential legacies of America's response to the pandemic could be a sharp rightward turn in education policy across much of the country to the detriment of a generation of students. For decades, voters overwhelmingly trusted Democrats to make education policy. For decades, voters were overwhelmingly stupid in public. But that changed during the COVID-19 pandemic as the party squandered an advantage that had been as large as 20 points. Blue states and districts generally kept students in Zoom school far longer than red states. Some education leaders glossed over the disaster this created for learning and equity and even shamed supporters who pointed out those impacts. Democrats need to own up to this and work hard to fix it. Otherwise, they risk leaving our nation and schools in the hands of Republicans, whose activist vanguard deems public education a major internal threat to the country. Fact check true. Public education is a major internal threat, not just to the US, but to all Western countries. It's a threat to civilization. Republican lawmakers won many parents' trust or at least sympathy with full-throated unified support for opening public schools and operating them as normally as possible during the COVID-19 pandemic. By contrast, the Democrats split. Some parents got fed up with extended closures and mask mandates, while others, especially Black, Hispanic and Asian American families, remained more COVID cautious. That's a lie, by the way. The Blacks were even more willing than the whites to go to school. That's just a lie. Democratic leaders, with notable exceptions, struggled to balance parent factions, union demands, and shifting public health directives, and the children lost out. Republican governors such as Ron DeSantis of Florida and Glenn Youngkin of Virginia appear to see education, and in particular parents' input, as the issue that can give them an edge with swing voters. No, they don't appear to see. This has already been confirmed at the ballot box. Passive voice and the Democrats. But if Republican support for keeping schools open and paying teachers enough to keep them staffed is mainstream, the agenda of party activists is more radical. They have smeared LGBTQ teachers as groomers, fact check false, embraced book bans, fact check false, dismantled curriculums under cover of charges of reverse racism, true, and attacked children who don't conform to a narrow conception of gender roles, false. So 4 accusations, 1 of them true, the other 3 false. All teachers can be groomers, especially those who try to sexualize children. It doesn't matter whether they're part of the alphabet soup or they're normal. If they're groomers, they're groomers. But it's important to notice the left-wing instinctive connection between groomers and LGBTQ people. The accusation, that will be us, conservatives, we never made that connection. In fact, in Florida, there was a strong case of getting several public school teachers getting into jail, 4 or 5 of them. All 5 of them were straight. So, we never made that connection between groomers and LGBTQ people. We were like, no, all groomers belong to jail. It doesn't matter where they come or in what way they identify themselves. No. If you're a groomer, you go to jail. But the left is instinctively making this connection. Why? Do you know something that we don't? We dismantled curriculum. As for book bans, oh no. Transgender porn should not be in primary schools' libraries. Yeah, well, I guess you could call that book banning, but fuck you, mate. As for attacking children who don't conform to a narrow conception, no, we send them to a psychiatrist. We don't attack them. They're the victims there. We attack the adults who put bullshit into their brains, yes. But not the kids. The kids are the victims there. The party, that would be the Republican Party, long promoted measures such as vouchers and homeschooling under the rhetoric of parent choice. But their vision, as articulated clearly by think tanks such as the Cato Institute and the Heritage Foundation, is ending the monopoly of government schools. Yes. The ideologues got a boost from 2 Supreme Court decisions this summer, both of which combined to drive a truck through the wall separating church and state in education, allowing public funds to flow to religious private schools and allowing prayer in public schools, based Supreme Court. How can Democrats regain power in their position as advocates for students? The first step is to come clean on how children were harmed by prolonged school closures and to stop running from terms such as learning loss. Despite understandable fears and uncertainty, our peer nations largely managed to reopen schools by fall of 2020, and it turned out relatively safely. The US is an outlier both in our high death toll from COVID and the length of time millions of our children were learning at home. The results are clear. The nation's report card just released shows a drop in reading and math scores and erased 2 decades of progress in 2 years. Congratulations, lefties. Democrats sound obtuse when they play down this impact, as the United Teachers Los Angeles head Cecily Miart Cruz did in a notorious interview last summer, in which she declared, "It's okay that our babies may not have learned all their times tables. They learned resilience. Instead, they need to take a page from Newark Teachers Union President John Abigon, who has been blunt that learning loss could go on for a generation if it's not addressed now." There's also a vocal minority of open school parents, Democrats and former Democrats, who sorely wanted acknowledged that they were right all along, and they deserve that, and an apology from those who labeled their position as racist. Once we've done that accounting, fixing it comes next. Voters need to hear clearly and often where the $122 billion the federal government allocated to schools for COVID relief is going. Democrats should draw a distinction between the Republican obsession with turning schools into ideological training grounds and the Democratic focus on learning fundamentals. And regaining some credibility on education might also require Democrats to put a little daylight between themselves and the union most publicly associated with extending school closures. Republicans might have claimed the headlines on education, but in the long term, Democrats have the right priority, the priorities. The party might have lost sight of children's best interests, but the public has not.
Very optimistic.
Sorry, what?
Very optimistic.
Yeah, very optimistic. This author, Anya Kamenetz, is a long-time education leftist. I mean, she's been writing on this issue for like 30 years now. She also writes a similar article, but much longer, with a lot more examples, and gives you a much more ample view into her warped ideas about what conservatives think about education. Although, to be fair, she does represent most conservative positions correctly, but she misrepresents history, because, you know, that's what leftists always do. She wrote in the New York Times an article titled "School is for Everyone." You know, with that said, although she has the right ideas on the pandemic, I mean, yeah, it's at this point is no longer controversial in any way, shape, or form. School closures were a political decision.
The NPCs got their software update.
I mean, even the European Organization for Cooperation and Development stated, their director for the Department of Education of OECD basically said, look, school closures were a political decision. It had nothing whatsoever to do with science, which has been the position of the SOFA from the first school closure in Italy on March the 7th, 2020. Yes. Yeah. This has been our position right from the get-go. All of this is political bullshit. It has nothing whatsoever to do with science. It's just a cough. Just a cough, bro, leave the kids alone. Just a cough, bro, leave the kids alone. And gradually, country by country, with the US being the last one to figure it out, at least in the West, country by country has had to come to this reckoning that, yes, it was a political decision. Yes, it was wrong. No, there's no way to justify it. And no, kids will be fine from a health perspective. Now, from a mental health perspective and from an educational perspective, well, some of them will be fine, some don't. Of course, it's going to be an unequal outcome.
Speaking of mental health, we had a guy that posted an article from the Daily Mail on the public group on Telegram related to some speech therapist in New Jersey who is apparently charging parents about $2,000 an hour in order to resolve the children's speech impediments.
I'm not surprised.
Because they sat so long seeing people with masks on, so that they didn't learn how to talk when they were very young.
Delays in in speech pattern development.
Yeah, exactly. And then I said, well, $2,000 an hour is not enough. I would have put the price at $10,000 an hour, directly proportional to the stupidity, because it's not that these kids. If they were taken outside, they wouldn't have learned that, but most likely all those kids are the ones who sat with parents, which also were idiotic enough to wear masks inside the house.
That, and also probably had way too much screen time, and yeah, definitely not enough interaction with the rest of the world, even within the neighborhood or something. And yes, there have been so many such idiotic parents, and yeah, in those cases I agree. $2,000 an hour is a bargain. But The rest of the rest of Anya Kamenetz's ideas on education are absolutely cancer, and her quote-unquote moderate bullshit has to be countered, and it's easy because she makes the case for us. I mean, she basically says, "Oh no, the right sees public education as the enemy, alongside with the deep state and the mainstream media." All we have to do is, yes, we agree. Why? Well, it's easy. Who told everyone that it's racist if they oppose school closures? The media. Who conspired to have that position be the manufactured consensus? But, well, that would be various Democrat politicians in cahoots with the teachers' union, who then lobbied at the CDC, and then CDC came out with that incredibly moronic public health guidance. Well, that's the deep state for you. Backroom deals without any sort of democratic input, small d democratic input. That's the deep state for you, right? And who acquiesced the most? Well, that would be the public schools. So yes, public schools, alongside with the media and the deep state, are mortal enemies of civilization. Yes, we agree. What exactly is wrong with that position? Force them to explain it. Because once you force them to explain it, they will either have to drop discussing the topic, which the more intelligent of them do, but the mid-tier NPCs, such as Anya Kamenetz, will not. The mid-tier NPCs will eventually spill the beans and say, yeah, but how will we get our population nudged in the right direction if we don't centrally control indoctrination in schools? They'll eventually say that. Maybe not necessarily in these words, although the more honest leftists will actually say it in these words. And that's why even the Democrats who opposed school closures, like Anya Kamenetz, they should still not necessarily be welcomed into team reality. No, you guys are the problem too. Because you still want public schools to exist, which in itself should be framed as an extremist position. The Republicans should withdraw entirely from the argument of how to reform public schools. No, we reform public schools by abolishing them.
by placing dynamite at the foundation.
They should adopt the late Gorbachev position, right? The early Gorbachev position was, let's reform the Soviet Union. The late Gorbachev position is, well, fuck it. That's essentially the position that the conservatives should adopt. No. The only way to reform public schools is by defunding public schools and abolishing them altogether. Why do we need the Department of Education? I mean, in the other article by the same author in the New York Times, a former newspaper, she quotes Betsy DeVos as being an extremist because she said, in her opinion, the Department of Education shouldn't exist. No, that position should be framed as a moderate and even a center-left position. The very idea that public education should exist should be framed as a far-left, loony, extremist position.
Yeah, and the rhetoric has to be changed in order to no longer call public education as public education, no, as public indoctrination and nothing else. And the US has its historic arguments to support this.
Much easier than in Europe. Yeah.
The US sent people to the moon decades before the Department of Education existed.
Yeah, so many people seem to forget that the Department of Education was founded in 1979 and only became a relevant bureaucracy in 1992. Yeah, sure, it was signed in the last years of Carter. But then Reagan didn't do much with the bureaucracy, just stayed there. And in the latter years of H.W. Bush, and especially in the first years of Clinton, 92, 93, it started becoming a somewhat relevant bureaucracy. So, and it only caught on as a big enough bureaucracy after 2000. After No Child Left Behind Bush Jr. got elected. So the Department of Education is not some pillar of American Republic or a pillar of democracy, a historical institute. No, it's not. The Department of Education was irrelevant 30 years ago and non-existent 45 years ago. So let's get back to 1978 on education. For starters. Quite frankly, I would prefer to get back in also in the 78, but 1778. No public education whatsoever. Not even at the state level. No. Towns, localities, if they want to, fine. But anything above that should be unconstitutional. It should not be permitted for centralized bureaucracies, especially national centralized bureaucracies, to exist to dictate any aspect of education. Because, the argument from the left, the American left is, but, the Department of Education doesn't get to decide curricula, that's school boards, and yes, true, but it still exists. Why does it exist? There's no rational reason for it to exist. And, there is an alternative history on the left on this. Yeah, well, Department of Education was formed because too many, Democrat states didn't want to permit integration. So in response to various civil rights legislation and Supreme Court decisions, they decided to abolish their public school systems in their states, and the Department of Education was created to supplant that lack of funding. There's just one problem.
So it was a temporary government program.
Yeah, that's an argument, but there's just one problem. The timeline doesn't fit. I mean, the Civil Rights Act gets signed in 1964? 64. 63, 64. And then there's the desegregation Supreme Court decision, which comes in 58, I think, Brown versus Board of Education. But then again, it's another 21 years after Brown versus Board of Education when the Department of Education gets funded. So I'm sorry, the timeline doesn't fit. I mean, the leftism is getting into full conspiracy theory with these things. Maybe we should work with social media to get that labeled as misinformation. But yeah. So no, this appeal to moderacy and moderate talk, whatever, from Anya Kamenetz and others, but Anya Kamenetz in particular, she's been the vanguard on this because she's one of the few credible leftists who actually did not get into the bandwagon of all full fear of COVID-19. So as a result, she has credibility because she wasn't stupid in public about the pandemic at any moment throughout the pandemic. So, and there's very few leftists of those. So of course, now she gets a front seat into driving this. But that's how it should be counteracted. No, you're right. We believe public education is a threat to civilization. Yes. And you have to justify why it's not. It's that simple. As for, but they called everyone a groomer. Well, it's not my fault that the most sexual assault on children in the United States, and not just in the United States, in Europe too, happens in secular public schools. That's just reality. But the Catholic Church, yes, it happens in Catholic schools too, but at a distant third. So the biggest problem when it comes to sexual assault on children is public secular schools. That's just reality. So yes, of course we're going to regard them as a hotbed of groomers, because that's what all statistics throughout the last 100 years tell us. And until that changes, and there's only one way to change, by abolishing public education, until that changes, yes, you're all groomers. Don't like it? Well, have you tried not being groomers? It tends to help. Yeah, and of course, this should also be put into the context. The left is terrified by the right's successes in school board elections, because the state by state, district by district, regular people essentially, yes, coordinated nationally or internationally by people who understand propaganda and active measures and agitprop, yes, but still, regular people from those communities, nobody is being parachuted into Miami-Dade or Orlando School District from Washington or from Budapest or from Moscow or from... No, it's regular people from there who are persuaded to get into activism. Yes, helped ideologically from outside of those districts, yes. They started winning elections. First they heckled their meetings, then triggered snap elections, and they won the election, and then they get to make decisions such as abolishing the woke in their district. Well, you may not like it, or sometimes they froze the increases of public school teachers until they rat out all of the groomers. I mean, there's been a lot of these kinds of local politics where things have gone amazing, and they're terrified by that. Because if conservatives figure out that they can effect immediate change, quite literally within a month in their community, if they time it the right way, then that's game over for most of the Democrat machine. Because, you know, the teachers' unions are as powerful as ignorant are the school boards. If the school boards become politically active and the school boards start thinking ideologically and they start thinking institutionally, that is to say, how will this decision impact the teachers' union? Well, if it doesn't negatively impact the teachers' union, then it's not worth making it, right? And if enough school boards start doing that, it's the end of it's game over. And this Democrat, Anya Kamenetz, knows this very well. That's why she's so scared and is doing the media tour on apologizing to everyone who got called a racist for wanting schools to be closed, schools to be open. Now here's another one who hasn't got the memo. Fox News, Kansas Governor Laura Kelly makes absolutely no apologies for closing schools during COVID-19 pandemic. Another one bites the dust. Kansas Democrat governor who is seeking re-election this November said she makes absolutely no apologies for closing schools early on during the pandemic. Her comments came during an appearance at the Kansas Chamber's 22 candidate conversations event in Olathe on Wednesday as she responded to a question about actions she took during the pandemic. We in Kansas had to take a look at what do we know, what do we have, what do we need, and we need to do to make sure we keep our people safe, Kelly said, describing the state's closing process as the virus spread throughout the country. So when I look at what we did, I know everybody thinks about the sort of dramatic decision to close our schools and to be the first governor to close them for the entire year. I'll make no apologies for that. Kelly, the first governor in America to order K-12 schools to close for the remainder of the school year in March 2020, said Wednesday evening that the closures were a result of the state not having knowledge how the virus spreads, testing, or tools to combat the virus effectively. Jim Dedding, a former Republican member of the Kansas Senate, penned an opinion piece on Thursday for Kansas City Star, blasting Kelly for the actions she took. Kelly calls herself the education governor. Truth is, no governor has presided over more damage to Kansas students in our state's history, he wrote. Fact check true. According to an April 2022 report from the National Bureau of Economic Research, the school closures may ultimately prove to be the most costly policy decision of the pandemic era in both economic and mortality terms. Closing public schools was entirely under the control of policymakers. In Kansas, it was Kelly's decision and hers alone, Denning said of the school closures. Student achievement in math, English, and reading tumbled as a result. Those statistics simply reflect what Kansas parents already know. Their child suffered through remote learning and has fallen behind as a result. Our children's mental health and wellness have also deteriorated from Kelly's hurried lockdown. Isolation led to a rise in teen anxiety, depression, and thoughts about suicide. A February 21 report from the Topeka Capital Journal stated that between fall of 2019 and fall of 2020, both public and private schools in Kansas lost an estimated 15,700 students. Kelly, the Democratic gubernatorial nominee in the state, will go head-to-head on November the 8th against her GOP challenger, Derek Schmidt, as well as two other challengers in an attempt to retain her seat at the helm of Kansas. Last time I checked, that was 2 days ago. Before these comments, Schmidt had gone from R+1 to R+4. After these comments is R+8. So, you know, she won't be governor for much longer.
It would have been a less funnier place if the Democrats wouldn't double down on their stupidity. And she really cannot read the writing on the wall.
It's amazing. It's amazing. What's essential for conservatives is to maintain this talking point at least until 2025. At the very least until 2025. Why 2025? Well, it's just 2.5 years to flatten the curve. That's it. I mean, that's how I chose the period. Because it's winning ticket to people who haven't been politically active so far. It's what we did in Romania and borked our politics with it.
Yeah, two prime ministers paid the price for that shit.
Two, I guess. Soon enough, it's going to be the third, but for now, two. And that's how we borked the politics. With this talking point, getting into people who never voted before. and then repeated the thing in Italy. We'll see how that will affect things in September, 25th of September. I suspect the elections of Italy will be their own episode of leftist tears. And we repeated that in other places, especially local elections, because national elections haven't taken place yet in some of the countries we're targeting with this talking point. It works. Do not shy away from it. Even if you personally haven't lost anything through, from the pandemic policies, as I did, right? I didn't lose much. I mean, I wasted a few hours in total in court challenging the fines that I got because I kept on refusing to wear the chin diaper. But other than that, I really didn't lose anything. But even if you didn't lose anything, other people did. And the best way to deliver justice to them is to get every single one responsible for wrong decisions. And again, knowingly so, because this is not a case of, well, they didn't know. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And again, even if you didn't, you know, when it comes to being the governor, the status of governor in a U.S. state is essentially an elected dictatorship in many ways. Mm-hmm. The governor can do a lot of things, especially under emergency powers. They can do a lot of things. So, you know, how did Ron DeSantis know? So it's not like it's a situation where everyone did the same because we didn't know better. Really, the governor of North Carolina did differently. The governor of Florida did differently. The governor of South Carolina did differently. The governor of Georgia did differently. I'm sorry, there were other models. You chose wrongly. And you know, in politics, when you choose wrongly, well, you get booted. Mm-hmm. It just is what it is. And this talking point has to be maintained because, you know, some governors are only up for re-election in 2024, so it would be a shame for them to be spared of the consequences of their decision just because they happened to be up for re-election a little bit later and not just right now. Also, in the countries of Europe, same thing. You know, some prime ministers and some governments are up for re-election only in 2023 or later in 2022, like it happened in Sweden. That was nice. We'll get to that. Keep this in mind and make sure your people don't forget it. Because it's a winning ticket. It's very easy. There haven't been many issues that are essentially clear-cut where the right wing is absolutely correct and the left wing is absolutely wrong. And there's no nuance here. I mean, should you have closed schools? No. That's it. I mean, that's the end of the discussion. There is no ifs and buts, but you know, when you think of... No. You should not have closed schools. That's obvious. Beyond reasonable doubt. So as a result, everyone who did close schools should pay a career price. At the very least, if not a criminal price. That would be my argument. So yeah. And again, it brings you people who either used to vote for the left or never voted in the past. That's how Glenn Youngkin won in Virginia. Much to the eternal flow of leftist tears from New York Times. we did an episode right after Glenn Youngkin's election, and oh boy, the left then was... Anyway, here's some public health that I can approve. Fox News, Montana permanently blocks residents from changing gender on birth certificates. Montana health officials adopted a rule on Friday that permanently prohibits people from changing the gender on their birth certificates. Before the new rule, transgender people wishing to alter their birth certificate had only been required to provide an affidavit to the state health department. Now the Montana Department of Public Health and Human Services will no longer record the gender section on birth certificates and will replace it with a sex category that only offers options male and female. The sex listing can only be changed in very rare circumstances. The rule states that sex is immutable and gender was described as a social construct that can change over time. It also says the sex listed on a person's birth certificate can only be changed if their sex is misidentified when they're born or if the sex was wrongly recorded because of scrivener's error. The new rule comes just ahead of court arguments regarding a similar rule that has been in effect on an emergency basis since May. Judge Michael Moses had temporarily blocked a 2021 state law that made it difficult for transgender people to alter their birth certificates. The law stated that people had to have a surgical procedure prior to changing the sex on their birth certificate. Republican governor administration then blocked post-surgery changes on birth certificates. Transgender plaintiffs represented by the ACLU of Montana have argued that blocking them from changing their birth certificates puts them at risk of embarrassment, discrimination, harassment, or violence if they are asked to provide the document. Not the state's problem. ACLU attorney Akila Lane said the new rule was further evidence of the state's non-compliance with Moses' order from April. Yes, so? And Democratic state lawmakers have slammed the Greg Gianforte administration, that's the Republican governor, for the new rule that they view as an attempt to get around Moses' order. Yes. So, the lawmakers have called the health department rule a blatant abuse of power intended to undermine the courts. Yes. Now, if this stands, and likely will, it will then have to be replicated everywhere else. I mean, didn't the Dems insisted that we all listen to the health departments? I mean, the health authorities are the competent people on health matters, not you, a random rube. Even if you're a politician, how dare you contradict science? It's the health department that decides the science on this. Right? I mean, YouTube censored videos, including we had a video censored if we disagreed with the health department's guidance on COVID-19, even though the guidance of this health department contradicted the guidance of the other health department, so it was a whole mess anyway. Well, if that is the case, and then that is the new normal, then how about you get canned for disagreeing with the Montana Health Department's guidance on biological sex? I mean, trust the science.
Yes, and the science is right even from the leftist point of view, because in terms of sex, it can only be either of the two, male or female.
So everyone who disagrees should be censored on YouTube. Because you're not allowed to disagree with the health boards. Yes, I'm explicitly calling for conservatives to look for ways to abuse the public health system on this. Yes.
Yeah, and this such a measure is really easy because you really cannot contest it from any sort of scientific or political point of view. Are you male or are you female in terms of sex, and that's about it. Yeah, as discussions related to genders have become so toxic and so polarizing.
Yeah, let's get back to the basics.
Yeah,
let's get back to the science.
Exactly.
Trust the science. That's just what I'm saying. Give science a chance. Yeah. But no, seriously, these kinds of things have to continue. The whole trans thingy is not only toxic, but it's getting to levels of dangerous. I mean, it's all fine and dandy when it's one or two cases that we laugh about them and whatever, who cares. But it's becoming increasingly toxic, and thankfully, and I'm sure I'm going to be hated for saying this, but thankfully, it started affecting teenage girls. And I know it's terrible for me to say this, but until it affected teenage girls, nobody gave a shit about this issue.
Yeah, same thing as in Sweden.
Yeah.
That's how the entire trans thing got shut down in Sweden.
When it started, that's true with most issues in society, by the way, not just trans bullshit. When it affects women, and especially when it affects girls, then it gets attention, and usually something is done. Now, sometimes that something is wrong, but in this case, it's not wrong. There have been cases of boys mutilated and led to suicide by trans ideology for decades. Nobody gave a shit. The second it started affecting teenage girls, now there's suddenly attention to the topic. So that's why I'm saying, in a very cynical way, thank goodness it started affecting teenagers, teenage girls, because then finally some attention is being brought to it. And now that there is some attention to the topic, maybe more people will stop being cocky about it and say, oh, but you know, I don't want to get into these kinds of troubles. I mean, at the end of the day, it's only a minuscule portion of the population. Well, it's no longer a minuscule portion of the population because it's a social contagion. So no, it requires public health measures because it's a contagion. No, so seriously, it is a social contagion, and at the end of the day, there should not be any accommodation for, well, essentially mental disorders. And the ACLU's argument is quite ridiculous. Oh, but the individuals will be subjected to ridicule. So? So what?
Yeah.
Where in the US Constitution says that American citizens have the right not to be ridiculed or not to feel ridiculed? Where does it say that? Is there any statute of US law that says that? I'm not an expert in US jurisprudence, but I don't think such law exists, or statute, or anything really, or state constitution, or come on. You know, I used to get embarrassed by my face in my first ID card. It looked terrible. Should I have sued the Romanian government for making crappy ID cards that made everyone look terrible, really? I mean, most people looked terrible in their ID cards when they were 14, when they would first make their first ID card. Almost everyone looked terrible because the cameras that they would use to take the photos were of very low quality. And like 90% of the people looked absolutely terrible, and 10% of the people looked relatively normal. Nobody looked good in those pictures. Okay, yeah, sure. And when you would travel abroad with it, it was even funnier. It was quite common to be subjected to ridicule. You know what adults do about this? They suck it up, Buttercup. It happens. Tough. I mean, are we supposed to believe that our fellow citizens who happen to believe that they're of the opposite sex are so fragile that they can't handle a bit of banter? Well, if that is the case, then maybe they should not be awarded full rights of citizenship, because they definitely cannot function. I'm just saying, I mean, dear lefties, please be careful what you're arguing in public, because it will be used against you in a court of law at some point. If you're seriously arguing that transgender people cannot possibly it's a fundamental threat to their very existence, the possibility that they may be subjected to ridicule and mockery, then what you're essentially arguing is that transgender citizens aren't worthy of full citizenship rights. That's a terrible argument. Even I don't make that argument, and I really don't like trannies. But hey, what do I know? ABC Denver 7. Thousands of XL customers locked out of thermostats during energy emergency. During the dog days of summer, it's important to keep your home cool, but when thousands of XL customers in Colorado tried adjusting their thermostats on Tuesday, they learned that they learned that they had no control over the apartments in their own homes. Temperatures climbed into the 90s Tuesday, which is why Tony Talarico tried to crank up the air conditioning in his partner's Arvada home. I mean, it was 90 out, and it was right during the peak period. It was hot. That's when he saw the message on the thermostat stating that the temperature was locked due to an energy emergency. Normally, when we see a message like that, we're able to override it, but in this case, we weren't. So our thermostat was locked in at 78 or 79. On social media, dozens of customers complained about similar experience, some reporting home temperatures as high as 88 degrees. XL confirmed to Contact Denver 7 that 22,000 customers had signed up for the Colorado AC Rewards program who were locked out of their smart thermostats for hours on Tuesday. It's a voluntary program. Let's remember that this is something that customers choose to be part of based on the incentives, said Emmett Romin, Vice President of Customer Solutions and Innovation at XL. Customers receive $100 credit for enrolling in the program and $25 annually, but Romin said customers also agree to give up some control to save energy and money and make the system more reliable. So it helps everyone for people to participate in these programs. It's a bit uncomfortable for a short period of time, but it's very, very helpful. This is the first time the program's 6-year span that customers could not override their smart thermostats. He said the energy emergency was due to an unexpected outage in Pueblo combined with hot weather and heavy air conditioning usage. But Talarico said he had no idea that he could be locked out of it. While he has solar panels and a smart thermostat to save energy, he said he did not sign up to have this much control taken away. To me, an emergency means there is, life, limb, or, some other danger out there, some, massive wildfires. Even if it's a once-in-a-blue-moon situation, it just doesn't sit right with us not to be able to control our own thermostat in our house.
Well, I'm wearing my red nose for obvious reasons. Technooptimism strikes again.
Oh my goodness.
It's absolutely fascinating. These people can be Oh, well, I did sign up for that program, but I didn't know that I'll get locked out of my thermostat.
I'm sure it was written in the contract.
Yes, this is what happens when you don't read the end user's license agreement.
Yeah, don't read the fine print. For goodness me, if it has the prefix smart, then that means it's possible to be controlled remotely. Smart phone, smart thermostat, smart fridge, smart whatever,
Smart oven.
Smart microwaves, yes. Smart ovens, yes. That means if it is connected to the internet, then that means you may not fully control it unless you're really good at what you're doing. And well, there are some ways around it, but for the most part you don't. I mean, the very idea of connecting your fridge to the internet is bonkers. And quite frankly, the very idea of connecting your thermostat to the internet is also bonkers.
Yeah, but you know, it's about ease of life. The thermostat can be off while I'm at work, and I can set it from my smartphone so that it will be all cold and cozy when I get back home. And so I can also program my washing machine when I'm away from home.
Yeah, but but programming the washing machine can be done without it having been connected to the internet. I'm sorry.
I know, and these things existed. There used to be mechanical timers a few decades ago. But you know, it's not high tech, so it means you're not a prosumer if you don't have these smart things in your home.
Washing machine that I have right now in this apartment is made in Romania. It's an Arctic. Wait, about 5 years ago. It's not exactly new, but not exactly old either. And it doesn't have an electronic display, and it has a mechanical timer. It can start working on its program. I can program it for up to 12 hours ahead of time. Not connected to the internet. In fact, it stays out of the socket outlet most of the time, obviously. And the only thing electronic on it is a very primitive display that shows how many more minutes until it's over. That's it. And the rest of it is entirely mechanical.
Yeah, same way as my new Beko washing machine, which is built in 2019.
Yeah, this one is 17.
Same thing, simplistic digital display. It says how many hours it's gonna take and how many hours gonna be done.
Yeah, and all of the settings are entirely mechanical. How come this can work? As for air conditioning, now I get it. In the United States, air conditioning is pretty much a necessity in most of the country during summertime. I get it. Not so much in Europe, so we can't really empathize with this. It's already a bit early September, and it's already quite bloody cold. And I'm thinking of turning up the gas heater, but definitely not the air conditioning. But even so, Americans have had AC for more than 50 years. Somehow they managed to survive by having AC devices that consumed a lot more than the modern ones, without any smart bullshit, and somehow the power grid didn't crash. So, which is it? What kind of a... You know what would happen in the previous years, in previous decades, when such a thing would occur, an energy emergency? Well, they would turn up another plant.
Turn on another power plant.
Yeah, something on coal usually. There you go. Oh, there is a peak of consumption, not enough power. Okay, burn some coal for a few hours. There you go. Problem solved.
But burning coal is not as friendly to the environment as natural gas power plants are, which is a lesson the Germans have taught us.
Yeah, but Americans have natural gas. Oh wait, Biden destroyed the pipelines. Oh well. And whose fault is that? But no, seriously, that's how it's done in most of the world today.
Well, yes, and we have a really nice article from India later on about energy requirements. Another country that uses a lot of air conditioning.
Yeah, that's how everyone does it. And and if that fails, I've been through that also while in Almaty. At some point that failed too. They turned up 2 other coal power plants And it still wasn't enough because there were like 54, 53, 54 degrees Celsius in the shade and 80 in the sunlight, direct sunlight. And that just wasn't enough. You know what happened?
That's what, 142 Fahrenheit or something?
150-ish Fahrenheit, yeah. Something like that, yeah. So, you know, what happened? Well, the power went down for 45 minutes or so, and then it came back up. Все нормально. That's it. Why do we have to have all of this bullshit?
Well, truth be told, I have an uncle that works at a company that definitely Californians are familiar with. It's called Pacific Gas and Electric. Yes, that PG&E. And I think it was a few months back when again, every year there has to be an article starting somewhere before summer begins, where again the power grid is not prepared and all sorts of shit for the upcoming summer, heat waves and stuff. And I've asked him, because he works as an engineer there who coordinates projects. You may be capable to explain to me what the fuck is going on in California. Why can't you guys have a functional power grid? And he said, well, part of it is due to cost cutting. Also, part of it is ginormous bureaucracy. Also penny pinching from the governor. Also, the governor having all sorts of idiotic ideas. Renewables are also a huge problem there, because they're not exactly as reliable. But nobody wants to state that in public. You also have
all of the redundancy is still based on coal.
Not even on coal. The redundancies no longer exist in California itself. They exist in Colorado, actually.
There you go. So as a result, they cut the access to thermostats in Colorado to keep the lights on in California.
Yeah, and also the people actually do not realize, and I thought of it, only that I didn't know the scale of the issue with the electric cars. The electric cars actually consume quite a lot of power,
yes.
And when you combine that with the fact that they're not exactly as efficient as modes of traction.
Per kilowatt hour, for sure.
Per kilowatt hour are absolutely horrendous, yes. And we're not even getting to the prices. The prices and the technology is still way behind. We should have waited at least 20 years to attempt the shit that has been attempted now.
Well, the good news for big oil is that the shift being attempted now will alienate everyone from electric cars for 50 years. So it will be a failure.
Okay, this is one thing that I've also discussed with a former BMW engineer, and I've asked him what the fuck was exactly wrong with attempting to go hybrid, as this was exactly the perfect bridgehead, and already technologies are tried and tested. With what is it? Imagine the Toyota Prius exists already as a car model for what is it? 17 years actually. Yeah, first models were built in 2005.
In 2007 they went to mass distribution.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a perfect example, and even to this day, it's a benchmark on how efficient marrying the new technology with batteries and the so-called old technology with internal combustion engines is. So of course, as batteries will be perfected and as new technologies appear, for example, Toshiba is making the new generation of batteries called solid-state batteries. Yes, the technology will get more efficient, but we've jumped way too early into the electric car.
And considering that nationally in the US there aren't that many electric cars, but California
is a
7 or 8% of vehicles in California are electric, and that 8% electric, the power grid goes down routinely because people charge their cars.
Yes, and they charge their cars in the evening when it's exactly peak consumption time.
During nighttime after 9 p.m. when allegedly it's cheaper and whatnot. Okay, maybe it is cheaper, but it's still more expensive. Admittedly, the price of electricity in the US didn't jump as fast as the one in Europe.
Oh yeah.
But that's because in the US they were 5 seconds smarter and not pegged their electricity prices with the
with a foreign market like our...
like the Amsterdam stock market, which is the ETF, I think it's called the TTF. Sorry, the TTF. Yeah. Yes, it's a very obscure index out of a minuscule stock market in Amsterdam, and that decides the price of energy for all of Europe. And now everyone is surprised that saner governors and prime ministers and whatnot, they're like, you know what, fuck that shit. You either fix it or we all get out of the so-called EU common market. Fuck the EU altogether and sideways. Like, no, because no.
We're gonna let you all freeze in this winter while we crank up the gas.
I mean, you have to understand, at least here in Eastern Europe, we didn't dismantle the Soviet infrastructure. And there's still power plants based on not even on coal, but on what remains after you burn the coal.
What is it? Heavy oil. That's it.
Heavy oil, yes.
Yeah, the same thing used in ships.
Yes, it's not fair. It's not environmentally friendly, but it gets the job done. And in 2014, when Volodya Putin cut the gas before, because this happened before, it's not something new.
This is just the third attempt in a decade.
Last time this happened, it was terrible for our neighbors in Bulgaria, but except Bulgaria, everyone in the Intermarium barely noticed. Yeah, we all switched to heavy oil and coal and all sorts of, rather unclean forms of energy, but guess what? It worked. And stayed on that even months after Putin turned up the gas as well. Because, we didn't trust him to keep it flowing. Same thing now. I mean, separate storage, yes, discreetly, not publicly announced, of heavy oil and coal, and started in 2018. In expecting that, someone will be stupid in public, and as a result, things can go south. And they did. Well, everyone expected it except Germany for some reason. and in the US, California is the biggest offender in this. But it drags with it other states such as Colorado. I mean, if you're in Colorado and you've been locked out of your own thermostat, well, first of all, why do you have a smart thermostat? Just take it down, and secondly, blame California. Essentially, your state is assuring redundancies, so Gavin Newsom can LARP as a green governor. Well, he is green in a way. I mean, he kind of glows in the dark. Quite frankly, if Vladimir Putin isn't paying him, he should. I mean, he's doing a great job at advancing the Russian narrative on energy in the United States. He's doing a tremendous job. So, But yeah, seriously, get rid of all of your smart appliances if you don't really need them. And no, you don't need a smart thermostat, you don't need a smart meter. I mean, this whole idea, we were discussing this on our internal group about smart meters on electricity. Right? And I just reminded everyone that my electricity meter is still entirely mechanical. It's just mechanics. It works. Why bother? Oh yeah, every 2,000 kilowatts or something, it gets it wrong by half a kilowatt. Okay. I can live with that, rather than have my electricity being cut down whenever the provider thinks it's an emergency. No, screw you sideways with your emergency. And the reason I pay for electricity is for it to be there when I need it. It's that simple. CBS, Biden administration works to avert costly railroad strike. Here's what to know. The administration has been working to avert a railroad work stoppage that could begin as late as Friday, that will be September the 16th, and cost the US economy at least $2 billion a day in lost productivity, potentially sparking yet another supply chain crisis. Democrats and functioning civilization are fundamentally incompatible, man. President Joe Biden has personally talked with two of the railroad unions and railroad companies to prevent a strike, according to a White House official. Bloomberg first reported the president's discussions. The official added that Labor Secretary and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and Agriculture Secretary are also engaged in the talks. Yeah, if Pete Buttigieg is on the issue, get ready for the strikes. Earlier Monday, a White House official said in a statement that the parties are still working to resolve outstanding issues and come to an agreement. That means they got nothing. And the White House urged the parties to keep negotiating promptly in a good faith. That is Hail Mary. Please don't bork us in before the midterms. I'm just trying to translate from PR speak to. The official called the possibility of a shutdown of the freight rail system an unacceptable outcome for our economy and the American people, and said the administration has made that clear emphatically and repeatedly to all parties involved. Translation, it's probably going to happen. About a dozen unions represent the workers of the major national railroads like BNSF, Union Pacific, Norfolk Southern, and CSX, among others. Most of the unions, including IBEW and Teamsters, have settled with the railroads, but two, SMART and the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, have not. Together, they represent half of railroad union workers. So, translation, those that matter disagree. Plenty of them agreed. Yeah, well, actually. The primary issue centers around attendance policies that workers say are being used to terminate and otherwise discipline railroad crews for taking off for absences because of medical appointments and bereavement. The railroads, on the other hand, claim that workers have been calling out too often to enjoy long weekends, sporting events, and concerts, and that the new points-based attendance policies they've recently imposed are necessary to maintain service for customers. Under the terms of the century-old Railway Labor Act, President Biden in July appointed an emergency board to look at the dispute and make recommendations. A 60-day cooling-off period triggered by Mr. Biden's action ends on Friday. Last month, the board recommended that the union employees be given a 24% aggregate pay increase, but it rejected the union's argument about the attendance policies. Most of the unions agreed with the recommendations and have reached settlements along those lines, but SMART and BLET have not. Those two unions say if such a deal were put to workers in the unions for a vote, it would fail. Our members are being terminated for getting sick or for attending routine medical visits as we crawl our way out of a worldwide pandemic, SMART said in a Sunday statement. No working-class American should be treated with this level of harassment in the workplace for simply becoming ill or going to a routine medical visit. The workers don't get sick pay, but long-time employees do get up to 5 weeks vacation and 14 paid holidays. If the two unions don't reach agreement with the railroads by Friday, the companies could lock the workers out even before a strike is called. Why would they do that? The unions say one reason would be to highlight the pain the issue is causing the country, because their trade association says a shutdown would cost the economy $2 billion a day. In the past, most recently in 1982 and 1986, Congress has acted to end railroad strikes. The process would be quite simple. Both houses could pass and the president would sign a joint resolution imposing the Presidential Emergency Board's recommendations, which the companies happen to find agreeable. The U.S. Chamber of Congress has already urged Congress to stand by and be ready to intervene. The dynamic puts Mr. Biden and congressional Democrats in an awkward position. Democrats are keen to side with unions, but the president's own emergency board rejected the workers' arguments that they shouldn't be subject to new points-based attendance policies. In theory, Congress could also pass a law imposing a new cooling-off period to allow for more time to talk before either side strikes or imposes a lockout. This is where pandemic-era Democrat rhetoric comes to bite them in the ass, essentially. I mean, wasn't it the Democrat rhetoric in 2012, 2014, 2016, 2018, and 2020, and especially 2020, was that, in the new normal, you are supposed to have a 4-day work week, or maybe even 3-day work week. You should be working from home a lot more. Obviously, if the individual claims he's sick, you should listen and believe, and definitely not request them evidence or anything like that, because, there's just a pandemic there, man. Well, they're now taking you to the task. Oh, you were referring only to the laptop class. Sorry, that's not how reality works. When you make arguments, when you make sweeping policy declarations and proclamations, well, everyone, some people may take you up to your word, and they wouldn't necessarily be the people you wanted to. That's kind of like what Marx and to a lesser extent early Leninists had to contend with. They were hoping that the Marxist revolution would start in the middle of Germany, and in the end it started in Russia. They didn't want it in Russia. In fact, if you read Marx's opinion about Russians, you would understand why not, right? They would think their ideology is for the laptop class of that time. Of course, there were no laptops, but you get the point. It was not supposed to be for plebs. It was supposed to be for them. And in the end, it wasn't, and those who disagreed ended up being shot or sent to the Gulag.
Yes, the Russian Civil War of 1918 to 1921.
More like 17 to 21, but yes. Same thing here, right? The recommendations of the new normal, which the Democrats heavily pushed in 2020, were along these lines. Well, more workers' rights, less work essentially, and more pay because potato. Well, now your constituency takes you to this task. Okay, fine, you have both houses of the Congress, you have the presidency. We want shit. Give us free shit or else. And then the same Democrat who won on these arguments is now like, well, actually, no, come on. Now, I agree with Biden on this one. The requirements are kind of unreasonable. But I'm sorry, you won on these arguments, so now deliver. Or endure another supply chain crisis. Why not? That's a great outlook before the midterms. Imagine all the Republicans have to say, well, shit hasn't been arriving at your door. Well, maybe you can ask Mr. Biden and the Democrat Congress about that.
Why are the trains running? A year and so ago there was why aren't the trucks running? Now we've gone up another level, which hurts more because
the heavy freight is exclusively on rail in the US.
Yeah, the contrary to popular belief, yes, the US is a bit more flexible in cross-continent truck transport, but the vast majority of it, tonnage-wise, is carried by trains. Mm-hmm. And without the trains running, the country is screwed.
I mean, they say they're 2 billion a day. I would call that optimistic. Mm-hmm. I think it's more than 2 billion a day. Maybe 2 billion a day was in 1986. That I can believe. But on a more serious note, it's essentially the unions calling your bluff. And you will not be able to deliver, you being Democrats. You will not be able to deliver. And guess who are they going to vote for? It's that simple, mate. It's that simple. And it's funny that this is an own goal. I mean, the Republicans did absolutely nothing to deserve these new coming votes. But they'll get them anyway because you suck. Mm-hmm. Amazing. The requests themselves are kind of unreasonable. I agree with Biden on this one. I have to agree with Biden. Long weekends and sports and whatnot. Yeah, sure, but maybe renegotiate the pay as well. But again, it was the left that made all of these arguments incessantly for over a decade, including and especially in 2020. Shorter work weeks. This is the new normal. All of that shit. Remember it? I do. I never forget these things.
Yeah, I'll never forget it. But also how exactly the critical sectors of any country and any society are the ones that got fucked in the ass the most during the pandemic. Logistics workers didn't get any furlough like the corporates got in the case of the UK. Or at least in the US, everybody got those stimmy checks.
Yeah, so $1,200 or something.
Yeah, at least it was more equitable there. But considering the amount of shit that you had to carry, and with everybody staying indoors, and I was going to say saving the NHS, but I forgot that the US doesn't have the NHS.
Luckily, the US doesn't have. I mean, that would have been the icing on the cake for the US to also have an NHS on top of all of the problems that it already has.
But it has Obamacare, which is
not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah. Eventually, it actually got cancelled. It took a while, like everything. But they still did have the rhetoric of saving the healthcare systems, essentially. And you still had hysterical MDs going all over social media asking people why don't they wear 5 or 6 or was it 3 chin diapers, whatever.
2 meters of mask.
2 meters of chin diapers. Yes.
Yeah. So the logistics sector got fucked. Agriculture got fucked later on with the ever increasing price of the price of fertilizers.
And also the delivery of fertilizers.
Yeah, the delivery as well. Construction got fucked as well because all sorts of products that you need to build stuff suddenly became twice or thrice more expensive.
And also a lot of public services. Law enforcement got fucked in the ass. Summer of Love, anyone? Okay, so law enforcement got fucked in the ass. Firefighters in New York. I mean, firefighters could get into a burning building, but they couldn't dine unless they got the myocarditis-inducing experimental gene therapy clot shot.
Yeah.
Ouch.
This is a benchmark that I used and never had to use it up until now. If you manage to piss out the firefighters, you fucked it up irreversibly. Because let's be honest, out of all the civil servants or state workers, the firefighters are the only ones that never got any sort of hate historically ever. But now you piss them off. As Romania pissed them off when Al Rafat told them to fine people for not staying indoors.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it's less bad what happened here than in New York. I mean, at the very least, we left our firefighters alone. I mean, they could spend their even when it was officially state of emergency and whatever. I went to a party of firefighters, so and of course nobody objected. I mean, really. But as a honk detail, yeah, I mean, in New York, they were permitted to risk their lives for the city, but not permitted to go into any restaurant unless they got the shots. And here, the commander of the pandemic action wanted them to go door to door to random people to make sure that they comply with the quarantine orders. The reply from they don't have a union because it's a militarized service here, so they're not allowed to have a union, but their top brass, their military command was like, hold on a second, yes, we do have axes in our equipment, but half of the country has axes too, and the last thing we want is an axe fight, literally an axe to grind with the population, because they might cough the wrong way. I mean, that's just not gonna happen. And that was basically the end of the discussion. But so to be fair, I kind of expect low-key that we might see a Republican governor in New York. Because really, they pissed off the firefighters, which again, it was considered next to impossible. Well, the Democrats have made it. The current governor in New York is just absolutely terrible. Okay, she's not Cuomo, but come on. More recently, traditional Democrat voters, such as the Jewish quarters, they'd be like, those motherfuckers tried to close our synagogues, and we had to burn them alive so we can get to open them.
Yes, the Jews from Satmar.
Yeah, it's going to be Republicans for us for the next 10 electoral cycles at the very least. Because those people have a very long memory. They just don't forget. They refuse to forget. There's a reason. I mean, of all the Jewish subgroups, Satmar Jews have always turned out to be the most difficult to integrate, precisely because they're vengeful motherfuckers. They don't forgive, they don't forget, and until they believe the score is settled, they just won't stop. They keep on suing you, they keep on undermining you just because they can. And in New York, they can, because there's 200,000 of them. Even though it's quite a big community, it's still quite tightly knit. I mean, you can ask the NYPD when they tried to enforce the quarantine orders what happened.
Suddenly menorah started flying towards them.
Let's just say that it didn't quite work out as planned, and then the former governor of New York said that he's going to send the National Guard unless they stay indoors, and the Satmar Jews basically came out, 20,000 of them in the streets, said, come and get it. Idi Suda. And needless to say, of course, there was no National Guard, but because that would have been terrible optics for them.
Well, this could be an argument that could be used by the Republican candidate Como was an anti-Semite.
Yes.
Look at what he did to the Salvar Jews.
Yeah, but I made a small thread on Twitter the other day saying that the GOP in New York should absolutely argue that the Democrat Party in New York is an anti-Semitic and Nazist party, because it is. And also popularize all of the anti-Semitic threats that Democrats of New York have made, especially in the year 2020. And also popularize all of the insanity that they promulgated throughout the so-called pandemic. And with these arguments, and also the rising crime rate and the loss of population, that could be a winning argument. And almost 2 months before the election, it's D+2. I'm just saying, it's not much to recover. Considering that the Republican candidate is basically a nobody. I mean, very few people outside of New York have ever heard of him. It's not like some star like in Florida. I'm just saying. But yeah, on a more serious note, it's almost as if we were right when we predicted that, we're gonna litigate this for many years to come. Yep, and it's just the beginning. All right, let's take a break. Let's listen to Three Sons and the Sorcerer from the band Seven Sins, from the album Legends of Kazakhstan. Seven Sins is a black metal band from Oskmen, or Ust-Kamenogorsk in Russian. And the album was launched in 2020 because, Kazakhstan, unlike other places, didn't have a pandemic. So they kept on having concerts and all of the rest. All right, Three Sons and the Sorcerer, and then we'll be back with Europa. All right, we're back. You've listened to Three Sons and the Sorcerer from Kazakhstan, Europa, and more precisely, Russia. The Moscow Times: Russian city deputies petition for Putin resignation. Dozens of municipal deputies, I guess that would be aldermen in English, from Moscow and St. Petersburg have called on President Vladimir Putin to resign in an open letter published on Monday. The call for the Russian president to step down comes amid claims of vote rigging in this weekend's local and regional elections, as well as a massive advance by Kyiv's forces that marked the biggest setback yet for Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. Its signatories also put themselves at risk for punishment under laws passed shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine that outlaw virtually all anti-war dissent. President Putin's actions are detrimental to the future of Russia and its citizens, reads the petition shared on Twitter by Ksenia Tostrem, a deputy for St. Petersburg Semyonovsky district. We demand the resignation of Vladimir Putin from the position of President of the Russian Federation. The statement, initially signed by 19 deputies, continues. According to Tostrem, another 84 people signed the petition on Monday. Another 84 signatures have been received, and now we will check them. Independent election watchdog Golos reported dozens of cases of ballot stuffing, intimidation, vote buying, and misrecorded votes after pro-Kremlin candidates swept the field in Russia's local and regional elections. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian counteroffensive in its northeastern Kharkiv region saw Kyiv's forces reclaim around 3,000 square kilometers of ground previously occupied by Moscow. Calls from deputies for Putin to stand down initially emerged last week after Dmitry Polyuga, a deputy from St. Petersburg Smolninskoye district, called on the State Duma to try the president on charges of treason over his invasion of Ukraine. Polyuga was summoned to the police station on possible charges of discrediting the Russian army, but was later released. So essentially, this whole segment we just discuss Russia, everything Russia, and then we'll take another break. This is going to take a while. Okay, so it's been quite some time since we did World SOFA report. A lot of things have happened. Now, of course, this particular open letter from the elected officials of St. Petersburg and Moscow does not come as a big surprise. As at Darth Putin KGB Twitter account was remarking, just like with other totalitarians, they only turn back on you once you start losing. So is with my liberals, he was saying. So no, it doesn't come as a big surprise. The territorial losses in Kharkiv have definitely put a dent on the confidence of Putin's trolls. They may be shills for a dictator, but they're not idiots. At least not those that write the talking points. I mean, yeah, sure, the disseminators are probably bonkers, but those who write the talking points are not idiots. And they're noticing what everyone else is noticing. Well, shit.
Well, we don't fucked up.
Yeah, we just done a boo-boo here. And it's gonna be a costly boo-boo. And of course, when that happens, just like with every other regime of this kind, the smarter ones try to get ahead of the story and put themselves in a position where they could claim that they fought against the regime. We've seen this in communist Romania as well. The Letter of the Nine, I think it was called, with Silviu Brocan as the top signal. He was a Stalinist, for crying out loud, and he was criticizing Ceausescu for not being Stalinist enough. But, he was also a very talented writer, so as a result, very few people noticed that. He was kind enough to let everyone know 20 years after the fact, but by that time nobody cared. This was true during right before the roundtable negotiations, as the Polish communist regime was collapsing. We've seen some of that going on, as there was an idea that maybe the Chavez's regime will collapse. Same thing. Some elected local officials tried to get ahead of the story. And so on and so forth. This is true in all situations. Same thing in the Third Reich. I mean, it just is what it is. In this case, of course, it's not surprising that the elected officials from the wealthiest cities of Russia who essentially have nothing to lose. They have all of the connections. They will not be prosecuted for discrediting the military or under those laws. Those laws are for plebs. Come on. At best, they're gonna pay a 5,000 ruble fine and call it a day. Maybe, and that's worst case scenario. Most likely, nothing's gonna happen to them. There were a few who were a bit more ballsy, true. There is a guy also from a Moscow district, also a local councillor, but in March when it mattered a bit more, who basically said, no, Russia is a fascist state and this regime has to go. And then another colleague joined in on this protest, but that other colleague, when the manure hit the fan, fucked off from Russia. But this guy didn't. He was like, no, I'm a patriot, I'm going to stay here. What they're going to do? And what they did, when the guy had tuberculosis, tuberculosis, he's still alive, and got put into a room with another 12 people in jail, because, public health in Russia, and got sentenced to 12 years in jail for discrediting the Russian military. But at least, that guy put his money where his mouth was and his liberty where his mouth was, and he shitposted throughout the trial, and he continues to shitpost by filing bullshit appeals just to force the media to broadcast on his trial. Eventually he'll be fine, but the guy is going through very difficult times for his beliefs, so I can respect those kinds of men, definitely. And these guys, oh no, you had a viral Twitter thread.
Yeah, something was done.
Something was done, конечно. What's a lot more interesting is how the war is now being discussed on TV. And here we have a little clip for you, courtesy of the Russian Monitor, which is a nice way of saying the CIA, essentially, because they put the work into making subtitles. I would have never made subtitles for such a long video full of bullshit, essentially. I would have never worked to make the subtitles, but since they did, I have the clip without the subtitles, because of course I'm monitoring Russian propaganda as well. Just I'm not bothering with the subtitles. So here's the clip that's from 2 days ago. Here's how, around the time of this thread going viral with the petition of the local officials, here's how it was presented on the federal TV station.
Люди, которые убедили президента Путина, что спецоперация будет эффективной, короткой, по мирному населению бить не будем, только зайдем, Росгвардия, там, кадыровцы все наведут порядок и так далее. Вот эти люди, просто подставили всех нас очень сильно.
Но эти люди есть, вы уверены?
Конечно, есть. Президент же не сам сидел и думал, дай-ка я начну спецоперацию. Кто-то приходил, говорил, что украинцы сдадутся, разбегутся, все в Россию попросят. Кто-то же это ему говорил, в конце концов, да?
Да и на телевидении говорили, Андрей Владимирович,
здесь говорили. Мы подошли к черте, за которой надо просто понимать простую вещь. Победить Украину теми ресурсами, которые сейчас Россия там пытается воевать в режиме колониальной войны, да? Контрактники воюют, там, ЧВК и так далее, мобилизации нет.
За риторикой следите.
Это невозможно абсолютно, потому что российская армия, там противостоит вообще сильная армия, которая по полной программе поддерживает сильнейшее в экономическом, технологическом отношении государство Европы, да, в частности.
То есть вы предлагаете мобилизацию провести, военную мобилизацию, не мобилизацию там сознания или экономики?
Начать переговоры о прекращении войны и перейти к политическим вопросам.
Давайте, Сергей Михайлович, начать переговоры или действовать так, как вот Богдан Анатольевич предлагает?
Никаких нацистским режимом Зеленского быть не может. Нацистский режим Зеленского должен быть уничтожен.
Господин Надеждин считает, что у нас
или мобилизация, война в полный рост.
Я напомню, что недавно совсем Владимир Ильич очень правильно сказал, мы еще не начинали. Когда надо будет, начнем.
Так уже
мобилизации не нужно.
Надо или начать, или уже расходиться.
У нас хватает сил, и все решается.
Простите, а чего мы ждем? Вот вы говорите, хватает сил. Мы слышим, что все идет по плану. Но неужели кто-то всерьез верит, что 6 месяцев назад план был, чтобы сейчас мы там оставляли Бакалею, контрнаступление отражали, в Харьковской области не смогли взять Харьков.
Правильно сказано, надо не забывать, коллеги, мы воюем сегодня с блоком НАТО. Руками украинцев, в том числе хорошо подготовленных. И армия там серьезная, и вооружение серьезное, и разведка.
Наша военная разведка могла предсказать.
Поэтому это процесс непростой, война есть война. И все предсказать и предугадать невозможно, но силы есть, а самое главное, есть политическая воля, и дело будет доведено до конца, до нашей победы.
Война — это очень комплексное понятие. И там есть и политическая, и есть психологическая составляющая. Вот нам за последние несколько дней нанесли очень чувствительный психологический удар. Что касается не товарища Надеждина, то еще раз прошу следить за языком, потому что даже в проброс говорить про колониальные войны недопустимо в нашем случае. Это первое. Второе. Вы политик с таким большим стажем, неужели не можете подняться на одну голову и окинуть весь театр военных действий, а он включает в себя Западную Европу и США? Или вот вы действительно думаете из того, что вы говорите, что мы там протырились через границу и пытаемся отгрызть себе кусочек территории? Идет глобальная война, это ее фрагмент, и именно отсюда надо из этого исходить.
Слушайте,
для того, чтобы
глобальная война, я надеюсь, не начнется. А вот если она начнется, то соотношение сил будет точно не в нашу пользу.
Она уже идет.
Секунду.
Есть две теории, как вот со всем этим можно бороться. Первые говорят, что нужно просто жестче работать на освобожденных территориях, СМЕРШ, выявление каких-то диверсантов и так далее, и так далее. Вторые говорят нам, что этого мало, и нужно на территории, собственно, с которой отправляют этих террористов, с территории государства Украины, делать что-то, что отрезвит людей, отправляющих этих террористов. Ваш принцип какой? Первый, второй или
Я
какой
думаю,
третий?
что ни первый, ни второй случай не поможет обеспечить в полной степени безопасность. И вот эти акты, эти преступления по-прежнему будут совершаться вне зависимости от того, насколько, так сказать, жестко будет действовать СМЕРШ.
То есть вы хотите сказать, что это с нами навсегда? Вы из того, что вы сейчас говорите, что это не остановить?
На очень долго. Да? На очень долго. Вот был, он и сейчас есть эксперт, который дословно говорил, что российские военные рискуют погибнуть, зайдя в Одессу, только, значит, от объятий одесситов, влюбленных в русских. Вот значит, это практически дословно. Случилось то, что случилось после 24 февраля. Мы все понимаем прекрасно, что это не так. Что одесситы не хотят обнимать русских военных. И этот же самый эксперт сегодня, вчера, позавчера и завтра на федеральном телеканале говорит, надо идти до конца, надо идти до конца и так далее. Я задаюсь вопросом, если эта экспертиза, этот анализ в первом случае был не просто ошибочен, а, можно сказать, преступно ошибочен, да, катастрофичен. Почему я должен слушать и прислушиваться к мнению этого же эксперта, который сейчас мне говорит, что нужно идти до конца?
Что необходимо еще? Чтобы население на местах, люди на местах поддерживали нас, идеологически поддерживали нас. И для этого на освобожденных, и не только на освобожденных территориях. Для этого необходимо им, с ними, понимаете, рассказывать украинцам, что их не существует как этноса, как народа, что украинского языка не существует. Это не может вызвать их симпатию.
Эти обстреливают, а мы должны разговаривать. Вот мне кажется, это какие-то несоизмеримые
действия. Надо реалистично подходить к людям, которые там живут, и предлагать, говорить им о том, как выглядит их будущее, да, вместе с Россией. Но кем они будут в России? Правильно. Кем они будут себя ощущать, себя чувствовать? Если они считают себя украинцами, то сколько бы им ни говорили, там, Холмогоровы или какие-то еще, понимаете, наши люди, что их не существует, понимаете, говорить человеку, что его нет, отрицать его сам,
так, мы
это
сейчас
значит вызвать его,
и не будет.
Вызвать его отторжение.
Мне кажется, что это все надо было делать или раньше, или надо будет делать чуть позже, когда военная фаза закончится. А вот насколько быстро она закончится, это вопрос.
Нам нужно выиграть войну на Украине. Мы должны ликвидировать там нацистский режим, а после этого... Кто еще захочет, пусть приходит, и мы с ними поговорим.
И сколько лет мы будем это делать, Саша?
Сколько надо.
Очень хорошо. Спасибо
сколько надо, столько
Спасибо
будем.
за честный ответ.
Потому что это специальная военная операция, которую некоторые, я тоже называю Великой Отечественной.
То есть мои 10-летние дети еще повоевать успеют. Правильно я понимаю?
So now it's война. Have you noticed that? It's not a mistake in the subtitle. In the first 2 minutes of the video, first 1 minute and a half, it's спецоперация, and then it's outright война. So now it's a war even on Russian TV stations. So I'm guessing it's probably not going to be many prosecutions from now on for... at least not for walking around with a War and Peace book in public.
No, it's a specoperacja.
Specoperacja i mir. So yeah, you've noticed this throughout the whole war, if you've been watching Russian TV. Generally speaking, they would always have one that would say something somewhat reasonable, or at least not brutally insane, and then have 5 insanes essentially kicking the straw man. Mm-hmm. But this time around, they weren't convinced either. They were less Stahanovite about taking down the guy with the glasses. And also, as opposed to all of the previous instances when questioning of the narrative was permitted on Russian TV, this time around the guy hit back, which was not the case just until 6-7 days ago. It was just never the case since the war started. Now it is. So what changed? Well,
it's definitely an interesting change in the rhetoric on Russia, especially right at the end with Narezdin saying that war is war. Mm-hmm. They finally stopped believing that, oh yeah, it's a special operation. However, as the rhetoric changed in the state propaganda, this it could also be an indicator of something worse that's gonna come. Already sporadic reports have appeared in the past 3 days that something is happening in Moscow. Mm-hmm. For example, the entire ring road, which is about the road delimiting the center of Moscow itself, is being locked down by the Russian army. Mm-hmm. This coupled with also other two battle groups which got shipped off from Ukraine back into Russia,
back to Moscow,
back to Moscow of all places.
Yeah.
And here you may be wondering, what does this exactly mean?
It could mean nothing.
It could mean nothing, but at the same time we gotta look at the fact that this hasn't happened since 1991, and we know what happened in 1991. The tanks shot the State Duma. Well, this time it's not gonna be the State Duma. It's gonna be probably the Kremlin, which is gonna be shot at.
Too bad. It's a nice building.
It's a nice building, too bad for the people inside it.
Well, sometimes you gotta break the egg to make some omelets. So, it's mere statistics, as Comrade Stalin used to say. You've noticed that they continue to quote Comrade Stalin on Russian TV, by the way, which goes to show just how much of a honk state of affairs is at the top of the Russian propaganda. It could mean nothing, but it also could mean that someone there, not necessarily Putin, but someone there is afraid of something. I hope they're right, in the sense that I hope that they have reasons to be afraid of something, because it doesn't matter what happened, it's going to be terrible for them, even if it's an inside job. In fact, it's worse if it's an inside job for them. Now, whether that's going to happen or not, the fact remains that the situation on the front lines is disturbing, as Igor Girkin said, and nobody can suspect Igor Girkin of being pro-Ukrainian or pro-Western or anything. But it is. I mean, if you look at the situation from a Russian perspective, the situation is brown. This is full of shit. It's not going to get better. That's another issue, and they know it. Everyone who understands even the basics of how a war functions looks at the movement on the field over the last 7 to 10 days, understands that, well, look, even if you support Russia, it ain't gonna get better anytime soon. Of course, we cannot say if ever. Things can change, and in any war, things can change. But not anytime soon. I mean, you're not getting back to Kharkiv anytime soon. Just the logistics to carry the equipment to replace the one you abandoned, that alone can take weeks. Especially considering that all of the railway connections from Russia proper to the front lines are inoperable and have been inoperable for months now, and will stay inoperable. So as a result, it's a long way from Kerch. Very long. Besides, there's no guarantee you can safely go through there. A recent report emerged that the FSB operatives in Crimea are essentially trying their best to sell their homes and are evacuating their families. Again, those people aren't stupid.
Not just that, but also regular Russian civilians that unironically believed that, oh yeah, now Crimea is Russian territory, we're just gonna move there because the weather is so nice. Yes, the weather is nice, but you're still on foreign territory. And this is one thing that I reckon I read on a Russian propaganda group. They posted a map of some real estate company selling houses in Crimea. That suddenly a lot of houses came on the market.
Yes,
and all of them are from FSB operatives.
Well, yes, not all of them, but quite a lot of them. Yes. In the meantime, it's almost. I mean, of course, it's not going to get an official communique from Federalny Sluzhby Bezopasnost saying, yes, our operatives are selling off their property in Crimea. I mean, that's not going to happen. But on a more serious note, if you know the proper groups where to look for, with the proper verified people that actually live where they say they live, it's 99% confirmed that it is happening. And you got to ask yourself why. Usually, admittedly, there have been previous moments of FSB operatives being stupid in public. I remember it was in 2018, I think, when they discovered in the Netherlands, there were like 10 or 11 FSB operatives. They had consecutive series of their passports.
On the passports, and all of them
had their Russian address at the FSB headquarters. Yeah. And they had been living in the Netherlands for like 3 years until someone figured it out. So, hooray for Western intelligence. Oh, my goodness. But then again, that was a competition of stupid, right? The FSB not doing their due diligence to actually hide their people, and Dutch intelligence in this case, not doing their own due diligence of,
Well, probably they were too high and couldn't read the numbers properly. Yeah, all the high on all the cocaine they caught from the port of Rotterdam.
No, that's true. With that said, previous instances of FSB operatives being stupid in public notwithstanding, nevertheless, nobody really moves on such a long distance. From Crimea to the rest of Russia is a long distance. Nobody does that for fun, especially considering, as you noted, if you move away from Crimea into Russia, you're going to move into a place with much more terrible weather. So, and nobody does that unless they know something.
Yes, the initial panic notwithstanding when that airfield got blown up in Crimea, and everybody on the beach saw it.
Yeah, that was a highly precise strike. 0 civilian casualties, 0 civilian wounded, 0 Russian planes survived. So, it was a very precise strike. Now that's what I call a special military operation. That was a panic-generating moment. But that wasn't the moment when the FSB operatives started selling off their properties.
They began months before, but that is when the entire torrent of houses being put on sale began.
And immediately after that strike, there were a few days when the Kerch bridge was it was operable, but it was not
in gridlock.
Yeah, it was operable, but not really. It was very crowded on the exit.
On the exit side.
Yeah, on the exit lane, it was pretty crowded. On the выход, not so much. Not so much. Yeah. So what does that tell us? Well, it doesn't tell us necessarily something, but when you put them together, when you put the slow but consistent advances on the Kherson front, which, contrary to many people's beliefs, it was not a ruse. It was very serious, that one too. It's just that it was planned to advance more slowly because there are a lot more Russian troops concentrated there, and advancing too fast risks producing too many damages to the Ukrainian army, and Ukraine doesn't have that many soldiers, and it's also not operating under the mentality that everything is a statistic. So as a result, let's go slowly, because why not? And in the north, yes, it was made to kind of look like this, like it did. To be fair, everyone was surprised of the speed with which it worked. Including the men on the field on both sides. They're like, oh, really? Nobody expected Izium to fall
that fast.
As fast as it did. Less than 2 days.
Yeah, less than 2 days. It happened in a weekend, pretty much.
Pretty much in a weekend. I mean, by Sunday evening, I was getting calls from someone caught in Izium, telling me that essentially the problem is over. We finally have the correct flag again on the correct buildings. And I'm like, really? That fast? Yeah, that fast. And the same thing, I mean, this guy went and asked the soldiers, I mean, how did that happen that fast? Well, we don't know. But, it was free, so of course we're going to keep on going forward. I've seen this comparison, and I think it was BBC that made this comparison. I'm not sure it's a good one. Saying that essentially Russia lost more territory that last weekend than
they gained in 3 months.
Than they gained since the beginning of
since 6 months.
Since the beginning of the invasion. Now that may be true. It's of course under debate. It depends on what you consider the assessed gains and whatnot. But whether it's true or not, it's irrelevant. It's amazing how many people seem to forget this. The point of war is not territory. Territory comes, stays or goes after the war on the negotiation table. What matters is how much of the opponent's military you've been able to disable. Not even kill, just disable. The one that still has more military still standing at the end of the war, that's the one that wins and dictates the terms. That's how it works. So no, it's much more important how much equipment the Russians abandoned and Ukrainian forces got to recover, how many POWs Ukraine managed to take in its offensive around Kharkiv Oblast. That's what matters a lot more, and those numbers are impossible to find. So we just get this shiny map. Oh, there you go. Well, okay, fine. That's good too, of course, especially for the people living in those areas. But what's much more important in the economy of the war is how many men you captured, how much equipment you captured, in what state is that equipment, can it be repurposed, that is to say, turned around? And if yes, great. When do we get to see it in the front lines? And those numbers are much more difficult to come by. With that said, was it last month in August? Yeah, because I was in Kazakhstan when I read the statement from that lady from the Central Bank of Russia, who said something that probably she shouldn't have said, but this is what it is. Got asked of, okay, so what is the real impact of sanctions on our economy, Comrade Banker? And she basically said, well, it's irrelevant how much the cost is now. Let's discuss after November the 1st. Well, what happens on November the 1st? Well, according to the Russian Central Bank, their companies have enough stock of Western-sourced components all the way till the late October. And in her assessment, if they manage to find a replacement supplier for all of that before November the 1st, then the impact of sanctions will be big but bearable. Minus 6% is something that the Russian people will tolerate if told the correct story to tolerate. However, if they don't find a supplier for all of that,
we're talking about double digits.
We're talking about double digits starting with 2, more like minus 26. Now that's something nobody knows whether the Russian people will tolerate or not. We all suspect that they don't, but it could be wrong. So that's the state of the economics, essentially. It's also a link I'll leave in the low bar. What's happening with so many workers essentially now on furlough schemes, pandemic-style furlough schemes. But it's called technical unemployment not just in Romanian, in Russian as well. It's technical unemployment. That's why you don't see a rise in unemployment in Russia, because these furlough schemes have been around since the Soviet time, since 1983, 1984. They've been introduced and they were never abandoned. So the real unemployment number is impossible to even guesstimate in Russia, because in the West, if the West also falsifies its unemployment numbers, of course. But the West falsifies this by subsidizing all sorts of late studying, postdoctoral studies, trade schools, all sorts of things, just not call them unemployed.
Yeah, also messing around with the duration of the unemployment in itself. This is what the Americans do, especially when it's about their unemployment statistic.
Yes, but in the West you do have an indicator that you can use to guesstimate the real unemployment rate in a Western country, which is the labor force participation rate. Now you can't do that in Russia, because the labor force participation rate is in itself manipulated because of these furlough schemes. So individuals can be in the statistics as being part of the labor force for years, even though they've stopped working years ago, in reality. So that's why it's impossible to know how much of an impact is there. However, if you read places like BBC Ruskaya Sluzhba, or Media Zona, or all sorts of these Russian language outlets that are still permitted to operate even though they're not permitted to broadcast, so they broadcast via VPN essentially. And of course everyone reads them inside through another VPN. I mean, it's all kabuki theater, of course. If you read these kinds of outlets that actually go in the field and do investigations, you will see even Reuters has some of these, because I'll put a link from Reuters in the description for you to read. You will see that a lot of big factories are essentially empty of people. They're all on furlough.
Yeah, especially traditionally the defense sector has always had furlough schemes, because leaving aside the corruption in itself, there simply wasn't that much of a demand. And the most obvious example was with Sukhoi's new fancy plane, the Su-57. Yes, they made 6 planes, but they expected a big foreign buyer to buy them, so that they can actually start production. But you have thousands of people who you have to pay a lot of money, because aerospace is not a cheap industry to operate in, and skills are very difficult to come by. What they essentially they just get paid to exist and be called at some point in the near future, inshallah, at the factory.
And considering how much of a laughing stock the Russian defense industry has proved itself to be on the front lines, ouch. That's not good marketing, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is another thing that a British guy whose channel name is Perun had made a really good analysis, I think a week back, about how this war is going to affect the Russian defense industry in terms of
the Russian military
exports.
industrial complex is fucked.
Yes, it's
even if they manage to win in Ukraine, they're still fucked.
Yeah, and it's gonna cause a significant headache to every country's defense advisor.
That still relies somewhat on Russian tech.
Yeah, that relies on Russian tech, because they're gonna have to differentiate, and this will be an impossible job. Even if you know war, it's impossible to ascertain where exactly is the issue with the equipment itself, or where is it actually an operator issue. It's impossible to say that when we're talking about the Russian army. So countries like India will be particularly screwed, and other African countries which still have Soviet equipment are screwed in that. And other countries which have just here and there, for example, the UAE still has some artillery. At least they know, they expected this to happen. They never actually dreamed of being a significant purchaser of Russian military equipment. But still, it's a shitty job, and okay. The defense industry got back after the fall of the Soviet Union somehow, but this time the tarnished reputation will be impossible to regain.
Well, not impossible, but it may take decades. So
it may take decades, assuming it doesn't go under.
Yeah. Well, if it goes under, then probably another one will take its place. But then again, that's still decades. So no, you're not gonna hear about the might of Russian equipment until 2050. Let's put it this way. It's just not gonna happen. Because even if they manage to create something wonderful, let's say in 2035 or whatever, who's gonna trust it?
Yeah, who's gonna trust it? Because this is the reason why, for example, our APC factory at Moreni kind of got fucked, because even though technically they do make good APCs, the golden standard in the defense industry is, does your country use it? If no, well, we're not gonna buy it because your own country doesn't trust it, so they didn't buy it. No, they bought piranhas from the Swiss. That's a significant red flag. And when we're talking about what's gonna happen with Russia after this war, the fragmentation is surely on the table. It's just a question of in how many pieces it will fragment itself.
And how orderly or disorderly the process will be.
That as well.
And we should hope for a much more orderly process. Seriously, it's in the interest of everyone to be a very orderly process. A disorderly fall of Russia, that's bad news for everyone. First of all for Russian citizens, and then for everyone else. It's just a terrible situation all around.
It's a terrible situation, but what we've discussed, well, obviously off camera, some time ago, we were discussing about, well, if Russia fragments, what's going to happen with all the nukes? The Moscow actually did something about that. They located all the nukes in and around Moscow.
Really?
Yeah, apparently they did that in the past few weeks. They probably smelled something was going to happen.
I see. So someone in the Kremlin considered the situation. What if we're the next Yugoslavia? Okay, fair enough. That's a good decision, actually. I can't disagree. It's a good decision. Back to the front. It's going to be an interesting question, and the Russian military will have to find an answer to it. I don't think they will, but they're going to have to try, at the very least, to find an answer to it, namely supplies. Without Izium, without Kupiansk, and without all of the supply hubs north of the city of Kherson. So the last important hub in the northeast of Kherson, that will be New Sunday, Novovoskresenskoye, whatever, how is it in Ukrainian? New Sunday, that one fell yesterday. So now there's no supply. There's no way you can hold a defensive line on the north of Kherson. You can't. On the south, of course, there's still plenty of leeway for the Russian military. For now. Who knows, maybe by the time we upload this episode, maybe that won't be the case. But for now, there is. However, how you're going to hold up the line north of Kherson, which you should if you want to not be completely embarrassed by the end of the week. And how are you going to resupply all of the southern theater without you being noticed and now fully within the range of the long-range missiles that Ukraine has recently acquired or received or whatever? And that's a very difficult question, logistically speaking. As you keep on saying, big generals are known for tactics. Greatest generals are known for logistics.
Yep.
And that's the thing, that the logistics of the Russian military has continuously been for most of the war.
It started being fundamentally flawed, and the flaws became the absolute shit show that we see in Ukraine.
Now, don't get me wrong, they can still do a lot of damage, even as the shit show as they are. But then again, just like I remind our Western friends that the point of war is disabling the opponent's military, the same is true for Russians. Flattening a city is not a military victory. Being able to disable the opponent's military is a victory. Well, that doesn't seem to work that well. It definitely doesn't work as planned, as now admitted even by the Russian propagandists on the federal TV station in Russia itself. So there's that. And then it's going to be interesting how they solve this issue. And they're gonna have to try at the very least. Probably they won't solve it, but at least they will gonna have to try. It's gonna be in itself an aspect to watch. Other than that, well, you know, keep calm and keep on marching forward. Step on the Moscow. It's just is what it is. Definitely the Western press treated this moment a bit too enthusiastically. Understandably so, in a way, considering that the Western press is full of people who've never been in a military facility. I mean, we're in the times when the generation that never went to the army is now an influencer on things. And the generation that didn't have to work even a warehouse job or something, which those of us a bit older had to, you know, because otherwise you would starve. So, you know, there's that. This generation of journalists didn't. I mean, most of them are essentially laptop class, and they wouldn't know what real work looks like, even if you told them how it functions. So you know, that's probably why they treated it as enthusiastically as they did. The fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, the victory in the northern theater is only important insofar as the Ukrainian forces managed to hold on to Izium and Kupiansk. Everything else is a sideshow, essentially. Yeah, Izium and Kupiansk being important supply hubs, that's important. If they manage to keep those, then that's great. Everything else is just numbers for the press. Oh, they recovered 3,000 square kilometers. Okay, great. On the substance of things, things haven't changed that much on the front line for now. Nevertheless, if that lady from the central bank is correct, then it's going to be quite fun to watch the economics of Russia around Christmas.
Tumbling down worse than they did during the fall of the Soviet Union. That'll be fascinating to watch.
If she's right, then according to her own numbers, which they may be wrong, although I don't understand why would she give such terrible news in public, so you know. But you know, if she's right and their companies can't replace the Western suppliers that they lost, and they have to do it fast. That's another thing. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe in several years they could replace, but can they replace them in the next 2 months? And if not, and I suspect they won't.
Yeah, I suspect as well that they won't, because as we see Russia as it is today, well, the Chinese are exploiting them at the maximum possible, and they will definitely not risk trade relationships in order to somehow go around the sanctions imposed by Europe. Central Asia no longer cooperates with them.
Yes,
and of course, Middle East will definitely not want to jump into this, because there's barely any peace now in the past 2 years, and they don't want to start another diplomatic shit show.
Let me put it this way: the fucking Taliban supports Ukraine, so you know. Yeah, I guess Syria supports Russia because they don't really have a choice.
Yeah, but how are you gonna fly, for example, cargo planes on top of Turkey?
But who gives a shit, right? Iran supports Russia, but then again, who gives a shit? Russian buyers went to Iran to buy drones from Iran. That was announced with a great fanfare by Russian propaganda, and then the topic was just vanished from the headlines. And I'm like, hold on a second, what the hell happened there? So, you know, I went on the relevant forums, and it turns out that, yeah, they bought a few drones from Iran. The problem is they don't fly.
Well, the Iranians have shit gear. Who the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, they do fly, but they don't fly the distances required for them to be useful in the theater for the Russian army. So then there's that. And then they bought that huge pile of essentially scrap metal from North Korea. Mostly Soviet equipment. They bought that one. I guess Kim Jong-un was very happy to take their money. But then that's a separate question in and of itself. How much of that equipment, how much of that, mostly ammunition they bought from North Korea, how much of that is still stable? Can you actually bring it in one piece from northern Pyongyang to Belgorod?
For people who don't know, here is Russia, here is North Korea. They're gonna have to go all the way from that Vladivostok, another 9,000 kilometers
it's about,
by train.
It's almost 11,000 kilometers by train.
That's gonna take a long time.
It's not only it's gonna take a long time, but I'm wondering about the stability of it. What if it fucking blows up on its way? And that's a real possibility, because there is no such thing as being able to actually maintain that kind of ammunition for so many decades when you're North Korea and you can't really afford to keep the lights on. I mean, that just didn't happen. The state of that ammunition is probably even worse than the Kobasnat deposit in Transnistria. It's probably worse, the one in North Korea that they bought. So how are you going to bring it in stable condition all the way to Belgorod or to Kerch, to cross it through Crimea, whatever?
It won't be funny if that shit will blow up right on top of the Kerch Bridge.
On the bridge.
Oh, that would be...
That would be karma.
That would be the benchmark.
Yeah, that would be karma in being a huge bitch.
Yeah, but also you probably may know more about this, because several days ago I read an article that said that Russia will also buy some Soviet-era munitions, Stalinist-era munitions from Kyrgyzstan as well. Yeah,
the problem is that even if Kyrgyzstan sells their whole stockpile, that will be enough for 2 days, maybe 3.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe 5 days, but 5 days at Elanti. 2 days of serious offensive. Kyrgyzstan doesn't have a huge stockpile. It just doesn't. And again, how are you going to take it from Kyrgyzstan?
No point.
Because there's, I guess by cargo plane, that would be an option. It's kind of expensive, but
it's very expensive. Yeah.
But at least it's doable. But through railways, well, hold on a second. There is only one railway in Kyrgyzstan that goes through Uzbekistan and then through Kazakhstan and then all the way to Uralsk and then further north into Russia. Yeah, good luck convincing Kazakhstan to let you go in that shit through their territory. Considering that just 2 weeks ago, Kassym Tokayev, president of Kazakhstan, essentially suspended all weapons export to anyone for at least a year, as they're developing their own doctrine regarding arms exports. So I guess cargo plane will be the only option. Yeah, they will allow Russian planes to fly over Kazakhstan, but I don't think they will allow a train full of weapons. And even if they do, will Uzbekistan do it? I don't know. Speaking of Central Asia, as we're taping this, Comrade Xi Jinping is doing his first state visit since the onset of the pandemic. Xi Jinping actually stayed at home to save lives for 2 years and decided that he needs a quick trip abroad. And his quick trip abroad earlier today was in Astana, or Nur Sultan. It will soon be reverted to Astana. Nobody calls it Nur Sultan in Kazakhstan. So it was in Astana, the capital city of Kazakhstan. And then, right as we're taping now, the second half of the day is with him in Samarkand. Why is Xi Jinping doing his first visits after a long period of not going anywhere, afraid of getting the coup? Why is he in Astana and Samarkand? Well, for starters, these two countries have traditionally been Russia's backyard until they weren't. And now they have to balance somehow. I mean, both of them are eyeing commercial relationships with the West, increased commercial relationship. Kazakhstan, of course, has a head start because it was opened for much longer. Uzbekistan is only now opening, but Uzbekistan has something that the West, especially Europe, really needs, which is gas. China, on the other hand, wants other type of influence in the country. They don't really need their gas. They need Kazakhstan's coal. Not a problem. Kazakhstan can't export the amount that China needs. So, I guess they went to, I guess Xi Jinping went to Kassym Tokayev saying, can you please build that second railway faster so you can give me more coal, because I really need it. And besides, from Kazakh's point of view, it's a very good business to sell it to China, because China always pays on time in US dollars. and always orders untold amounts. They don't mess around. They really do buy a lot of
Bolshoi amounts.
Yes, yes. So, and it's a reliable customer. So, and of course, their neighbors, I mean, it's very difficult for Kazakhstan to say no, and there's no reason for them to say no. But right at this moment, as Kazakhstan suspended its arms export, and let's not forget, Kazakhstan manufactures a lot of weapons. And Kazakhstan makes components for amphibious equipment. Kazakhstan makes artillery equipment, some of it quite top tier. Now they've started making Bayraktar drones. There's a lot of weapons being manufactured in Kazakhstan, and most of them are war or could be compatible with the Russian military. And they stopped exporting anything to everyone. Ouch. So, Xi Jinping is essentially going there and saying, well, what can I do for you in exchange for you staying a little bit more in my backyard? And jokes aside, if you remember, the propaganda ran in January and February before the onset of the invasion. The propaganda ran that there's going to be a long-term alliance between Russia and China. How's that going on? Here we are 7-8 months later, and that propaganda started in January 22. We're in September 22. How's that going? Well, in the meantime, the CCP disconnected Russia from Union Pay, so I guess the financial alliance is on hold for. And also China is openly courting formerly Russia's backyard, namely Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Meanwhile, in Tajikistan, there were common NATO exercises in August 2022. So then there's that. Even the Secretary of Defense came to Dushanbe while I was in Samarkand, which is very close. I'm just saying. And also, probably after the next parliamentary elections, you will see an openly pro-US party getting into the Uzbek parliament. So you're going to see a more NATO presence in Uzbekistan as well. So, how's that whole Ruski Mir going on? How's the economic alliance with China? It seems to me that China is essentially not saying much, but essentially slowly fouling Putin's progress just because they can. It's almost as if history matters. It's not like there has ever been a friendly relationship between Moscow and Beijing.
Yeah, let's remember that when the former Russian Empire got access to Port Arthur, they didn't ask. They didn't ask the then Chinese government give them nicely. No, they send their military and then force the government to lease them the port. Here's another aspect that I want to cover related to the frontline discussion. Back when Ukraine finally got the HIMARS launchers, and they started using them intensely. This is connected with the discussion of why the fuck are the Russians buying from Kyrgyzstan and from North Korea munitions. The Russian military being extremely undisciplined and with a very rigid doctrine. The natural development of such a military was towards being more artillery-centric. And me being former artillery, I know very well what that means. I've seen a lot of fuck-ups in artillery, and I can recognize when something is going very wrong. So when the Ukrainians started using the HIMARS to the full extent of the possibilities to bombard exactly munitions depots, which were 80% just for artillery, because artillery consumes a lot. Especially when they're bombarding at the intensity the Russians do. When suddenly, and this was something that was seen on the maps in a few days. They were on the entire front line, so from the north all the way to the south and southwest. Only very few close to the front line. Suddenly all the bombardments were 4 times as large, and they hit a lot more further inland, behind enemy lines. That's when I thought, well, holy shit, these guys are actually gonna turn the war. because they just stopped Russian artillery out of all the munitions.
Yeah, because the main strength of the advancement of the Russian forces was the heavy artillery bombarded, the constant shelling in some portions of the front, like 24 hours non-stop or 48 hours non-stop. Yeah, but you have to have that supplied, and the deposit has to be in one piece. What if the deposit is in multiple pieces? Can that still work?
What if after that there's just a ginormous crater in the ground?
Yeah, which is exactly what happened. I guess that's why the Russians are so terrified of the HIMARS, because otherwise, the HIMARS isn't particularly spectacular. There's the other one that Pentagon is still reluctant to release to Ukraine, High Attack, I think it's called, that can hit all the way to 350, 400 kilometers.
Oh, the ATACMS missiles. No, the Ukrainians actually got them. They already have them for already, almost a month.
Well, I didn't...
They got those long-range missiles. Well, you got only one, but one well-praised missile could be worth a few hundreds. And with the new situation after they captured Izium, now they're exactly at the border of Kharkiv Oblast, where there's a river whose name I don't reckon. And what's exactly on the eastern side of the river? There's exactly the main railway, the main railway that connects the entire front line, including the south, with the munitions deposits from Belgorod. And now those munitions deposits are also about 30 kilometers away from the border of Ukraine. And those are also under the suspicion that they may be bombarded soon, which could be really painful, because I've seen the size of that, one of the deposits. I think it's in a town that whose name starts with T. But imagine you have about 6 ginormous warehouses built exactly in the months before the war began. So if that one blows up, well, it's gonna be spectacular. But then the Russians will really be fucked in that moment if the Ukrainians push past the river and manage to disable the railway. They are fucked.
Yeah, because up until now, oh god damn it! Up until now, they would essentially interrupt the railway in Belgorod. And then the Russians would reroute everything from
Rostov, maybe?
No. They would reroute. Hold on a second. Where the hell is Belgorod? Okay, so here's Kharkiv. Okay, so Belgorod. They would always bombard this track, which should be somewhere here. It is here, but just this map is imperfect. And then they would reroute everything from. Here is the node, and they would reroute it somewhere through here. So
yeah, exactly that rail line.
So and this one was always beyond reach for Ukraine. Well, now it isn't. So now it isn't. As for the river that you were mentioning. It's not a river, it's more like well, yeah, in English they're all rivers, so I guess it's a small water actually. But then again, now it's again muddy season. So that's another reason why the withdrawal by
see that one
this
right
one?
there, yeah.
Okay. Sversky Donets, but Sversky, yeah, this one is not exactly considered a river in Ukraine, but for the purposes of the front, it is a river. So yeah, but then now again, September and October, muddy season, just like February and March. And that's probably one of the reasons why the withdrawal of the Russian forces was so chaotic, because they couldn't get all the way to the bridge. The bridge was already taken much faster by Ukrainian forces, of course. So they would have to withdraw, essentially, the more shameful way. But in addition to being shameful display, it was also a lot of mud. So, you're going to have to abandon everything that is heavy. Because otherwise you're all going to get buried in mud. Like it happened in March, if you remember how long it took Russia to cross even small rivers for the exact same reason. What is to be expected from the winter? I mean, biggest selling point now from Russia is winter is coming. Okay, winter is coming. So, what exactly is happening from a war perspective?
Well, from a war perspective, it's gonna be most likely a standstill up until it will either be a gentle-ish winter, which we don't know so far, or if it's gonna be a harsh winter, then there is definitely gonna be a standstill. And
yeah, the propagandists from Russia, they say, well, winter is the best environment for the Russian army. Just look at Napoleon. And
yes, when the Russians are on the defensive, not on the offensive.
That's one aspect. Second aspect, you're not fighting Frenchmen from Côte d'Azur or Germans from Hamburg. No, you're fighting people who've been living on those lands for hundreds of years and who really know what a winter is. And their definition of winter is identical to the Russian definition of winter. So that kind of advantage is
nullified.
Well, not necessarily nullified, but definitely moderated by the type of the opponent that you're facing. Should we address the rumors about hasty withdrawals of some officials from Melitopol? Maybe not. There are some unconfirmed reports that further south, quite a bit behind enemy lines, there have been some chaotic moves that make absolutely no sense other than panic in Melitopol, which is quite further in the south from Dnieper River. And sure, while it is perfectly possible to see an entrance of Ukrainian forces into Melitopol before winter, it's definitely not within the range of possibilities tomorrow or next week. So that's why it kind of makes no sense. Now, why was that panic there? I have no idea, but the panic was real because the videos have been geolocated, and they're definitely from between 11 and 13th of September. So that happened. Oh, and by the way, we said this on the Romanian language podcast. We didn't have the time to get it to say here. Before I left to Central Asia, I said that something has to be done to prevent the organizing of sham referendums in Kherson Oblast in particular, because the Kremlin was under pressure. They either organize them in September or they're not going to organize them, period. And it was important to do something before October the 1st to prevent them at all costs from being organized. Even the Kremlin said, well, it's indefinitely postponed because definitely under the new conditions, it's kind of difficult. It's not conducive to democracy, even Russian democracy. So, in a way, the Kremlin now has the same rhetoric as the Democrat Party in the United States, namely that the opposition is a threat to democracy. Yeah. Oh yeah, there were elections in Russia. Who gives a shit? I loved it how many like to pretend that there was a contest there. Come on, it was the elections were even less fair than in 2018, and in 2018 were the most unfair elections in post-communist Russia. At least in 2018, everyone who wanted to run got a chance to run. And then, they applied the Stalinist principle. Doesn't matter who votes for who, it matters who counts the votes. This time around, the regime made sure nobody from the opposition actually got on the ballot to begin with. So there's that. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Is there anything else that we forgot to mention?
No, this is about it.
Yeah, that's kind of the appraisal on everything Russia. The backyard is kind of crumbling. The front yard is not doing well at all. And further into the invaded territory, oops, that's a boo-boo. The problem, and I've seen, maybe we should cover this too, since this is our last episode. The problem is with the whole discussion of the off-ramp. At this point, even if we want to give Putin an off-ramp, we can't.
No, I don't see any possible off-ramp.
I'm not saying whether we should, I'm saying whether it is possible. It would have been possible in March, but now...
No, I don't see any possibility of an off ramp because he bet all his chips on black, being this invasion. This invasion isn't going great, and yeah, if the situation gets desperate enough to the point that he may call for a state of war and general mobilization. But at that point, all bets really are off.
Speaking of general mobilization,
yeah, getting back to what Narejdin said in that video you put previously, even he started flirting with the idea because this is probably the last option that remains to save this entire campaign. But at the same time, it may save the front line ish. But it will create huge destabilization at a societal level in Russia itself, all across the board.
Not that it is too stable right now.
It's going to get even worse.
Speaking of general mobilization, logic dictates that yes, this is of course an option. And of course there's nothing de facto or legally stopping Putin from doing that, obviously. With the exception of the fact that, you said it's a special operation somewhere on the fringes. Why are you bothering the rest of us? Because that's another thing. The Kremlin knows that in the press, in the Western press, you've been told that the majority of the Russians support the war. True, but not in the way it is explained on Россия-1. It's more like 57%, and the vast majority of those 57% are averaging the age of deceased or close to deceased. In the key demographic that matters the most, that would be 18 to 36, the support varies from 10% to 34%, depends on the region. Well, with that kind of support in the key demographic, good luck with the general mobilization, what can I say? There may not be enough jails in Russia to arrest everyone who'll just say no. What you gonna do?
Yes,
more precisely.
So far, even appealing to the desperate groups of people who really have no other choice of surviving but joining the army, because at least they are guaranteed a bed and some food to eat. I'm thinking here, what, Tuva, Dagestan,
Buryatia,
places like that. Even appealing to those desperate people, it still hasn't worked that great. But shoving every male capable of handling a weapon into the military after the population already knows, because there've been plenty of stories. Russian has had mandatory military service. They never got rid of it after the fall of the Soviet Union. And for those who may not know how the mandatory year service works in Russia, oh boy. At least this should stop happening in Romania up until
in 2005, I think.
Up until 2005. But even then, in Romania, it was a circumstantial thing. In
Russia, it's policy.
In Russia, it's the policy and the norm. In your first 6 months of mandatory service, you get the absolute humiliation from everybody, including your peers, especially those who are considered the veterans, being everybody who survived past the 6-month mark. To do a lot of humiliating shit, and a lot of men are also physically and sexually abused. In the military. If you're lucky, you may be able to escape for about 2 to 3 months. If you get a pneumonia, for where you're going to sit in the hospital, but if you don't,
yes, tuberculosis is your savior. Totally unironic.
Exactly, and after you're past your 6 months level, you're going to start doing the same thing because you're that emotionally and psychologically demolished from all the abuse.
Yeah, the better side. I mean, not everyone goes through that, but those who don't, they end up building some boomer's dacha. I mean, I'm serious. They're used to conscripts are used to build the houses of various officers, or even quite outright rent out as slave labor. And again, this is the norm. just look at any video you want. There are some videos made by Russians in English on YouTube. I hope they haven't been taken down, where they talk about their experience. And just look at those that have a lot of views, because those tend to have a lot of comments. And you'll see all of the comments from various random Russians over the last 10 years. And you can even put a filter search, go before 2020, so it won't be biased by the emotions caused by the war. And you'll see. It's so common that only when some Russian speaks about it in English, there are others come in and say, well, I didn't even think about it, just how terrible it was. Yeah, you're right, it was fucking terrible.
It's either you're sent, so it's either you stay in the garrison and you do absolutely fucking nothing.
Oh yeah, that's the luxury condition.
Yeah, that's a luxury condition. You're either sent as slave labor to build some generous dacha, or there's a third option, agricultural work.
Yep.
This is where a lot of Romanians who did military service can empathize with.
Essentially kolkhoznik.
Yeah, exactly. Basically kolkhoz work.
Yep. And now that we're on the corruption in the Russian military, there was also a recent report that the Kremlin allotted quite decent amounts of money to be used in various intelligence operations in Ukraine and bribery of officials and whatnot. Well, the Russian military officials essentially pocketed the money, bribed nobody, and reported back to the Central Command that they helped their brothers in arms in Ukraine who were fighting for the Russian cause. That was again before the onset of the war, which could explain why a portion of the Russian command seriously thought that Ukraine was just going to surrender and roll over for a Russian dick in the ass. Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but unfortunately it sounds very plausible. I mean, it does sound plausible. The amount of corruption in the Russian military is to such levels that it does sound plausible. That's not to say the Ukrainian military doesn't have its own corruption. Of course they do. But nevertheless, they may pocket 50%, not 100%. So, there's that. Because there have been reports about certain weapons transports gone missing and whatnot. Now, to be fair, some of those reported gone missing, now we got to see them in Kharkiv, so they weren't exactly missing. They were being prepared for this particular counter-offensive. But yeah, some of them have gone missing. Yeah, welcome to war. War is a chaotic thing. And the worst of human nature comes out during wartime. Sometimes also the best, but mostly the worst. I mean, let's face it, it's mostly the worst of human nature comes out in war. And the main characteristic of war is chaos. This way of looking at things, especially the Institute for the Study of War and all of the other sources that the Western media is using to report on the war in Ukraine. And that's not to say that their reporting is necessarily wrong. What I'm saying is that it's lacking some perspective. The perspective being that, they struck on this front and then they took this place. And okay, yeah, broadly speaking, that's what happened. But how it happened, it was not as orderly as it's drawn on the map. It's usually a lot more chaotic.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
So yeah. All right. Then I guess that will be pretty much it on Russia. There's not much else to be said right now. I guess good luck to Ukraine, and hopefully, as time goes on, more of the weapons transports that have been deadlocked through bureaucracy, they get unlocked and slowly shipped where they're needed. Because now with all of the ammunition depots blown up, and with demoralization setting in, more weapons that could make a difference. Oh yeah, one more thing about mobilization. So I said about the fact that the key demographic doesn't support it. But piss them off, the rest of them. You can't arrest them all. You can't. Again, logistics is a bitch. Arresting 10 million people turns out to be quite a challenge, even for Rosgvardia. Okay? Piss them off, and then there'll be dragons. Sure, they might do nothing. They might just leave the country and just leave you to be the king of nothing, Tavares Putin. That's a possibility. I mean, it's not necessarily a guarantee that they would rise up violently against the regime. There is no guarantee that that can happen, although it could. But, you know, piss them off and you're going to fuck things up more, because if they leave, that's still a problem for the regime. Or if they start triggering random acts of violence, you know, pissed off young men with weapons tend to be a very difficult to control force, especially if they're there against their will. So imagine them, already pissed off and slowly being conscripted and not really wanting to do anything. And they get approached by someone who has gotten a lot of funds lately, namely a Buryat separatist or a Chechen separatist, and say, hey, want to make some extra shekel? We're going to go shoot Kadyrov today. Huh? And, you know, it's funny when you put it this way, but that's very likely how things are going to go down. Because that's really how things go down. That's how they've gone down in Yugoslavia. A lot of people who really didn't want to be there were forced to be there. And that's how places like Montenegro emerged on the map. I'm just saying. And again, with Montenegro, the effects were seen years after the end of the war. So it appeared that it had worked, but then, you know, several years later, those same men ended up in politics. And you know what? I remember something nasty from back in my days when I had the uniform that said Belgrade on it. You know, fuck those people. No. We're going to put a border here, and we're the other people. All of these things are entirely possible. And, but then again, that's the best case scenario. And I really do hope of the best case scenario. I mean, if it ends up with Russia being disembodied, hopefully it's a little bit more orderly. Because otherwise, well, we're going to be in this mess for many years. You know, if the war ends, let's say, next year, and it doesn't end favorably for Russia, then it will have its own war. Now, it can be a diplomatic one, namely with negotiations and, you know, controlled demolition of the regime, or it can be a bloody one. Russia has seen this movie before. It wouldn't be something very special for them, but of course it will be very special for the current generations who don't really like to read history and haven't coughed in Cyrillic in the past and don't know where to look. And of course the Western media is going to be hysterical about it. All right. Another break. The distorted reality weapon. The distorted reality is a melodic black metal band from Tashkent, Uzbekistan, just a few hundred kilometers north from where Comrade Xi Jinping is when we're taping this. All right, so let's listen to Weapon, and then we'll be back with, well, the rest of Europe, I guess. Alright, we're back. You've listened to black metal from Toshkent. Alright, Europa continuation. The Economist. Corruption in Europe's health services is surprisingly common. European healthcare is in a sickly state. In Britain, more than 6.5 million people are on waiting lists for treatment, up by more than 50% since 2019. Patients in Spain wait an average of 123 days for an operation, the most in 18 years. The pandemic bears most of the blame. I'm sorry, objection, Your Honor. The government's response to the pandemic bears most of the blame. Not the pandemic. This fluffy cough did not write health orders. This fluffy cough did not shut down hospitals. This fluffy cough didn't do any of that. Disruption to essential treatments created backlogs and strained services. Yes, disruptions created by the regime. But even before COVID-19, healthcare in Europe was in trouble. Now that is true. Waiting lists had been creeping higher across much of the continent. It should perhaps be no surprise that a study published on September the 6th by researchers at Imperial College find that patients are being asked to grease their practitioners' palms to secure treatment. The study by Giulia Dallera and her colleagues used surveys carried out in 2013, 17 and 19 by Eurobarometer, the EU's polling organization. Each survey asked more than 27,000 people from 28 EU countries before Britain left the bloc whether they had been asked to make unofficial payments or give valuable gifts to nurses, doctors or hospitals to secure treatment in the past year. In the most current survey, almost 4% of Europeans who used such services reported that they were asked to make an informal payment. This represented an increase of around 14% since 2013, despite public perceptions that corruption in healthcare is becoming less common. Eastern Europe has had the highest prevalence of bribes. 5.5% of the population was asked to make an informal payment in 2019, but the situation there is improving. Requests for such payments have fallen by around 8% since 2013, with the biggest drops coming from Lithuania, Romania and Slovakia. The more worrying trend is further west. The surveys show that Western Europe is seeing the largest increase in bribery, with every country except Germany reporting an increase between 2013 and 2019. Respondents in the West were 1.5 percentage points more likely to have been asked for an unofficial payment by medical professionals than those in Southern Europe, where the figure stands at 2.5%. Austria had the highest bribery rate of any European country in 2019. More than 1 person in 9 was pressured by healthcare professionals. Belgium, Germany and Luxembourg all had the rates above 5%. The cause is still unclear. Bribes are often a symptom of poor governance in healthcare systems, where doctors lack adequate supervision and oversight. Previous studies have shown that such mismanagement brings medical as well as moral risks. Patients may be likelier to develop chronic diseases and resistance to antibiotics, and added pressure from COVID could make the already grim situation much worse. I know it's true. I've been making these points for more than 5 years, especially on the Romanian language podcast, when I said, look, healthcare in Romania is pretty terrible. The one in the West is far worse. Finally, thank you, The Economist. You're all living in Eastern Europe. I told you. You're all living in Eastern Europe. And in fact, we're increasingly less living in Eastern Europe here in Eastern Europe. While everyone else is living more in Eastern Europe. Yeah, bribes in hospitals.
Yeah, who would have expected?
Of course they're going to happen. Again, this measures people who've been asked to give a bribe over the previous year or previous whatever. The phenomenon is much bigger than 5% in all countries of Europe. There are several reasons for that, not very many of them having to do much with poor governance. That would have been an excuse 30, 40 years ago. Today, not so much. The more likely situation is, well, first of all, it's publicly owned, therefore is free. And, well, in case you haven't noticed, there's a shortage of doctors and nurses. So, you know, if you want to be prioritized, better give shekels. Well, you could give shekels the legal way by going to a private hospital, but if it's available. Yeah, there you go. If you live in a country that doesn't permit them, United Kingdom, then there's not many options. Well, other than bribery. And slowly, Western Europeans are learning what we've known for our entire lifetimes in Eastern Europe, namely that when you need something, there's going to be someone willing to do it if you pay for it. legality be damned, I matter more than your piece of paper that says it's a law. Okay? That's how we function the entirety of our lifetimes. And we'll continue to function this way whenever needed. Again, when it's not needed, that's why bribes are dropping in Eastern Europe as of late, because they're not needed. But if they'll be needed again, bribes will go just back up from where we left them off 10 years ago. Just like it happened during the so-called pandemic. The doctors made a lot of money with the pandemic, both officially, but especially unofficially. Do you really think 41% of Romanians took the myocarditis-inducing experimental gene therapy clot shot? No, of course not. Of course not. Just like in Uzbekistan. In Uzbekistan, officially, 82% of the people got the shot. I never met anyone who got the shot. Ever. They were like, yeah, it was about $50. Yeah, we all got it. That's it. That's it. Same thing in Eastern Europe. Do you think anyone, I mean, in Eastern Europe, I don't think it was more than 10% of the population that actually took the shot. I don't care what the official statistics say. 10%, maybe 15%. Maybe slightly higher in the places where Sinopharm was available, because Sinopharm is literally useless. It does nothing good, but it also does nothing bad. So I guess in those places...
The only country where Sinopharm was available was Hungary.
And Serbia.
But Serbia is not part of the EU. So it's not counted in the statistic.
Okay, fair enough.
So yeah, that's about it, just Hungary.
Yeah, that's about it, yeah. It was also available in Moldova and Ukraine and Switzerland, and I think Austria too. Although I'm not sure about Austria. No, Austria only recognized it.
It recognized it, but it didn't offer it.
They didn't offer it, yeah, but Switzerland did. Switzerland did offer it.
Well, Switzerland doesn't give a shit about what the EU thinks.
Yeah,
it's not that much clear.
That's true. But essentially, you're all living in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, but it's funny how they exactly evaded giving Germany as an example. Well, why did they not give? Why did they not say anything about Germany? Because the Germany's system, why does it work? Is because the entire system is decentralized.
It's modular, yes.
Yeah, it's at the Bundesland level, where compared to the other countries, which, as far as I know, all of them operate on a centralized system.
Yeah, everyone except Germany.
Including the UK.
I guess Spain is also a bit more granular. But that's pretty much it. Everyone else
is granular, but still Madrid has still a lot of say in
in
the management of hospitals.
Considering how many things are decentralized in Spain, I wouldn't be surprised if healthcare was surprised, because the healthcare COVID-19 policy was always decentralized. So I'm thinking that maybe even the healthcare could be decentralized, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't checked fully. But Germany is the only one that is functionally decentralized. And that kind of helped a little bit. But even there, they're maintaining a constant 5% bribery rate. And I want to see this statistic now in the post-COVID-19 era, because I'm pretty sure everyone has seen increases in bribery. It's unavoidable. I mean, in Germany, the official statistic at some point said that half of the COVID-19 certificates are false. Half. Now, of course, it was half of all certificates, so that included those for testing. So it could be that, but still, how do you get that? Well, bribe someone, of course. And it wasn't just East Germany, because they usually, the excuse when you uncover corruption in Germany, say, well, it's East Germany. No. It was uniform across all Bundesland. Why? Because, well, when you condition fundamental aspects of my life of a medical paper, I'm going to buy the doctor. It's very easy, and it's done. It's always been done. The reason Germany recorded some significant decrease in bribery in the healthcare was when they abolished mandatory conscription. And before that, they would buy the doctor to give you exemptions if you didn't want to serve. So when that went out of the window, so did the bribes, because they weren't needed. Oh no, I can't go and drink a beer and watch the match with my friends because I don't have the right papieren from the doctor. Okay, which doctor? How much does it cost? There you go. There you go, I have my papieren now. Bulgarian doctors made a truckload of money from Greek citizens.
I still remember, what was it, 400 euros per each person coming from Greece? To the point that the Greek themselves said that they're no longer going to recognize
all Bulgarian
certificates.
but you did so. We were in Sofia, then there was an announcement, 350 euros for a 2 Pfizer certificate. And 1 day waiting period. Now there you go. Official display. I mean, we didn't videotape it because, you know, we supported the idea behind it, so therefore we're not going to expose it. But it was very open about it. There you go. Now, is that unethical? Yes. So, it wouldn't be the first or the last unethical thing that doctors do. I mean, if anything, it's the least unethical thing that doctors do, because
it is. Well, if we are to discuss about ethics, then how ethical is it to lock down an entire country for months on end because of cough? There you go, you lost the argument.
Taking bribes may be unethical, and it is also corrosive, sure. But it's the least unethical things that doctors have been doing over the last decade, not just throughout the pandemic, even before that. Considering that medical errors, that is to say, doctors killing people, is the third or the second or the fourth leading cause of death, depends on which country in Europe you're looking at. Now, I would call that serious breach of ethics. Methinks. But you know, I'm an extremist. Taking a few bribes here and there to prioritize, yeah, that's bad, but is it really that bad? That's why I'm so skeptical of any anti-corruption initiative, because corruption is usually a symptom. And the symptom comes from entrenched problems, sometimes directly with the people involved, sometimes with the system involved, sometimes with both. In the case of doctors, is both. You know, doctors as people are terrible people, generally speaking, a bunch of liars and a bunch of criminals. And the system they're part of is an illegitimate one too. So, you know, when you have a bunch of criminals in an illegitimate system, the fuck do you expect, mate? Really? And especially if that illegitimate system is not entirely recognized by the populace as being an illegitimate system. That makes things a lot worse. Now, thankfully, COVID-19 solved a lot of that. A lot more people today believe, as I do, that the medical system itself, the medical profession, is illegitimate. But, you know, that was a very rare position before 2019. So, you know, those numbers that The Economist is showing, they present a picture from better times. I'm looking forward for the next set of surveys. So, it was 2013, 2017, 2019. Maybe they have one for 2022. Now, that would be nice. I suppose that those won't get published. Because that's what usually the Европейский Союз does. Whenever things look very bad, they delay they eventually do publish them, but they delay the publication as much as possible, and then they publish it without announcing it. So if you don't know the exact link where to look, you're not going to find them.
Yeah, and there's also this argument to be made, because at least in the case of Eastern Europe, there was some argument to be made in the fact that doctors for a good while were underpaid significantly.
Oh, that was 20 years ago.
Yes, this was 20 years ago. But you cannot make this argument in the case of Western Europe. I know for a fact that a nurse, not a doctor, let alone a specialist, gets even one, because what was it? I think a year ago, the NHS came to Romania in order to recruit nurses and doctors for their own system, basically poaching. That's what they did. And just for a nurse, after I talked with someone, they said that even if you don't know any English, you're gonna get paid per person. So imagine being a couple. So just a single person gets paid £8,000 a month.
Oh, that's...
Who the fuck makes barely anybody makes £8,000 a month, and that's being a nurse. If you're a specialist doctor, you can be looking at anywhere upwards of £11,000 a month.
Before taxes.
Before taxes, yeah, before taxes. But even after taxes, you're still
left with 5.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, that's quite attractive. What's even more interesting is the left being so willing to force poor people to make sacrifices for these rich people. Stay indoor, destroy your socioeconomic life that was making you £1,000 a month to save the poor heroes that make £8,000 a month. Now, isn't that immoral? Well, of course it is. Leftism is immoral inherently. But seriously. So yeah, bribes. And this trend showing an increase in Western Europe taking bribes, Western European doctors taking bribes, permanently demolishes the argument of, they're being underpaid. Not that they're being underpaid in Romania either. I mean, there are some Bundesländer in Germany where doctors make fewer money than they make in Romania. So, they're not underpaid here either. No, the rise and fall of bribes in the medical profession depend on the ethics of doctors, which are usually crap because they're unethical
Horrendous.
people. Yeah, very rare. It's rare to find ethical doctors. That's why I don't even look for them. I just assume they're all unethical and illegitimate, because 98% of the time they are. And they depend on other circumstances that are usually systemic. Does a country permit the opening of private hospitals or not? If they do, then the bribes are going to go downwards, trend downwards, because, well, the bribes are now no longer bribes. They're, official fee. You get a receipt for the services you paid for.
Yeah, it's called private insurance.
Not necessarily private insurance. I mean, there's cash only.
That as well. Yeah.
So there's that. If those private hospitals, how liberalized are they? Do they permit cashing in quote-unquote public insurance or not? If they do, then the bribes go down even further, because there is no reason for the doctor to charge more bribe or more for the services, because he can essentially load in the public bill and get his money from there. So the bribes go trend downwards, and so on and so forth. I remember the time you weren't even born, when you would have to pay a bribe to go to a dentist in Romania, just to go see a dentist. Because there were too few of them. It was state managed, and it was complicated. And especially immediately after 1990, when a lot of crap products flooded the market, and also a lot of people who couldn't even begin to dream going to a dentist in communism now wanted to go there, and it created an over-demand over a very limited supply. And one of the very smart decisions made then, that is still in place today, is the state came out and said, we have no idea how to manage this, therefore we're not going to manage it. It's your problem. Good luck.
Yeah, and in a very short time, suddenly the issue with
in less than 2 years, the very concept of waiting for a dentist disappeared.
And in 5 years there were already enough dentists for the rest of the population, and in 10 already foreigners started coming in order to do dentistry work here, sometimes at 10 times lower the price, especially when we compare with the UK.
Yeah,
funny story about dentists.
There's a lot of medical tourism from UK here.
Yeah, but funny story about dentists. I talked after this summer with a British guy that came 2 years ago. He finally found out about the fact that dentistry is more performant and much cheaper than it is in the UK, and we had having something done to his back teeth. But he had a mercury filling done in 2018, and the dentist that he went to, he was absolutely astonished seeing mercury fillings still in this decade, and
those were already rare in the 90s.
Yeah, and then this guy answered, well, why are you so surprised? Well, he said, well, Romania hasn't been doing mercury fillings for at least 25 years.
Officially, they're still not banned, but good luck finding anyone doing
that. Yeah, because there are much more performant fillings and more permanent and less dangerous.
Especially less dangerous, god damn it. You want to lower the bribes, you gotta have to liberalize the market. And yes, you also have to recognize that there is such thing as terrible doctors, and there is such thing as illegitimate authority in the healthcare. Most authority in healthcare is illegitimate, by the way. Most. And that there is such thing as not everyone needs health insurance. Not everyone needs to pay a bajillion dollars just to keep afloat a system. Oh, but it helps the poor. Does it? The poor in this country go to private hospitals more often than the middle class. I'm just saying. Why? Because, the poor actually don't go, they're not hypochondriacs because they have more pressing concerns. So when in the rare moments that they need medical help, medical attention is whether mandatory checkups or, giving birth and things like that, and they pay those out of pocket and fuck off y'all. In fact, Romania was one of those countries where the poor could not be convinced to give a shit about the COVID-19. They just could not be convinced. They're, yeah, fine, you're gonna fine me. Okay, so who's gonna pay for it? We own nothing. Good luck. So, those people ignored it the most. Followed, of course, by people like me who intentionally don't exist. So,
But that's probably the thing why there is so much systemic inertia against not even privatizing, but at least liberalizing healthcare, because we can say it even to this day, and we had for quite some time private healthcare here with very competitive insurance prices. Even the best insurance you can get costs 100 euros a month,
something like that,
at Regina Maria. But if you look at, for example, take your average IT worker in Cluj, he pays just all those 10% tax to healthcare. He pays several hundreds of euros for a system that he'll never use, because though they aren't dumb either, they're gonna go use their private insurance because fuck the state.
Well, at the very least, in the private healthcare setting, you get what you pay for,
and that's probably why the NHS in particular, and also other state institutions, fear that the most, because the people are going to find out
that they've been paying way too much for what they get.
Yeah, they pay way too much. They're waiting way too long, and the quality of healthcare itself is so much worse than even the worst equivalent in the private sector.
What I always found fascinating, and that's probably going to take me years until I'll be able to understand, if I'll be able to understand, is how much reverence are Western Europeans, especially continental Western Europeans, are willing to give to this illegitimate practice, namely the medical profession, considering how terrible they are treated by their doctors. I mean, 183 days average waiting for a surgery. Sorry, 123. That's in Spain. 123. I'm sorry, what?
And there are worse cases. This is just an average.
Yeah, no. in Italy, the average was 150 before the pandemic. Now it's 168. Right? I'm sorry, what? I mean, in Romania, it's considered unacceptable anything that is bigger than 20 days. Rare. I mean, whenever someone had to wait for 2 months, that person's case is the discussion at the kitchen table in 100 or 200 families. Oh, that guy had to wait 2 months. What the hell? That's weird. And we still despise our doctors because they're not fast enough and they're quite unethical. Westerners have to learn to demand better for their shekel. I chastise my fellow citizens because they don't demand enough. But goodness me, Western Europeans are willing to tolerate so much more crap. Why? Why do people tolerate that? Serious question. Why? Amazing. All right, BBC, Death of Queen Elizabeth II, the moment the history stops. It's a very long article. I'm definitely not going to read it. Someone from our group is gonna attend the funeral.
Well, I'm also going to go, because it's not like I don't trust that guy to do something, but at least I know how to navigate around London, and I can be there early enough.
When is the funeral taking?
It's apparently gonna be on Monday, starting at 11.
Oh, okay.
But I'll be in London at 7 because there'll be a lot of people, and I really want to get footage of when she's gonna be carried from Westminster Hall to the Abbey on that gun carriage.
All right, so even better. And you're also going to the coronation next year, obviously, which is probably going to be in March.
Most likely, yeah.
March or whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely going to send you footage for.
But
whenever you got time to put it.
To be fair, I have to say the death of Queen Elizabeth has been given disproportionate amount of coverage. Of course, the BBC, well, it's Her Majesty's broadcast system, so obviously the BBC has by charter, it has a duty to talk about this incessantly. But everyone else, goodness me.
Yeah, I found it very surprising how much the Americans cared.
Well, I understand why, in the case of the Americans. What I don't understand is how many on the continent of Europe dedicated so much space for this topic. I can understand with the Americans. There's still a large population that still somewhat identifies with England in the sense of as their roots. And also, you know, Queen Elizabeth was a smiley face, was a cute figure. Didn't piss off the Americans in any way, so, you know.
Yeah, that's true. But on the continent, it's most likely the news are as interference in order to avoid talking about things like the ever increasing cost of gas and electricity and the upcoming bills, which are going to be disproportionately big.
Although, again, nowhere near as big as the panic porn says, but yeah.
But we've already heard in Germany that they started getting pretty expensive, and we're not even in the winter time yet.
Good.
Oh yeah, when it comes to Germans, yeah, but there are also other issues which are country dependent. Well, the Belgians are dumb as usual. The French are also in their own panic mode because they didn't do a lot of investment in their nuclear grid, and a lot of reactors are getting pretty old.
Yeah,
and they had this genius decision in order to shut down half of the reactors.
Yeah,
the summer.
They scheduled so many maintenances at the same time because potato, when they could have do one at a time, and it would have been the same result, but. But still better than Germany, which is permanently shutting down 3 other power plants.
Three other nuclear power plants, while turning on simultaneously coal power plants.
Clean, beautiful coal. You laughed at Trump when Trump was trying to warn you in 2018 about Germany's excessive dependence and reliance on Russian gas and insufficient investment in nuclear. I still remember, especially my friend Miguel Berger, at that time Secretary of State in Germany, because he was representing Germany at the UN with 2 other diplomats. They were laughing out loud. This buffoon, what a fool. Well, I guess now Miguel Berger is no longer in the government, so, you know.
Yeah, and also still sticking to the Germany topic. I remember that a few months ago we discussed about the potential contract that the Germans were gonna sign with Qatar in order to get their natural gas needs as much as it was, and as I remember very clearly, Olaf Scholz was very pissed off that he had to sign an exclusivity contract with Qatar for the next 20 years. Well, guess what happened in the past 2 weeks? They had to sign an exclusivity deal with the US in order to get LNG.
Yeah, but that was, well, decision making from Germany. As for the Queen, I have to admit I don't really care about this topic. She was 96. I've seen all sorts of crap immediately after her death. All of the loonies, as I was saying in the Romanian language podcast, whenever something like this happened, like, you know, more internationally known and especially an internationally respected-ish figure dies, you see both the tankies on the left and the tankies on the right crawl out of the woodwork and start being stupid in public simultaneously, and, you know, all the rest of us normal people be like, oh, here we go again. So, you know, I'm not a monarchist, I'm not a royalist, I don't give a shit about the Queen. But damn, seeing the tankies, I'm like, you know what? Come on! What did the old lady did to you all to be so stupid in public? Well, show me on the dole where Queen Elizabeth hurt you. I mean, really. Some examples, I guess I should provide. There was the New York Times. I don't think the ink on the death certificate was still dry and definitely the body was still warm when the New York Times, a former newspaper, immediately rushed in to publish an article from some Harvard idiot on colonialism and white supremacy and the Queen, and you fucking morons. The colonialism had not been a thing when she came out on the throne, and she climbed up on the throne when she had a coronation. It's just not a thing.
Yeah, the empire was already starting to crumble in...
the empire was legally dissolved for 26 years when she was crowned.
Yeah, it was...
She ascended to the throne in 1952. The empire dissolved in 1926. That's the end of the argument. Everything else is just Harvard bullshit. Okay. So that was the tankies on the left. The tankies on the right be like, oh, but we didn't get the cause of death, but this was so sudden, and maybe there's something there. And 96-year-old people die suddenly. That's the business of old people, dying. It just happens. And especially after the age of 90, the idea that you may die tomorrow is something that, if you're 90, should be considering. Because it happens. Always. No exceptions. Death and taxes are kind of inescapable. Although for monarchs, taxes are inescapable. Are escapable, but death isn't. We all die. And especially if after the age of 90, well, yeah. You're gonna die. There's no conspiracy there. And the conspiracy would have been if she would still live up to the age of 120. Now that would be something, okay, how the hell did you do that? But you know, dying at 96, considering the current circumstances of our world, is within acceptable norms. Same thing with Gorbachev, right? Gorbachev was what, 92? Okay, it happens. Kissinger will die very suddenly and quite soon. Because that's what happens after the age of 90. There's nothing there. And then, of course, there were the tankies who went at the Balmoral, I think.
Balmoral, yeah.
Yeah, were the tankies that went there with, fuck the monarchy and all sorts of...
Oh, yes.
Oh, here we go again. And that's the problem there, because...
The Republican lunatics.
Yeah, but the problem is that the police treated them disproportionately. So, while I despise those kinds of tankies, they still should, at least in a free country, Britain not being exactly a free country, but in a free country, they should have the right to be stupid in public. So, the police treated them disproportionately. One of them will probably go, they probably won't go to jail, but is, charged with the jailable offense, and the Free Speech Union is bankrolling their cases, defending them. I hope they succeed in defending them.
Yeah, it was inevitable for obviously Republican tankies to appear, but while there were what was it? There were just in the UK about 4 incidents happening in 4 separate cities. What struck me when I started reading those articles is that, wait, hold on a second, they're just now talking about free speech, and that's when I realized that hold on a second, this is not an issue about free speech. This is an issue about some donkeys in the press room also trying to push a Republican rhetoric when it comes to the UK.
For sure.
It reeked too much. It glowed too much in the dark.
Of course it glows in the dark. I'm not disputing that. With that said, again, I stand for the right of Republican tankies, Republican in the UK sense. Although for the American Republican tankies too, I stand for their right to be stupid in public. As for their lack of consistency in the British press corps, is that a surprise?
But it wasn't just the Brits who wrote about it, but it was also Reuters which wrote about it, and also the Australians wrote about it, and the New Zealanders.
Yeah, to be fair.
So exactly the prime Republican culprits.
To be fair, Reuters also wrote about free speech issues during COP19 in Britain, so at least they're consistent.
At least they're consistent, but the Australians?
Oh, the Australians, of course not. I mean, the Australian being a COVID jail for 2 years. with some of the grossest human rights abuses outside of the People's Republic of China. Now, you don't get to lecture anyone on free speech. Sorry, mate. You raided people's homes because they were live broadcasting on Facebook from their houses about how the lockdown is bullshit. You don't get to lecture anyone on free speech.
And New Zealand being COVID Alcatraz.
Yes, yes.
Nothing goes in on the world.
Yeah, no, you don't have a leg to stand on. At least the Free Speech Union in Britain does have a leg to stand on. They also defended the COVID crowd. In fact, the Free Speech Union was founded by the crowd that opposed government-sponsored medical disinformation, because that's really what it is. Almost all of the COVID guidance was government-sponsored disinformation. Let's get that out of the way. But I guess so many people care about this issue is because, she ruled 70 years, which is quite impressive. And she managed not to piss off too many people. I mean, even the amount of tankies showing up is very low. So that means that very few people were actually holding a grudge against the Queen. And also, I guess symbolically, she was a symbol of stability.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to say, is that while indeed for the rest of the world it mattered a bit too much, for the Anglosphere she did matter, because she was exactly a symbol of stability, and particularly for Britain as well. A lot of things have changed since she came on the throne, with that Labour Republican government, with the war in the Falklands, with all the labor union revolts that happened in the 70s.
Getting into the EU, getting out of the EU.
Yeah, those as well. And that's the thing that kind of offered a lot of stability from a political point of view when it comes to Britain. The fact that she was still the only thing that remained constant in an ever-changing political climate.
Yeah, because I was looking this morning before you arrived at the highlights of a match from the World Cup in 1966, when the World Cup was held in England. And at the end, I think it was either the big final or the third place match. And at the end of the match, Queen Elizabeth was giving out the trophies, and the first comment was like, "The Queen Elizabeth is like a time traveler; it appears everywhere." Basically, people aged 90 today may remember a time when they were also adults and the Queen wasn't there. Almost everyone alive today in Britain has lived their entire lives as subjects of Her Majesty, which of course over time it became more like a symbolic issue than a serious one. The monarch today doesn't boss people around as they used to, but they still hold a lot of influence, just not as visible and definitely not as big as in the past. So yeah, I'm looking forward for the footage soon. I don't have the time necessarily. It wouldn't be terribly expensive for me to go to the funeral, but it's just I don't have the time. I have to be somewhere else just 2 days after the funeral, and where I'm going, flights aren't going. So it would be quite impossible to get from Britain to where I need to be 2 days later. It's just physically impossible, and that's a trip that I had it scheduled since May. So, nah. But I'm hoping that I'll be able to attend Putin's funeral.
My current situation being considered, at least with this SOFA report, I also have to turn into a missionary and bring the message of the SOFA on the island as well.
Yeah, well,
who knows?
We're gonna give you a big mantle with a sofa drawn on it. Just go with a big candle. I'm going to bring the sofa light. All right, sticking around in Britain, because at the end of the day, Britain is still a honk country. Telegraph sexual harassment includes sitting in rooms with more male officers than women, says the police chief.
Who's a woman as well.
Female police officers can suffer sexual harassment simply by being in a room with the majority of their male colleagues, a leading police chief has claimed. Deputy Chief Constable Maggie Blythe, the officer in charge of tackling violence against women and girls, said sexism remained a major problem within many forces as well as wider society. Speaking on BBC Breakfast, Ms. Blythe, who was appointed to a national role in the wake of the murder of Sarah Everand, said all female officers would have been subject to some form of sexual harassment during their careers. Asked if she had been subjected to sexist behavior while serving in the police, she replied, "I think any woman in any profession will say they've experienced so no." All right? I mean, you were asked a simple yes or no question. But I've been massively supported in my role, so no. I wouldn't be doing the job I'm in if I didn't believe in policing. So no. Why don't you just say no? As to describe what incidents she has witnessed, this is not about me, but I think sexual... So you haven't witnessed anyone. Okay. Mrs. Blythe was speaking a year on from her appointment and said while significant strides have been made in tackling violence against women and girls, it was important to remember that the woman was killed by a man every 3 days in the UK, which is false. She said that domestic abuse continued to make up 18% of all recorded crime in England, considering the way England records IPV. I'm not surprised, but you know, it's kind of like the COVID cases. Mrs. Blythe acknowledged there remained much to do to drive down violence against women and girls, but said things have improved, and she urged Suella Braverman, the new Home Secretary, to continue the work, blah, blah, blah. I have a solution. Kick out all of the females from the police force. There you go. All sexual harassment solved. There can be no sexual harassment if there are no women in the police force.
Yeah, and it's also disingenuous to lower down exactly the barrier of what's considered sexual harassment, like this absolutely idiotic example. Well, if you're a female and you're in a room with more male colleagues than female colleagues, oh, that's sexual harassment. Oh, really? In what universe does that make even the remotest kind of sense?
It makes sense in the British universe. I mean, this is not the first honk coming from the British police, especially Metropolitan. Usually it was Metropolitan Police, London that is, but now it's national roles as well. I've been tracking these things for 14 years now, and they've gotten progressively worse. The only way to change this will have to be a long march through institutions. I mean, the very idea of having a separate person in charge for violence against women and girls is stupid. First of all, because it's not an issue. I mean, the very idea that this is a separate issue deserving of separate attention is retarded. The vast majority of victims of violence are men. The vast majority. Always. No exceptions. So violence against women and girls is a very rare phenomenon. Murder of women and girls is even a rarer phenomenon. It's not that it doesn't happen. It's very rare. It's so rare that it can be integrated into general policing. You don't need a special division for that. It's not. I mean, if you were to have, I don't know, let's say you have a certain ethnic minority that comprises 15% of the population, but is 50% of the victims of murder. Now that would require special attention because it's clearly something is going on with that ethnic minority in some way, shape or form, whether they're more likely to be victims because of whatever they're attracting in some way, or because they're particularly reviled by other groups or whatever, I don't know. But you know, that deserves special attention. But when a group, women and girls, that's 50% of the population, is 10% or less of victims of violence and 3 to 5% of victims of murder, I'm sorry, that doesn't deserve special attention.
Yeah, this is a leftist measure for brownie points, in order to show that they're inclusive and shit.
Mostly in shit.
Yeah, but where it matters, for example, let's remember some ethnically minority groups who happen
to be in Rotherham.
May have been in Rotherham and in other towns, who sexually molested and even sold into prostitution a lot of
white
girls. Well, suddenly, where's the task force for that?
It was funny that when that hula baloo broke out, because I was doing AVFM News and Activism at the time, and I spoke about it in 2013. And in someone from The Guardian, a leftist that was not a feminist, in the meantime he doesn't work for The Guardian anymore, he's been kicked out for not being woke enough. I forget his name, goddammit. He took my talking point, and as opposed to all other leftists, he was like, this guy is usually right, let's see if he's right. And he investigated a little bit and then wrote a piece on The Guardian about, well, maybe there is something there. And, you know, Rotherham really does have a kind of a lopsided crime rate. And, you know, maybe there's something there. And, you know, where's the feminists on that? He got reviled as a conspiracy theorist and a racist by the tankies on The Guardian. And that was the end of the topic, until 2 years later when the whole thing blew up and now everyone was an expert on sexual harassment and sexual abuse in Rotherham and other places. And even then, even in 2016, so in 2014 the feminists silenced the conversation about it. And then in 2016, when it became impossible to ignore, the feminists were the most silent about it.
Of course.
Where was the task force for violence against women and girls in the only moment over the last 30 years when you may have needed? I don't think you needed it even then, but okay.
Yeah, and not to mention that even the way the Rotherham scandal was carried out, the police did not clean up their act, which was the worst thing that came out of that, because some people were tried and sentenced, but the issue in itself was not resolved in Rotherham or anywhere else.
Yeah. Admittedly, most of it was due to labor councils carrying the water for the offenders, because that's really what happened. And some of that, of course, being a political issue, you can blame the police only up to a point. From some point onwards, you have to blame the voters who keep on voting for the same NPCs. But then again, you know, changing the minds of the voters could have been happening if, you know, all of these wankers who claim to give a shit about violence against women and girls would have been active there, where they were needed, rather than this disdainful nonsense that, oh my goodness, everyone, all women are being harassed because they might be in a room with more men than women. And then they wonder why, you know, younger people especially, they start to have an opinion more similar to ours, namely that sexual harassment is nothing serious, fuck off. Oh my goodness, how is the youth going hard right? Well, for starters, yes, but in addition to that, you know, that's the example that you're giving. Sexual harassment is being in a room with more men than women. Well, if that constitutes sexual harassment, then it's obviously not a serious issue. That is just naturally flows from the argument. And by the way, does it apply in reverse too? So, you know, male nurses in the NHS are subjected to consistent and constant and systemic sexual harassment?
Oh boy.
Well, the answer is yes, by the way, but
you open quite a can of worms there.
The answer is yes, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Yes, I would. And the case for those who may not know what Lucian is talking about. Nurses on average, especially in the case of the UK, because as well I know the statistics exactly, 80% of nurses are female and the rest 20% are male. And oh boy, the stories from the male nurses are absolutely something quite unique, and not in a great way.
And believe it or not, the biggest offenders are white women.
Leaving aside
women of immigrant background rarely commit sexual harassment against male nurses of any background, but white British women, well, that's a different story.
Where's the task force for that one?
Where's the task force for that? Yeah? How about tackling sexual harassment against men and boys, but particularly against young men who happen to work as nurses in the NHS? Now that's a systemic problem, by the way. Of course, nobody wants to talk about that. But then again, you know, those male nurses also get paid £8,000 a month, and as a result, they do what men usually do: suck it up, buttercup, and that's it. And when they find something better, or they consider that they've gathered enough money, they resign and fuck off. Maybe more people should adopt this more stoic thing. Not everything that you dislike is sexual harassment or is happening to you because of your sex. And even some of the things that are happening to you because of your sex, they're not that serious. And this obsession of trying to solve every minor inconvenience through radical societal changes has to stop.
Yeah, because it's toxic, it's corrosive, and
corrosive, yes, that's the word.
And it gives birth to even worse demons.
Oh yes, I mean, you're all complaining that our geopolitical adversaries such as China and Russia, they're using reactionary rhetoric to divide our societies. Well, yeah and no, it's a bit more complicated. It's a nuanced thing, but you know what? Maybe some of it would not work if it weren't true. And why is it true? Because of you, the establishment. Why do you have a violence against women and girls commission special constable on a national level? That's stupid. Especially considering that when it was maybe needed, it wasn't there. So, so then there's that. I mean, I would be more lenient on these kinds of positions if all I could hear from them, we found another grooming gang and we did this and we did that. Okay, fine. I would understand their existence. Even then, I would contest their existence on moral grounds, but at the very least, I would understand their practical.
I would at least we could write it off as something was done.
But not even that. It's not something was done. It's all for brownie points, as you put it. So, yeah. All right, further south, CNN, the French finishing school educating the far-right leaders of tomorrow. The first time he walked through the doors of the Institut de Formation Politique, French student Jacques Smith noticed the cozy atmosphere and the elite feel of the place, but mainly that he was surrounded by right-wing people and right-wing lectures. As an overtly right-wing student, Smith felt it was hard to find his place at the university he attended, Nanterre University, just outside Paris, which he perceived as very, very on the left. So he joined the Union Nationale Interuniversitaire, the right-wing national student union. It was during those early days of his studies that one of his mentors at the UNI suggested that he should consider training at IFP.
Smart man.
Offering practical and theoretical classes in journalism, politics and business, IFP has become something of a finishing school for right-leaning youth in France. Having fostered networks and community for a new politically minded class of right-wing or even far-right activists and professionals, the school has trained alumni who are sitting MPs, are organizing electoral campaigns, speaking on CNN News, which is France's equivalent of Fox News, or even working as far-right influencers on social media. In a year when France's far-right had its best ever electoral results, IFP's role as a nursery for its political class is more important than ever. The aim of the IFP is very clear to me, is to shape right-wing youth to create a new generation ready to take on the challenges of the country. It's already seen success in that. According to the school's director, IFP has trained more than 2,200 students since it opened in 2004, and about 40% of them now have responsibilities in political settings. Of some 50 members of the close entourage of far-right pundit and former presidential candidate Éric Zemmour, identified by French daily Le Monde, at least 1/5 have ties with IFP as former students, instructors, speakers, financial supporters or admirers. We try to maximize their chances of having high responsibility positions, said Alexandre Pessy, director and co-founder of the institute. Fresh from his own studies, in 2004, Pessy decided to create the school with two colleagues. The trio felt like they were missing a place for involved young people who are attached to their country, their history, their culture and identity. The director prefers not to politically qualify the education the school provides, but he admitted on a scale from left to right, clearly it's quite on the right. Some of the seminars are titled "A Lawyer Faces the Islamist Menace," "Preserving Our Freedom of Speech, a Challenge of Our Times," "The Values of the Right," "Gender, Veganism and Nativism, Decrypting the Semantics of the Left." Students can follow a core curriculum of seminars or get specific training in journalism, politics, or entrepreneurships. Classes are held in person, either in the evening or over the weekend, to fit with the students' university or work schedules. They pay a fee to attend the IFP, but many get scholarships from school donors. IFP does not offer state-recognized qualifications or diplomas, so most students attend alongside formal university studies. "I see it as something extra to complete my education," said Smith. "It's given me the ideological backbone of the right." Beyond the intellectual and practical dimensions of their formation, there is a networking dimension, says PC. The links students form are both horizontal amongst their peers and vertical with guest speakers, mentors, and like-minded professionals. There are things that were created because people met at IFP, said Samuel Lafont, age 34. It gives people concrete ideas. Lafont was one of the early students of IFP, having first followed the school seminars in 2009. Today he is mostly known for his role as digital strategist for Zemmour's electoral campaign. He was also one of the minds behind the Manif pour tout movement, which organized protests against gay marriage in 2012 and 13. He described it as a key moment when a lot of far-right and conservative youth groups came together and started connecting both in person and through online activism. The high-flying contacts on offer at IFP might include media entrepreneurs, magistrates, MPs, or directors of prestigious research programs. It's a powerful opportunity. I know that if I ever need to switch jobs, there are plenty of people that I know through IFP that I can call. Schools like Paris Institute of Political Studies, known as Sciences Po or École Nationale d'Administration, now Institut National du Service Public, the selective Grande École of France, are historical institutions considered an express ticket to top-flight careers in the country. However, for many on the right, they represent the mainstreaming of leftist teaching, and some are disparaging of what they offer. It's a lot freer at IFP, Lafont told CNN. Sciences Po really just teaches you a one-track way of thinking. It's very mainstream. Some things you can say and some things you cannot. Zemmour, who came in fourth in the first round of voting in the presidential election, has called IFP the counter Sciences Po, underlying the reactionary nature of the kind of teaching it provides. The idea had sprouted in the right that one of the reasons for their political defeat was the absence of an elite of intellectually formed executives, said researcher and far-right expert Jean-Yves Camus, and that the cause of this absence was that even if you enter university as a right-winger, you are shaped by a dominant teaching that is oriented to the left. Today, the right faces a certain censorship, says Alice Cordier, age 24, IFP alum and now instructor. We see woke ideology and other extreme ideologies that aim to censor people who think like me. IFP advised her as she was laying the foundations of what is now the far-right feminist and anti-immigration group Collectif Nemesis, with chapters all over France and in Switzerland. IFP, on the other hand, facilitates the creation of ties between politicians and young people, something which on the right is not necessarily very developed, said Cordier. Moreover, IFP encourages students to be more ambitious by showing them they all have a role to play, no matter our status. Currently, the right is the majority in France, said Camus, but nevertheless, I have the impression that they still feel as if they are the minority. Bullshit, mate. This may have played into IFP's creation, he added. Come on, come clean. Say you're really scared of what IFP is doing. While some analysts are reluctant to credit IFP with any impact on French politics, the presence of its alumni in the political scene speaks volumes. Chief among them is perhaps Zemmour's digital strategist, Lafont, among which some 20% of Zemmour's inner circle around the election time, as identified by Le Monde. 23-year-old IFP alum Stanislas Rigaud founded the youth wing of Zemmour's campaign, Génération Z. Zemmour's closest team members even called IFP directly to recruit young people and train there in the run-up to the presidential race, according to the student Jacques Smith. I think during the launch of Zemmour's campaign, IFP was at the center of the game. Marion Maréchal, the niece and potential successor of far-right presidential candidate Marine Le Pen and former member of French National Assembly, has even created her own school modeled on IFP in Lyon. Lafont and Cordier agree that a lot of what makes a school relevant in France is the power its name holds. They acknowledge that the Grande École, so despised by the right, still hold great power in the job market and political arena. If you are in a good school, you can relax, said Lafont. However, they say that the IFP brand now carries some weight in French right-wing circles. It's the best school that presently exists for truly educating oneself about themes that are important to the right, Cordier told CNN. She often sends young women from her collective to follow seminars at the school. The school says demand for places outstrips supply. The right-wing politicians of tomorrow will all have gone through IFP, said Cordier. Of that, I am almost certain. Yeah, this is what I mean by creating institutions. No, it's nothing formal, nothing state-organized, it's state-recognized, it's just a building with a few rooms. That's IFP, essentially. And it's three lunatics, kind of like us, who bring in their friends to lecture there, and that's pretty much it. Most of it is quite unstructured. It's really kind of what we do at Freedom Alternative too, essentially. Except that they've been doing it for 17, 18 years, and only now they're being discussed. And they've schooled So you notice the numbers: 2,200 people in 18 years. So you know that means they're taking their instruction quite seriously, and rather than having big numbers of people mildly exposed to right-wing ideas. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Considering the results, it seems that it's working, so I guess it's not a bad thing. But again, not everyone has to do it like them. I mean, it would be great if we were to have to essentially take advantage of the diversity of thought that exists on the right, to have institute. I mean, you know, there's IFP, which is essentially Zemmourian type, not exactly far right, but also further to the right of the mainstream right for sure. And then you have Maréchal Marion Le Pen with her own version, modeled after this, but you know, more Rassemblement National type of thinking, which is a bit to the left on economics, but still very to the right on social topics. We should be having more of these, and every country should aim to have at least one or two of these things. Again, they don't have to be big. They don't have to cost too much money. I guess the biggest cost is either buying or renting the building, and I guess paying the electricity bill. But you know, since France has nuclear and they hold their classes in weekends or in late in the evening when it's not that expensive, the electricity, I mean, I guess that's not a big issue. But other than that, yeah, we should be having more of these. And God damn it, so we're so slow at putting these things in practice. I remember how many years I had to try to talk right-wingers in this country, to talk them into opening these kinds of things. Slowly, one by one, everyone has opened their own lecturing program, and what good! That's a good start. Maybe within another few years, maybe we start uniting into one of these. It doesn't have to be one institution. It's even better if there are 3 or 4. Not just because the right has more diversity of thought than the left at this point, that's just the reality, but also because you know, as long as it's not centralized, you know, you take down one, there's still another 3 that will fight back. That's the point. I mean, this guy Camus is saying, oh, but the right is now a majority, but really, is the right a majority in France? In what universe? I mean, come on, mate, come on. Les Républicains got what, 50 seats or 45 seats in the National Assembly, and the Rassemblement National, which again is only partially right-wing, got 80-something seats. That's far from a majority. I think the majority is 240 something. So no, the right is not a majority. That's one aspect. Second aspect, and that's where he's right, Camus, yeah, we should always fight as if we're the majority, even if as if we're the minority, even if we have 80%.
Because that's when you don't get complacent.
Yes. If anything, when I get something big, a big victory, that's when I want to fight harder. Because, you know, just like in actual war, in political warfare, is the same thing. If you get an easy advancement, make sure you fortify it, so it will be as little vulnerable as possible to a counteroffensive. It's true in politics, just like in actual war. So yeah. Now, sure, there's also especially the right is full of these people. Thankfully, they're very old, so soon enough they're gonna leave us alone. Oh, but you know, you shouldn't approach politics as if it's a war, because you know, you have to be in a gentlemanly way, and
those things died about a century ago.
Yes. Yeah.
No longer applies.
And even a century ago, I mean, a century ago in continental Europe, politicians would be shot in the parliament. I mean, I'm just saying. Even a century ago, it wasn't necessarily valid.
Yes, but it was a gentlemanly duel.
Yeah, they were shot with dignity or something. I mean, come on. Yeah, very proud of IFP to read about them on CNN. Great achievement. I knew about their existence. Generally speaking, they do a quite good job at outlining what is the enemy, how to undermine the enemy, what you need, what you don't need, what kind of train of thought is worth bothering with. That's probably the main difference between left-wing schooling and right-wing schooling. Right-wing schooling tells you this type of train of thought goes to the cuckoo land. Feel free to follow it if you want, but our advice is probably a waste of time. Whereas these kinds of trains of thought, here's 15 options, they probably don't lead to the cuckoo land, so let's explore these ones first. And then if you want to explore everything else, sure, and then you'll bring back to your instructor what you found by venturing into the cuckoo land, and then your instructor will try to explain things to you, and that's it. Whereas in left-wing teaching, as that woman says correctly, this is the train, this is the track, this is the correct direction. And by the way, there's a fence on the platform. There's no way you can change the track. No, this is the correct track. Hop into the train. Goodbye. And that's what. And apply this over several generations. You got the left of today, intellectually bankrupt, intellectually lazy, and unstimulating. And there have been, especially during the so-called pandemic, there have been so many young people who started as left-wingers, and they started with a simple question. Why should the state tell me when to get out of the house? Why is that even legitimate? And then slowly, starting asking these kinds of very legitimate questions, and they ended up very right-wing at the end of the process, because nobody along the way told them, oh, you shouldn't be taking that train. No, we're like, okay, welcome to Team Reality. These are the options. Have a nice day. And that's what maintained the right to be more intellectually diverse. Now, of course, there are disadvantages to that. Whenever it comes to uniting for a cause, good luck herding the cats. I know. But that's a much better problem to have than the decrepitude, the intellectual decrepitude that one can observe on our left-wing friends. And even some of the purported centrist friends. I mean, Macron's school of thought is also decrepit, and it doesn't have a political future. So there's that. Speaking of a political future, Voice of America. Swedish conservatives close to election win amid crime fears. Near final results in Sweden's election Sunday show that a bloc of right-wing parties was expected to defeat the left-wing bloc headed by Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson. The conservative group includes a populist anti-immigration party that made its best showing. However, the result was so close that the election authorities said it would not be known before Wednesday, when some uncounted votes, including those cast abroad, have been tallied. According to the early count, Andersson's ruling left-wing Social Democrats won 30.5% of the vote, more than any other party. However, a bloc of 4 left-wing parties appeared to fall short as a whole of winning a majority of in the 349-seat parliament, or Riksdag. Exit polls had initially predicted a narrow victory for Andersson's camp, but as the evening wore on and the vote count supplanted the exit poll, the results tipped in favor of the Conservatives. Early Monday, the Conservatives appeared to have 176 seats to 173 for the center-left. In a speech to her supporters, Andersson said that while the results were unclear, it was obvious that the Social Democratic movement, which is based on ideals of creating an equal society and a strong welfare state, remains strong in Sweden. The biggest winner of the evening was the populist anti-immigration party, the Sweden Democrats, which had a strong showing of nearly 21%, its best result ever. The party gained on promises to crack down on shootings and other gang violence that have shaken the sense of security for many in Sweden. The party has its roots in the white nationalist movements, but years ago began expelling the extremists. Despite its rebranding, voters long viewed it as unacceptable and other parties shunned it. But that has been changing, and its result in this direction shows just how far it has come in gaining acceptance. We're now the second biggest party in Sweden, and it looks like it's going to stay that way, party leader Jimmie Åkesson told his supporters. We are now that if there's going to be a shift in power, we will be having a central role in that. Our ambition is to be in the government. The Conservative bloc was led during the campaign by center-right moderates who only won 19%. It was previously the country's second largest party. Moderates leader Ulf Kristersson told his supporters that he stands ready to try to create a stable and effective government. Regardless of the election outcome, Sweden is likely to face a lengthy process to form a government, as it did after the 2018 election. Andersson, a 55-year-old economist, became Sweden's first female prime minister less than a year ago and led Sweden's historic bid to join NATO following Russia's invasion. All right, so when we're taping this, we still don't know the final results. What I will say is that from previous years' experience, it is very rare for the postal vote to influence so significantly the final results. It happened twice over the last 100 years, and last time more than 25 years ago. So it's possible, but I'm gonna run with the assumption that the bourgeois bloc, that's as they call it in Sweden, won. So yeah, those of you watching, you will know the results, while we don't when we're taping this. So yeah, Sverige Demokrater.
Well, funny to see how actually hated they were back in 2015 and before to what they became right now.
Yeah, I think we did mention in one of the early editions of the World So Far report. I think I did mention this piece of news. In 2020, the Moderater, another moderate party, made the decision that, you know what, maybe this whole cordon sanitaire thing just doesn't work against the Sweden Democrats. First of all, because they're not really that boogeyman that we keep on claiming that they are. And secondly, more and more voters just don't give a shit anymore about our political posturing. So maybe opening up some collaboration is not a terribly bad idea. Especially because, you know, Moderaterna being an establishmentarian party, they want to be in power, and it's been so long since they haven't. So, you know, they're hungry. And, you know, simple mathematics says that you can only be in power with Sverige Demokraterna. So they opened up for that. Now, it's not that they're having second thoughts. They had to break that ice. And it's not, the genie is out of the bottle, the paste is out of the tube. It's not getting back. But, you know, some of them will be like, well, we thought that if we go further to the right, Moderaterna, the standard conservative party, they thought that if they go further to the right on immigration and crime waves and whatnot, that the voters would stick to them rather than go to the far right.
Didn't turn out to be true.
Not exactly. I guess it moderated their downfall. Instead of losing 6 or 7 percentage points, they lost only 3. So I guess in that sense it helped. But SD continued to grow regardless of the changes of positions and strategic positioning of Moderaterna. And the reason is, of course, fairly simple. SD benefits from the fact that they've never been in power. As a result, they were never eroded in power. They're not responsible for anything. They're just on the sidelines. You know, we never governed. We told you things will go this way, and they did. We tried to introduce legislation to prevent it, and y'all rejected it. So, you know, y'all at fault by default were angels, because we were never in power. So, you know, for SD, a stint in power could explain even to its own voters, let alone for the wider society, what they're really made of. Well, you know, Jimmy Åkesson was definitely a very talented politician as leader of the opposition. Let's see how he does as Minister of Justice or Minister of Internal Affairs or something. SD really wants the position of Minister of Internal Affairs, which manages immigration, obviously, and I think they should get it. Worst case scenario, they'll do a terrible job at it, in which case the establishment should be happy. They got rid of SD for another decade, at the very least. And if he does a good job, then, you know, most of the voters will be happy, and the bourgeois bloc will probably be in power for at least another 4 years after these 4 years. I mean, either way, it's worth a shot. Let's see if Ulf Kristersson is equally smart. Now, of course, there is something else can happen too. Liberalerna, the most left-wing bourgeois party, is split on the issue of working with SD. Some are in agreement that maybe the time has come to even work with the far right, because the whole country moved to the right anyway. Others are like, no, the Sverige Demokraterna is Satan, we don't work with Satan. That wouldn't be necessarily a problem, but if the final results stay as they are when we're taping, that is to say 175 to 174, it's enough one liberal MP to disagree and fucks things up. So there's that. The negotiating process, as this Voice of America article correctly mentions, the negotiation process for forming a new government is gonna be a clusterfuck. It's gonna be long. And I would love to be part of those negotiations as a witness, as a fly on the wall on some of those discussions, because it's probably going to be glorious. And also because I'm very curious on how the second line in command after Jimmy Åkesson negotiates, because now he'll no longer have to negotiate himself, he'll have to go with a team. And some of those people, I have no idea what they're made of. Jimmy Åkesson will be fine, but I don't know some of those people in the second row.
So political fragmentation claimed another victim in Sweden. Well, this is why you're watching the sofa. You're getting the news from the future.
Exactly a year ago we gave this news. Get ready for political fragmentation. Speaking of which, next month is election in Bulgaria.
Gerbs are gonna take their jobs back.
Yes, they're gonna take their gerbs. Yes, that's for sure. But yeah, so you know, SD in Sweden, probably Giorgia Meloni in Italy.
Germany is already screwed.
Germany is fragmented in ways that it hasn't for quite some time. Hasn't been for quite some time, so they kind of lost a bit of experience from that.
France is teetering on the edge of the knife.
Well, France doesn't have a functional majority, essentially. I mean, the far left and the far right, conventionally speaking, can block almost everything. They demanded and received in exchange for not blocking the nomination of the government. They got key positions in the parliament, such as, you know, they can block the budget if they want to. I mean, there's quite a lot of fun there. French political pundits are now suddenly discovering that they're also a parliamentary republic. So yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward for the elections in Spain, which will be, I think, in March.
Yeah, March next year.
Next year for sure, but I don't remember whether it's spring or autumn. But yeah, slowly but surely, almost everyone who got stupid in public for some reason is gonna get their pay. Macron was smiley-faced enough, but you know, his party got treated the way it should, got shellacked. In Sweden, there is not much pandemic resentment. If anything, Sverigedemokraterna is at fault for that. They were the most stupid in public on the pandemic, but because they were in opposition, no one cared what they believed. So as a result, they don't get tainted with the issues that the Democrats are tainted in the US, or to be fair, the Conservatives in Britain too, or at least Boris Johnson personally. So you know, they're not tainted by that, but you know, the ruling power in Sweden was stupid in public in other ways. They weren't stupid in public with the pandemic, but they were stupid in public with all sorts of pandering to immigrants, all sorts of reckless spending, to the point that Sweden is almost bankrupt. Things are tough. The finances of the country are tough. It's one of the reasons you see very high inflation where it shouldn't be there. Well, it shouldn't be if it had been a fiscally conservative country, but it hasn't been over the last several years. So life comes at you fast, man. That's the problem with politics. You can be stupid in public for a while, but eventually payback comes.
Yeah, eventually the tab is gonna come to pay.
But the thing is that up until the election happened, in the week prior to it, almost nobody wrote about the Swedish election. There was no talk about it in the French media, in the English language media, very little about it. In Eastern Europe, same thing. I think Remix News wrote one article or something, because they have a lot of Polish people who used to live in Sweden, and I guess they're more connected through that. But not much buzz around it. So we recorded the Romanian language podcast a day before the election, and I'm like, SD will be the second party, second biggest party, and get ready for the torrent of articles. And like clockwork, SD came out the second party, and then all of the smurk, all of the whining. Oh my goodness, populism.
Trying to find an article about the election in Sweden. It was either choosing between Voice of America and Taipei Times of all, because everything else was absolutely leftist hysteria.
Hysteria, that's why I chose this one, because it would have been quite weird to quote from Taipei Times.
We have to read from Taiwan, non-historical news about what happened in Sweden.
It's amazing. The whining was incredible. I think the local Sweden had some balancing act. They published an article from an Ethiopian chap who is born in Sweden, but both of his parents are Ethiopian, who was like, look, I will not vote for SD, but can we please chill? I mean, seriously, there is too much immigration in this country, and there is some problems, and they do have a point, and I understand the people who vote for it. The people who vote for them aren't racists, and no, there is no rise of fascism. Can we please chill a little bit? It was a very nice tone of the article, but I guess they published that guy because he's black. Because, there's been 100,000 Swedes who said the same thing for years, and they were ignored essentially.
As a rule, that's why I never read or quote any the local, whether it's Germany, Denmark, Sweden, because it reeks of leftism and it's generally just bullshit written in it.
But with some exceptions, they routinely have a lot of that's why I was surprised, because that article was not hysterical, but I guess the rest of the coverage was so hysterical that the local felt, okay, fine, we'll do the balance this time around, but can we stop doing that in the future, because we're supposed to be the hysterical ones. Amazing. All right, meanwhile, some wishful thinking. Al Jazeera. Europe hopes to reap political dividends from an expensive winter. European leaders have approved an unprecedented combination of energy subsidies and financial measures aimed at making the continent less reliant on Russian coal, oil and gas, and increasingly it looks as though political will is stifling to make that independence permanent. On Friday, Европейский Союz heads of government voted to subsidize electricity and gas consumed by households and businesses this winter amid soaring prices. That's already quite fake news. It's not how this works. They have asked the Европейский Commission the EU executive to propose price caps above which the subsidy would kick in. That failed, by the way. Governments would pay for it by clawing back electricity producers and gas importers' excess profits. Over the past year, gas prices have risen eightfold to stand at 340 euros per megawatt hour last month, with electricity prices have tripled this year, mainly due to the rise in prices of hydrocarbons, leaders said. Some Европейский Союz members had already started subsidizing bills. Greece tops the league, committing to spend 6.5% of the GDP to split electricity bills with consumers 50-50, more than any other Европейский Союz member. Germany's spend is forecasted to be around 2.6% of the GDP. The EU banned imports of Russian coal last April in response to Russia's invasion and followed up with a ban on Russian oil in June. But it did not ban gas, which is difficult to replace with shipments to European ports. This is because the global supply of liquefied natural gas was already oversubscribed after the post-pandemic global rebound and transition to cleaner fuels, but it also because some Европейский Союз members have no LNG import facilities. Germany and landlocked Central and Eastern Europe in particular are dependent on gas brought in through Russian pipelines, which supplied about a third of EU gas last year. Russia has threatened to cut off this vital supply unless the EU lifts sanctions and stops weapons deliveries to Ukraine. We are ready to supply gas in volumes that were contracted even now. However, this will definitely depend on the position of European countries, said Russian Security Council Vice President Dmitry Medvedev on August the 28th. If our arms are twisted, if payments are banned on the delivery or of repaired turbines, or the Nord Stream 2 launch is rejected, then supplies of this kind will probably not be in the volumes the Western countries expect. Germany halted the process of certifying the newly built Nord Stream 2 pipeline on February the 22nd after Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered his first troops into eastern Ukraine on February 24th, however. The pipeline was to begin delivering 55 billion cubic meters of gas to Germany this year. And sanctions have prevented German industrial giant Siemens from delivering to Russia gas compressor turbines after maintenance. Without them, Russia says it cannot pressurize the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. It halved flows through Nord Stream 1 twice on June the 15th and July the 27th before announcing it was shutting it off completely on September the 3rd. On each occasion, Russia's actions sent gas prices in Europe higher. European leaders have rejected the Russian explanation that technical difficulties led to the shutdown. Putin's gas war against Europe is a direct continuation of his war in Ukraine, said Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba in July. Wherever he can bring harm, he will. He will use every dependence Europe has on Russia to ruin the normal life of every European family. The only way is to hit back hard and get rid of any dependence. Europe's energy decoupling from Russia may cripple it this winter, and many economists believe it will suffer a recession mainly due to high energy costs. Europe doesn't have enough gas as a whole, despite having storages 85% full, because it's a question of whether you can get gas from where it is stored to where it is needed, said Jonathan Stern, who leads the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies. For example, France, which has LNG terminals, cannot supply Germany with gas because there's insufficient capacity between them. Germany has been furiously buying up gas tankers to act as offshore storage and is building regasification plants onshore. Germany is supposed to bring one LNG terminal online at the end of this year at Wilhelmshaven and another early one next year at Brunsbüttel. So it might have some LNG imports in the second half of the winter, but only if everything goes to the plan. Russia's cutoff hasn't been complete. Russian gas still flows through the Yamal pipeline that crosses Ukraine and the Turk Stream pipeline that runs under the Black Sea. Losing those would make matters much worse for Europe, which still leaves Russia with leverage, said Michalis Matioulakis, head of Greek Energy Forum think tank. About 10 billion cubic meters per annum are still flowing through Turk Stream. This system through Ukraine is working at about 50-60% capacity, through which we can get about 25 billion cubic meters per annum. Total 35. If that is shut down, we can't replace it, Matioulakis said. The US has promised increased LNG exports, but those are dependent on private sector capacity. Even Scholz is not entirely sure he can keep Germany powered. We are prepared and will be able to get through this winter, he said on September the 7th. A European Commission proposal to cut 15% of consumption divided member states between those that have import facilities and those that don't. Spain, France and the UK will probably be okay. Southeast Europe will probably be okay. Germany, Central Europe and Italy will not be okay, predicted Stern. Newfound political will. Despite these unknowns, the effects on energy decoupling on European politics seem clear, and the shut-off of Nord Stream 1 seems to have been a turning point. In Germany, arguably the most Russophilic EU member after Hungary, there appears to be a tidal shift. Russia is no longer a reliable energy partner, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz told the news conference on September the 4th. 3 days later, he told Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, such a dependence on one supplier must not exist again. We must be able to switch to other suppliers at any time. Scholz has followed the zeitgeist of public opinion. In answer to the question, should we continue to support Ukraine despite high energy prices, 70% of Germans answered yes in a Politbarometer poll this month, representing overwhelming majority from every Bundestag party except AfD. Scholz recently acknowledged that Germany has undergone a fundamental change in its support for Ukraine. This is important because by supporting the construction of Nord Stream 2 for the past 12 years, Germany was accused of ignoring Ukraine's concerns. Get an editor, Al Jazeera. The new pipeline's operation would have allowed Russia to wind down gas deliveries to Europe through Ukraine until now its main route, depriving that country of transit fees and leverage. It has been a very, very steep learning curve for the Germans that they didn't have any problems with Russia so far, said Mina Olander, researcher fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. They've had this very profitable energy relationship with Russia, which enabled Germany to have the kind of industry it has without any of its natural resources, and wouldn't have developed otherwise. Other cutoffs were also turning points. In May, Russia cut gas flows to Finland and Bulgaria, ostensibly because they refused to pay in rubles. The Speaker of the Finnish parliament said once it's cut off, there's no interest to reopen it, it's Russia's loss, said Olander. Bulgaria, once considered the most Russophilic Balkan nation, turned to Greece. The two have just finished building an interconnector that will allow LNG imported through Greece to flow to Bulgaria. The war in Ukraine is clearly propelling European integration. The Eurosayus invited Ukraine and Moldova to open membership talks in June, weeks after they applied. Albania and North Macedonia, whose Европейский Союз candidacies have been stalled for years, are expected to be invited to start talks in December. The largest EU members, France, Germany and Italy, are now swinging behind qualified majority voting to increase effective decision-making on foreign policy. The EU in March approved a strategic compass to build a rapid reaction force and command and control capabilities independent of NATO by 2030. Ha ha ha.
Very funny.
Russia's war against Ukraine, which has been for a great part motivated by Ukraine's wish to integrate with the Европейский Союз and the lengths to which Ukrainians are ready to go and the high price they're paying for a future as part of the Европейский Союз, has highlighted that there really is no good alternative for European integration, said said the Finnish shill for Европейский Союз. Seeing Ukraine literally fight for their European choices is in a way triggered the renaissance of the European identity. Oh, how you're gonna eat these words. This winter will likely be very expensive for the Европейский Союз, but its leaders appear to expect handsome political dividends next year. Christ almighty, this is the stupidest take that I've read on the Европейский Союз and energy since the start of the war in Ukraine. Okay, where do I start? The pandemic was supposed to bring more integration, remember that? Remember that? I do, because I never forget these things. Instead it brought more Euroscepticism. Yeah. Every country that had elections since the pandemic started saw significant rise in Euroscepticism, and the share of Eurosceptic parties increased. All of them. From Spain to Romania to Bulgaria to Italy. I mean, now there is an Italexit party on the ballot, which will probably be in the parliament. Sure, with one seat. But the very idea of an Italexit party in the parliament was unthinkable 3 years ago. So the pandemic was supposed to bring more integration. Yeah, we're all in this together, and we're all gonna beat the virus. No, of course,
up until everybody began fighting for masks and later on vaccines. Essentially, each country is stealing from the other those finite resources. Yeah, that's how far European integration goes.
Yeah, and each one closing their border whenever they thought it's a good idea. Of course, they were all wrong. Yeah. But the thing is that there was simply no chance of having a coordinated European response to the pandemic. And I called it from the first day. And no, that's just not going to happen. Yeah, sure, they're going to try. It didn't work. I mean, even the QR codizatia, which was supposed to be the hallmark of, it was more used outside of the Европейский Союз than inside the Европейский Союз. Lots of countries preferred their own internally developed system, which was equally stupid as the Европейский Союз one, but or they just didn't use it at all. Like Sweden. So some didn't use it at all, and even less digitalized countries like Lithuania, for instance, they preferred their own system, which was even more horrendous than the European one. But whatever. You can't get the countries to agree on those kinds of things. Surely you're going to agree with, come on, what? And citing interconnecting infrastructure between Bulgaria and Greece, that it's triggering more European integration. The plans for that were approved from 2018. And it's, when neighbors create facilities so they can trade with each other, that doesn't mean necessarily that they integrate politically. Kazakhstan is currently building similar infrastructure, but at a much bigger scale with Uzbekistan. Does that mean that they'll integrate politically? No. Kazakh leadership has a totally different view about how to govern and how each country should be governed than Mirziyoyev in Uzbekistan. In fact, in Uzbekistan, nobody knows how to govern because the dictator just died, and they're okay. Now what? Okay, we're gonna get democracy. Okay, how do you do that? Because the very concepts don't exist. So Uzbekistan is just discovering itself, but that doesn't stop them from collaborating and building infrastructure to export or import energy. That doesn't mean they integrate politically.
It's most likely because the European Union has lasted for too long, and that's how they mix economic integration with political integration. Because at the EU level, it always comes hand in hand.
Also, again, you invited Moldova for membership talks. Well, Moldova is Romania's backyard. So de facto, Moldova has been in the European Union for 15 years. You just don't know it because they don't have shiny stars on their passports, but there's shiny stars on our passports, which they can access whenever they damn please. It's that simple. Moldova is already in the European Union. We just didn't hear about that in the news. Every citizen of Moldova who wants to be in the European Union is in the European Union already. Like how half of the government and 3/4 of the parliament has Romanian citizenship. Although officially, of the high-ranking officials of the state shouldn't be having double citizenship. Yeah, right. Like anyone gives a shit. Same thing with Ukraine. I mean, in addition to those that have a Russian citizenship, there are quite a few of those too. At least a third of the country has an EU passport, be it Hungarian, Romanian, or Polish, or Slovak. There are quite a few who got Slovak citizenship too. Again, a big portion of Ukraine is already in the European Union and has been for more than a decade. You just didn't know. As for Albania and North Macedonia, yeah, well, good luck with that. It's a bit more complicated there, and you all know it. Albania, at the end of the day, economically speaking, is a Chinese protectorate. Yeah, and militarily is an American protectorate. If Uncle Sam doesn't want Albania in the Европейский Союз, it's not going to happen. Not to mention, if Albanians don't want to be in the Европейский Союz, it's not going to happen, and by the way, they don't. Yeah, the leadership wants that, but then again, the leadership in Albania wanted a lot of things, and they ended up burning. Again, in contemporary history, over the last 5 years. I'm not talking about what happened in 91.
When talking about ancient history.
Yeah. So, but this fast track, and again, let's ditch this BS of some historical step of opening accession talks with Ukraine and Moldova. I'm sorry, Turkey has a status of candidate state for 30 years almost. No, sorry, 23. 1999 was when Turkey was granted candidate state.
And they still are.
And they're still a candidate state. Yeah. Nothing changed. Will Turkey join the EU? Probably not. They would be stupid to do that. And definitely not with the current leadership. So, I'm sorry, but this whole thing, I mean, it's basically little children, because that's what the Европейский Союз is, the entire command in Brussels. They're little children trying to play adult geopolitics here. That's basically what they're saying. Now, look what's going to happen. Uncle Sam will be the main winner of this crisis on all fronts. Political, militarily, and especially economics. Because of your stupidity, Brussels, almost everyone is going to pay through their nose for this, and not just for the energy, but also for the bills for the weapons. Because you don't really think Ukraine is going to pay for the land lease, do you? No, that's not going to happen. And we all know it, and it's the moral thing to do, of course. I mean, they do the dying, we better do the paying. Okay? And who's going to get the pay? Well, the military-industrial complex of the United States. Also, by the way, you're all going to start investing in your own defenses. And where are you going to source that equipment? Well, for the most part, from the American industrial complex. So it's a lot of jobs for Americans that the Европейский Союз will pay for. The Европейский Союз countries will pay for.
And wait, and that's just we're talking about the actual payment part.
Yeah.
Well, let's not forget the fact that already the military-industrial complex in the U.S. runs on a backlog. Because the main military they need to supply is the U.S. Is particularly in the case of naval military. So even if, for example, say that Germany wants to buy 5 cruisers from the US, well, fuck you. You can buy 5 cruisers from us. Probably 10 years from now on, because we got this ginormous backlog. We need to supply our own navy rather than yours.
Of course.
Also, and also the same thing with aerospace. Look at how big the battle is right now in order to get F-35s, and that ain't gonna go in far anytime soon.
Yeah, a lot of tankies in Eastern Europe, Soviet shields essentially. They're whining that quite a few Eastern European countries, most notably Romania and Poland, rushed to buy F-16s. Oh, but why don't we just buy the F-35? Well, because we can't. The F-16s, you can have them today. Well, technically not today, but in a few months. Whereas the F-35s, you can have them in a few years. And, since we're bordering Ukraine, we're probably going to need a rapid air force.
It's better to have something rather than nothing.
Especially considering that sooner or later the Polish MiGs and Sukhois will cross the border in Ukraine, and our MiGs have already crossed the borders in pieces, because the spare parts are good. The actual planes not so much, flying coffins essentially. Also this wishful thinking. Oh, but the EU in March approved a strategic compass to build a rapid reaction force and command and control capabilities independent of NATO. What? In what universe do you think the Uncle Sam will approve such thing? In what universe do you think you'll be permitted to even consider such thing?
Well, the EU will shatter by 2030 when they plan on...
Yeah, first of all, are we sure the Европейский Союз will still be a thing in 2030? I'm not sure about that, and I hope I'm right. But let's say I'm wrong, and the Европейский Союз is still a thing in 2030. Okay, so... who is to say that the Uncle Sam would approve of such thing?
Also with whose army?
Oh yeah, and whose army? Because that's the main problem that Brussels always faces whenever they try to impose their will, and someone comes in and says, "Well, actually, no." Yeah, but you have to. No, I don't. What you gonna do? Oh, we're gonna retain some of your funds. Fuck you sideways and your funds. Okay, now what? Oh, but you have to. No, I don't. You and what army? That's the end of this discussion, and that will stay that way. There's no way you can have this. I mean, the whole idea of EU army disappeared overnight once the Russian tanks started rolling in Ukraine. It's obvious that the EU army cannot exist. And this Brussels shill from Finland, Mrs. Olander, oh, but this fight has triggered a renaissance of the European identity. Lady, there is no such thing as the European identity.
No, it never was, never will.
I don't know if never will, never say never, but it definitely doesn't exist. It didn't exist in January 22, it doesn't exist now. It just doesn't. If anything, the trust in the European Union continues to decline in almost all countries. At best, what you can say is that the start of the onset of the invasion slowed down the process a little bit in some countries. Not all. In other countries, it continues unabated. The EU is collapsing in trust in every single member state. And soon enough, maybe in a decade, maybe less, there will be majority Eurosceptics in almost all EU member states. It's a matter of time until we see the next exit. And the way to convince them not to exit is to give them something. And no, giving them European identity is not the way to convince them.
But even then, you can. It's obvious how naive.
It's a very naive.
Even that shell, but also who wrote this article, ever believing that the Ukrainians actually want to be in the EU. Oh, that's so completely full of shit. If you people don't know what exactly is going on at an ideological on the ideological front in the Ukraine, go on YouTube and look for the video Arestovich's fifth plan for Ukraine.
Yes, yeah, that's quite representative. Yes, at least in that video, Arestovich lists the ideological position more or less of about 75 to 80% of the people in Ukraine before the war. 80% of Ukrainian citizens. So he's controversial, I agree, but he's right there. And even if you think he's wrong, 80% of the people, roughly speaking, agree with him. So, you know. So then there's that. Besides, haven't you all noticed that nobody says Slava Европейский Союз?
Whoever I hear saying Slava Европейский Союз,
I reach for my gun.
I either reach for my gun or my phone in order to send it to a psychiatric ward.
I mean, seriously, come on, people. This whole idea that is, not to mention it's insulting for the defenders of Ukraine to reframe their fight as, oh, they fight for their European identity. No. No, because
the Ukrainians had an identity way before the Europeans, Western Europeans particularly, ever considering even forming something like a union.
Yeah.
They're about 800 years early at this game rather than compared to the continental Europe.
I mean, come on, people. Seriously? And what's even more shocking is to see this naive drivel printed on Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera known to be a little bit more pragmatic and a bit more skeptical of this kind of enthusiastic propaganda and this enthusiastic nonsense, really, because this is not propaganda. This is terrible. If it was supposed to be pro-EU propaganda, it's probably having the opposite effect. I mean, yeah, sure, Finland has a... And by the way, Finland reacting the way it did not react because of a love for the European Union and compliance with Brussels diktats. No. The Finns despised the Russians long before the very idea of a European Union was even a hush-hush thing in a court. No. I mean, the Finns went to war with Russia long before the Soviet Union existed. I don't think Marx was even born when the Finns were having their own kerfuffles with Russia. So again, they have their own reasons to distrust Russia. 170 years of history tells them that Russia is not a reliable partner. And again, I don't disagree with them. I mean, they do have a point. But what I'm saying is that Европейский Союз considerations don't get into the thoughts of Finnish leadership. Yeah, sure, Mrs. Marin, the 30-year-old prime minister, who goes clubbing all the time for some reason. Okay.
Sanna Marin.
Sanna Marin, something Marin. Okay, maybe she thinks like that because she's young and stupid. But the rest of the top brass in Finland definitely doesn't think like that. So, Jesus Christ, this article is just so terrible. Every single paragraph deserves a bitch slap. Christ almighty. As for Germany, I wouldn't be so sure about that either. I wouldn't be so sure about... I know the poll that this article is referring to. I wouldn't be so sure about that either. Because, the biggest... I mean, this... the point of that poll was to discredit the AfD, essentially. So only 30% of AfD voters support Ukraine. And I'm sorry, AfD hasn't been in any federal government ever. Who's been the most in the federal government? Well, CDU and SPD, of course. Who made most of the very Putinist decisions over the last 20 years? CDU and SPD. So I'm sorry, but before going after the people who vote for AfD, how about you look inwards? Because you're all at fault. In much higher share than all of the supporters of AfD, whether they're Putinists or not. And yes, of course, there are Putinists who support AfD. There are a lot of Putinists in Germany to begin with. But before going after AfD, who again have never had the chance to make any major energy policy decision or geopolitical decision, let's discuss about those who did.
But when we're talking about Germany, we rather prefer not for them to look inward. Not to mention because them being still a barbarian nation at the very basis, the Roman Empire was fully right about this, still right 2,000 years later. Whenever they look inward, all hell broke loose on the European continent.
Well, I guess you do have a point. I mean, I can't argue against that. But come on, mate. I mean, I feel insulted. quite frankly, this article insults my intelligence. And it insults even the intelligence of my 12-year-old niece. Amazing, amazing. And again, the fact that that France and Germany don't have interconnection with them shows that the European common market just doesn't exist in practice. It's not a show. It doesn't show much progress. Also, Germany buying up at any price, gobbling up all of the gas, shows Germany following its national interest rather than European interest. Why? Because Germany has had budgets not just balanced, but with the surplus, budget surplus, for so many years, so they can afford that. The hell with everyone else, tough shit.
Yeah, and in the case when they actually have some international interest, make no mistake about that, it's about them speculating situations and circumstances. It's not for the welfare of whoever they're doing business with.
Obviously. And again, at least on that aspect, I don't blame the Germans. I blame everyone else for not doing the same. You know, international relations should be about interests and pragmatic defense of your national interests. And not only should be, but they are for the most part. It's only the countries who elected stupid fools where this is not the case, and of course those countries suffered the most. It was quite funny, even our German ethnic president of Romania, his reaction when Germany said, well, maybe we'll need some solidarity, maybe get some of your gas, we'll pay well, and his answer was, we are ready to receive all of the German companies that want to relocate here for cheaper energy. So, and again, this guy was Merkel's lapdog until this morning, right? And even he was like, oh, hold on a second. No. I'm not going to get burned at stake or impaled, because Germany is my personal friend. Well, it's not the personal friend of everyone else, so no.
Well, our German ethnic president, still being German and a barbarian by association, he's still not part of that tribe of Germans.
Yeah. To be fair, he's Schwaben, and Transylvanian Schwaben, so it's a bit further away from the German world. Nemtsky Mir for our friends in Moscow, yeah. So this article is just lunacy, and the reason I included it is because I know there are so many people who think like that. No more than 3% of the general population, but about 50% of thought formers, or thought influencers in Europe, and these people are cancerous. It's even worse in Germany, to be fair. I mean, the Green Party in Germany gets, 16%, and that's now when they have a selling point. Look, we have always been anti-Putinists, so that's why they got more votes. Okay, fine. But the German voters are very overrepresented in the media. Like 70% of journalists vote for the Green Party. So, it's even worse in Germany. But most countries have a media that is entirely unrepresentative, in ways that it's getting increasingly toxic. And by the way, how are you going to convince Europeans to accept all of this? Oh, through the media? The same media that told them that grandma is going to die if the schools aren't closed? Oops. The same media that told you everyone is a Putinist for not taking the shot? Oops. So there's that too. Yeah, sure. Collapsing the trust of media helps our geopolitical adversaries. I agree with you. But who's at fault for its collapsing? It's not our geopolitical adversaries. It's not Putin's fault for the fact that the BBC was full of shit for 2 years, or France 24, or Deutsche Welle, or Rai Uno, or you name it, whatever. TV5, I don't care. Whatever. You've all been full of shit. 2 years. Whose fault is that? It's not Putin that forced you to listen to a war criminal Marxist from Ethiopia. So, there's that. But yeah, lunacy at this level is quite astonishing. Alright, another break. Let's listen to 7gen. 1916 Urkun. 1916 Urkun. Urkun is a Kyrgyz word for exodus. It's rap from Kyrgyzstan. The song describes the Kyrgyz uprising of 1916 against the Russian Empire. And the uprising was brutally repressed and led to a mass exodus of Kyrgyz people to China, Afghanistan, or even Iran, well, Persia at the time. The song is rife with historical references, and the rapper is the 7th child of his family, born in July, the 7th month. So therefore, 7 Gen, 1916 Urkun, and then we'll be back with Africa.
Кандуу кез 20-чы кылым 1916 жылы эч кимге тийбеген жөн жаткан элимди четинен кырып үркүн келди күтпөгөн үй жайын таштап өлүмдөн качып толук арабасына жүктөгөн баары жетелеп кыз балдарын сапар алды Кытайды карай жүз жана миң эмес кыргыздын талайы кооптуга жолду өткөнгө жарайбы билемин жарайт билем эч жактан бери түнү зарып кетип күн баттан кирип караңгылай учурларында шам берип бизди сактап келген тегерете биримди бир асмандын астында биримдикке бир жол бир түндүктүн алдында түндүк түштүк бир боз үйдүн ичинде урпактарга берилген эгемендүү түндүгүн кыргыздын элине бир боз үйдүн ичинде урпактарга берилген эгемендүү түндүгүн кыргыздын элине токтомой жок качкындан канча адам жок болуп ачкыдан бала тамак үчүн алмашылган дем алуу керек деп алгачкыдан анан жол аягы көрүнбөй убакыты саналбаган өлүмдү ушунчалык жайнаган кыргызым кыйналып барып Кытайда терегин сайып жакын болуп бөлүнбөй уланып жашоосу азыркы Кытайдын кызыл суу жеринде бар адамдар үркүндөн тирүү калган кыргыздар амансыңарбы сагыныч барбы мекениңерге биримдик бекемдеп берген бөлүнбөй калгансыңарбы кайра эле ажарда окуйсуңарбы мектебиңерде биз дайым күтөбүз ата мекенин унутпаган элдин бирин тарых сактап келет деп үмүттөбүз анткени биз бир чөйрөдөбүз бир кайыктабыз бир тоонун бетине боз үйлөр тигилип канчадан бери биз бир жайыттабыз жада калсак айда герман миле кылгандар үчүн биз бир айыптабыз бир асмандын астында биримдикке бир жол бир түндүктүн алдында түндүк түштүк бир боз үйдүн ичинде урпактарга берилген эгемендүү түндүгүн кыргыздын элине бир боз үйдүн ичинде урпактарга берилген эгемендүү түндүгүн кыргыздын элине. Ойгон уктабайдап баскан бойдон сөккүлөп чапканыңды ойлон салым берип кайра эле бир тойдон ойлон дагы бир ойлон ким коркпой келип жол ойдон көттөрүп урган кош ойгон канчалай баатырларыбыздын эрдиги эси бизде калган манас барсбек бакай курманжан датка бакиев акаев темекени сатпай үзүңгү коштун улуту азыр Кытай каркырада жок эле баш казактай кылымды каратып кылычын курчутуп пенсийден бери кыргызым турчуда бекем дарактай сөзүм чын ошол кездеги барактай ачуу кирет арактай бир асмандын астында биримдикке бир жол бир түндүктүн алдында түндүк түштүк бир боз үйдүн ичинде урпактарга берилген эгемендүү түндүгүн кыргыздын элине бир боз үйдүн ичинде урпактарга берилген эгемендүү түндүгүн кыргыздын элине кыргыздын элине.
All right, we're back. You've listened to some Kyrgyz rap. Africa. Voice of America. Nigeria loses Africa's top oil producer spot to Angola. Nigeria lost its position as Africa's top oil producer, industry insiders say, and could soon become third after Libya. Oil analysts say Nigeria's production struggle is coming at the worst time as oil prices have jumped, partly because of Russia's invasion. According to the Nigerian Oil Regulation Commission, the country's oil production during August dropped to 972,000 barrels per day, down from about 1.1 million barrels per day in July. That allowed Angola to pass Nigeria in monthly oil production for the third time this year. The other 2 months were May and June. Nigeria's oil production has been declining steadily for months. Authorities blame rising crude oil theft and sabotage at production sites. The Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation said recently that thieves from all levels of society, including religious groups, were stealing 200,000 barrels of crude oil per day. Oil and gas expert Emmanuel Afimia said Nigeria's its position as Africa's biggest oil producer has consequences. It actually sends the wrong signal to the global oil market. The country may slowly be losing its influence in the global market, and it may be difficult for Nigeria to contribute to decisions in the global market as time goes on. And most importantly, buyers may start to panic, because if you look at the reasons behind the decline, the buyers will think Nigeria is slowly losing its grasp. The lost production also translates into billions of dollars in lost revenue. Global oil prices skyrocketed in March, soon after Russia's invasion, and oil is still trading at around $96 per barrel. At that level, crude oil is trading 36% above Nigeria's benchmark for its 2022 budget. But in July, the NNPC reported zero revenue from crude oil exports compared to $5.96 million earnings in June. Last Friday, President Buhari instituted a committee on national economy and immediately discussed issues of oil theft with the new team. He said the theft is putting the country in a precarious economic position. You say? The fall in production is essentially due to economic sabotage. Producing at about half of our OPEC quota has deprived us of much needed revenue and foreign exchange. The government is working tirelessly to reverse this situation. Afimia said authorities must address theft and invest more in oil production before companies can raise monthly output. Once the country is able to increase its surveillance and improve security as well, it will really encourage existing firms to maximize their production. That confidence will be restored. Last week, Nigeria's Oil Workers Union said massive crude oil theft was putting worker safety and jobs at risk, and threatened to go on strike if the issue is not addressed. Nigerian authorities said they have improved surveillance of oil assets, especially in areas prone to bunkering and vandalism. This month, security authorities arrested 122 oil thieves and said operatives recovered nearly 36 million liters of stolen oil and 22 million liters of diesel. Right, so I can understand the people who argue, albeit in a conspiratorial manner, that this is a planned supply chain war and whatnot. It's not, but when everyone is being stupid in his own way at the same time, it can create this impression. It happened in the past too. It happened in the 70s last time. It happened in the past, and unfortunately it's not just Europe that is led by clowns. Plenty of other countries in, I don't want to use the term third world, because Nigeria is no longer a third world country, but you know, outside of the West and outside of the Northern Hemisphere, okay, plenty of other countries in the rest of the world are also led by clowns. Nigeria being a prime example, and that's quite unfortunate because, you know, Nigeria is a country that is not just an oil producer. It has a space program. The median income of the population has consistently been growing for more than 20 years. Most of what you imagine about how Nigeria is probably wrong, unless you've been to Nigeria over the last decade. In which case you'll be having a decent idea about how things really are. Yeah, it's that this West has this idea that all Africa is all mud huts and everything. Oh no, it isn't. In fact, very far from that. Well, even in Zimbabwe, the mud huts are in the museum. And Zimbabwe is significantly poorer than Nigeria. Yeah, the only places that could be considered mud hut level are those, for example, with the places of the Maasai tribe in Kenya, but those people live traditionally, and they're just... And they live so by choice. Yeah, they do by choice. The rest of the continent it's just not
even
as,
close.
Yeah, it's not as people imagine. And I can understand Americans. Americans are generally ignorant of the rest of the world in general, not just Africa in particular. But Europeans have no excuse. I mean, Europeans have no idea about how our neighbors essentially live, and they're not even curious about it. I mean, it's not even because I don't want to accuse people of racism, because it's not racism. It's more like ignorance and this casual dismissal of well, if it's too further to the east or too further to the south, it's probably backwards and shit. And that's usually not true. Now, in the case of Nigeria, it is unfortunately led by a bunch of fucking clowns. So as a result, most of the advances that occurred in the country almost always occurred in spite of the regime and not because of it. But now it's the time when the regime is actually actively hindering the country's progress, material and economic progress in particular, and not because it wants to, but because it's being stupid. Because it's to their detriment as well. I mean, even the regime suffers as a result of this, not just regular people and workers. Can they fix it? Yeah, but they're not going to like the solution. They'll have to go against oil thieves the way they went against Boko Haram, and that's the solution. And by southern Nigeria standards, that's an acceptable solution, but by UN standards, not so much. So now it's between a rock and a hard place. Do we do it our way, which we know it works, but pisses off the UN, or we do it the UN way, which doesn't piss off anyone, but also doesn't work? So negotiating and going like progressives suggest, yeah, let's negotiate with the thieves, and maybe they do it just because they're poor. And no. The people who steal oil in Nigeria are filthy rich. They're not doing it out of poverty. They're doing it out of greed. Because again, a poor person stealing some oil to power his car to go to the marketplace to sell or to buy doesn't steal 22 million liters of diesel. Okay, it just doesn't work like that.
Yeah. You just have to do a simple fraction. So there are 122 oil thieves. Altogether, they stole. What is it? 60 something million liters, either of already refined fuel or crude oil. Which are they gonna refine? Guess where? In the Niger Delta. Yeah, with all the clandestine oil refineries there.
Yes. It's more than 20 million? 2 million liters of fuel per person. I'm sorry, these are not poor people. There's no way you can convince me. I mean, just the logistics of carrying out the loot. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, especially in Africa where logistics is much more expensive.
I remember it was back in 2016 or 2017 when in Armenia they caught a few thieves which for some reason stole outright crude oil. I don't know where exactly they sell it, which was sort of abandoned but kind of forgotten pipeline in Dobroja. And then they stole something like a few tens or a few hundreds of barrels, and that was about it. Sure, it is several thousands of liters.
Yeah, but thousands, not millions.
But again, those were tens of people in cahoots with the gendarmerie and also other local officials.
Yes,
and they got absolutely shafted just for crude oil, nothing refined or something that you can sell immediately.
So and this issue in Nigeria is probably not necessarily globally relevant. However, you add this shit, then you add the anarchists in Angola who are also pulling shit like this, although those ones don't sell it, they just burn it out because they want to create chaos. By the way, some of them may be coughing in Cyrillic. Angola is not foreign of Russian interference. Then you have the issues in Saudi Arabia, which have now finally been solved, but for how long did they linger, which frustrated the production capacity. And in Saudi Arabia it matters a bit more. Then you have all sorts of logistical problems currently being solved in Uzbekistan, but still not solved, which also are borking the supply. So every little thing that you add on a market that is already maxed out, yeah, that's gonna create dubious fluctuations in the marketplace. So it's really that simple. Contrary to left-wing narrative, big oil is not one big thing that controls and owns everything and wants to kill planet and kill grandma and whatever and raise the oceans and whatever bullshit the leftists are peddling this morning, this afternoon. No, big oil is a lot of smaller things, and each and every one tries their best to make shekels and keep themselves afloat, keep their countries afloat, keep their companies afloat, usually both. And every single one of them can be easily, or not so easily, but can conceptually be disrupted by all sorts of forces, starting from, yes, extreme weather, to bombardments, to thefts, to anarchists being stupid in public, and so on and so forth. Okay. A bit further to the east, right? CNN, Tigrayan forces accept immediate ceasefire in an African Union-led peace talks with the Egyptian government.
Ethiopian.
Ethiopian. Forces in Ethiopia's Tigray region, why did I say Egypt? Said they are ready to observe an immediate ceasefire and accept an African Union-led peace process to end the conflict with federal forces that has stretched over nearly 2 years. We are ready to abide by an immediate and mutually agreed cessation of hostilities in order to create a conducive atmosphere, said the TPLF in a statement. Tigray's negotiation team includes TPLF spokesman Getachew Vereda and General Tsagdan Gebratinse, who are ready to be deployed without delay, the statement added. The Ethiopian government formed a committee in June to negotiate with forces from the Tigray region. The Ethiopian government spokesperson Legesse Tulu was not immediately available for comment. That's probably because he was cursing in a corner. The African Union welcomed TPLF's announcement, calling it a unique opportunity towards the restoration of peace in Ethiopia. The chairperson Musa Faki Mahamat said in a statement last Sunday that TPLF had previously expressed major concerns over the African Union's mediation and demanded the government restore major services such as banking and communication to Tigray before any talks can hold. The federal government, however, insisted that there must be no preconditions set before the AU intervenes. The UN also welcomed the development and is ready to support the AU-led peace process, the UN spokesman Stefan Dujarric, I think, said in a statement. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called on all parties to seize his opportunity for peace and to take steps to end the violence definitively and opt for dialogue. Military hostilities between Ethiopian government and Tigrayan forces resumed last month after a month-long ceasefire. I don't know if I didn't say it, I should have said, I don't know if we said it, because we did cover the previous ceasefire, and in June, and I don't know if I said that it's probably not going to last too long, but I don't know if I said that it's gonna be hostilities will resume before November. I thought about it, but I have no idea whether I did say it. So there is someone that actually goes through all of these long videos and extra. I don't know if I said it. If I didn't say it, I'm sorry, but I should have. I'm not surprised. Tigray, the TPLF resumed hostilities on Saturday. I am surprised by this announcement. What did they give them? Because they went full offensive in late Saturday, and by Sunday evening they already agreed to the ceasefire. This would be when we're recording the third consecutive day when they observed the ceasefire, which is quite surprising, considering that they really don't like the chaps at the African Union. Understandably so. I mean, it's one of the few issues where I have to agree with the TPLF on this. If the ones in Brussels are a bunch of fucking clowns, the African Union are worse. So there's that. What did they give them?
We haven't found out.
Yeah, no, and with the communications still cut off in Tigray as of this morning, I did call at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. When I woke up, and communications cut off, so no internet, no phone calls, and the sat phone number was disabled, so maybe my contact was sleeping or whatever. But I'm very curious what they give them. And I'm still not convinced that this will hold, because unfortunately for Ahmed Abiy, he failed. He succeeded in the avoidance of too much bloodshed among civilians, And he eventually succeeded in getting a ceasefire, but it took too long. And the rest of Ethiopia has kind of lost its patience with Ahmed Abiy. And of course the TPLF forces know this very well. So as a result, they have an incentive to treat Ahmed Abiy with a bit of disdain. And very few will condemn them for doing so. But I guess the broader point is everyone in Ethiopia is observing this carefully, because there might be others who may want to pull a similar thing. And if Ahmed Abiy doesn't succeed on the fundamentals, and again it's been too long, so the confidence of him succeeding of course is dropping by the day. But if he doesn't succeed on the fundamentals, namely to reintegrate Tigray and get TPLF on some sort of Sinn Féin or what's Baidu something it's called now, the former ETA in Spain. Basically that's the path that Ahmed Abiy is trying to
have some sort of separatist, but
not
militarized separatists.
Get them into some form of political arm and just be part of the general parliamentary democracy of the country.
Well, it's true, but TPLF used to be part of the parliamentary democracy of Ethiopia, and they fucked that up.
And they fucked that up because
they fucked it up spectacularly, going full Marxist.
Yes, and they basically couldn't accept that they lost an election. And now, admittedly, that election that is still that TPLF is still relitigating decades later was not entirely fair. That's true. However, by those times' standards, it was remarkably fair, and nobody disputes, no, not even them, they lost. Because, you've been Marxist in public for too long, and everyone noticed that, look, those who are not Marxists anymore are doing much better than we do. Why? Because we continue to be Marxist. Well, how about the fuck with these people? Ouch. And, the TPLF should be regarded more or less like the PKK, the Workers' Party of Kurdistan in Turkey. That's that's how you should be looking at TPLF. Marxist and also nationalistic or separatist. With the difference that unlike the PKK, these guys also have a point on the map, say, yeah, this is us. Whereas with the PKK, the things were a bit more fuzzy because the Kurdish people is split into 3 countries, kind of like the Turkistani people in Central Asia. So that's a bit more complicated.
But at least the Turkistanis are not exactly that salty about a part of the country being like it is the case of Kurdistan. A part of it is in Iraq, another part is in Turkey, right in the mountains, another part is in Syria.
And there's a Kurdish minority in Iran too. But yes, the Turkistanis are generally speaking less salty. Although there's the free movement, the movement for the freedom of Turkestani people. It's on the U.S. sanction list as a terrorist organization. Used to be active in Uzbekistan and got flattened with the tanks. I mean, that's how you deal with these people.
Under the treads you go.
Yeah, the previous president, Islam Karimov, flattened them with the tanks. Officially, they're still active, but in practice, nobody has heard of them for more than 10 years. Apparently, the tanks worked. That's how this functions. And unfortunately for Ahmed Abiy, most, if not all of his options involve some sort of physical removal, some sort of physical flattening. It just is what it is. He tried to be too nice with people that want him dead, and his regime dead, and his country split into multiple pieces. And it's true that TPLF is calculating that maybe they raise some other separate. There are at least 2 other provinces of Ethiopia which have a history of separatism, but unfortunately for the TPLF, they struck at the wrong moment. Considering how the economics of the region are going, they're really better off together. So it's very difficult to make the case for separatism in other regions now. Well, who knows, maybe 10 years from now. But 10 years from now, nobody will be believing in TPLF's cause. Because that's another thing. Young Tigrayans are not big fans of Tedros and the crew. By the way, when do we start discussing about Tedros Ghebreyesus' role in this shit?
When his mandate at the WHO expires.
Oh, well, he just got re-elected there in 21, so it's going to take a while. Oh, damn it. Institutional inertia and shit. All right, Al Jazeera. South Africa power cuts may not end in a year, Eskom said. Uh-oh. South African government plans to end the recurring power cuts could take at least a year to deliver results, a top executive at state energy utility Eskom said. Africa's most industrialized economy is set for its worst year of electricity outages, despite President Cyril Ramaphosa pledging new moves to tackle the crisis in July. State-owned Eskom implemented the extensive power cuts last week and is scheduled to do so again this week. We have various plans in place, I believe very good plans, however this is going to take time to implement, says the Chief Operating Officer Jan Oberholzer on Monday, adding that for the next 12 months or so we may not see the required benefits. Oberholzer told the news briefing that the performance of Eskom's fleet of aging, unreliable coal-fired power stations continue to deteriorate. He said 42 generating units, or almost 24,000 megawatts of capacity, tripped last week, with some units breaking down more than once. Midway through its financial year, Eskom has spent 7.7 billion rand on diesel to run energy generators, far in excess of the budgeted amount, Oberholzer added, calling it a serious concern. It's a really difficult situation we find ourselves in. Eskom, which generates more than 90% of the country's power, has struggled to meet energy demands in South Africa for at least a decade, but the outages have not been this severe since December 2019, so that's recent. Besides its aging plants, the company has previously also blamed the severe outages on a labor strike among its workforce. Why does this sound so much like California?
Oh no, but the means with Eskom and rolling power cuts
predate California's problems. Yes,
they predate California's stupidity. Well, at least in the case of Eskom, they really didn't have exactly a choice when the government shoved down their throats the Black Economic Empowerment Initiative, which is one of the reasons why the labor force is chimping out.
Unfortunately, that's true.
It's not only because they don't pay them exactly well, but they're also very incompetent. There's a reason why the entire power grid and power generation went down the shitters, because absolutely nothing was invested in more than a decade. And of course, they have Western technology, not Soviet technology, which at least kind of resists somehow. At least you got people smart enough to keep patching up the machines. No, in their case, at least they got something which saves them. Domestic coal reserves. If they didn't have those, they would have been holy fuck right now. We'll be talking about
rolling
the blackout state of South Africa.
Yeah, the rolling blackouts lasting days rather than hours. Yes. It is a recurring problem, and it's not just with power. It was the case, I think, in 2018 or 2019 with water.
Yeah, with water in Cape Town.
Johannesburg ran out of drinkable water.
Yeah, Johannesburg ran out of water completely, and for I think a week or so, Cape Town also ran out of water.
Yeah, it's amazing. And unfortunately, as terrible as this may sound, if we say it in public, unfortunately, yes, the Black empowerment initiatives were part of the problem, a big part of the problem. Not the only problem. There have been others too, such as misallocation of capital, which is unavoidable when it comes to state-owned enterprises. But the Black empowerment initiatives were a big part of the problem. Not because it pushed Black people into the workforce, but because it pushed incompetent people into the workforce at these enterprises.
Yeah,
that was the problem.
Black economic empowerment, you really have to spend some time to read it, because it's absolutely fascinating. Yes. It's absolutely fascinating. But when you have real life examples to compare what exactly it did, it looks absolutely horrific. So it's not just preferential treatment for blacks in order to put them in certain jobs. It also goes at the level of other institutions. For example, it openly discriminates in favor of black people. For example, if you want to get into university, if for example you're a white South African, you must have some really big grades in order to enter into one. But if you're a black, you can always invoke the BEE clause, and then you can enter being basically borderline failing. So and obviously the educational level also gets dropped down to the point that you have to pass because quotas, and that's how you have that's how you get to university level engineers who don't know how to build the electric wiring in a house, but they work in ESCOM because it's the state company.
Yeah, and there's a reason why that viral clip with decolonizing science was in fact from South Africa. I don't know if you remember it. There was a panel discussion with 5 or 6 black women, essentially, students, who were legit arguing that voodoo is on the same level with physics and mechanics, and we should decolonize science, and why should we study exclusively Newtonian mechanics when we should also be studying from the African perspective, you know. What's most funny about that clip is that the panel discussion was witnessed by a bunch of students from engineering, and the students from engineering were, "Are you fucking crazy?" And instead of saying yes, which would have ended the conversation, they were like, no, you're all a bunch of fucking racists. 3/4 of them were black, but you have to decolonize. In order to decolonize our minds, we have to decolonize our curriculum, and that necessarily includes decolonizing science.
Well, truth be told, yes, these South Africans are their own category of insane. But they aren't exactly as far off as the Pakistanis who say that the jinn operate the nukes.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
So it's a slump Islamic voodooism happening there as well.
To be fair, I've heard that talking point with the jinn has subsided a little bit. I don't know if it's true. I haven't had the time to verify it, but I've heard that it's not that bad anymore, which may be true. I mean, that was a rock bottom in and of itself. But the point I'm trying to make here is that okay, those students were crazy. Okay, we all laughed at them. The clip went viral. A few of them, 2 of the members of the panel, dropped out from university as a result of shame. I mean, everyone laughed at them hardly and loudly for obvious reasons. But the thing is that professors who think like that are still there. And there has been some decolonizing of science happening, which was a very good excuse to doing what you said, lowering the educational level, not just to the lowest common denominator, way below the lowest common denominator. And, you know, when the older ones who know how to do things start retiring, or they get kicked out for being the wrong race, which has happened on a wide scale. Well, eventually things are going to start breaking down. This is what I mean when I say the thin layer of civilization. You know, there are some people, if you want to call them essential workers, but not the way Western governments think of them. There are a certain class of people, although they're not necessarily a class because they don't necessarily like each other. But there are small groups of people without whom most of the things you take for granted cease to exist, such as electricity, such as clean water, such as all sorts of these things.
Yeah, for the 5 critical sectors of any functioning society: agriculture, construction, water supply and piping, electricity, and construction.
And sanitation.
Yeah.
Construction, put it twice. Yeah. Without these...
And logistics.
Yeah,
So you have 5.
Soon enough, things are going to get borked. Logistics is supremely borked in South Africa, in the Republic of South Africa, because, well, the roads be dangerous, man. Other countries of Africa have the opposite problem. The roads are safe, but they're crap.
But there are none, or there are crap, or there are none.
or none, yeah. So they have the opposite problem. South Africa has good roads for the most part, but they're not safe. Sometimes some more critical transports have to be, they're put in a truck or in a column of trucks, and then there's a military helicopter above them to make sure that they actually reach the destination and don't get looted on the way.
Yeah, there was a few months ago that the video that came viral with one white South African and a black South African getting robbed on the highway, and the black South African just pulled a shotgun on them.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, thinking about Wild West, how about the Wild South? And the thing is that, and also you have the other problem. If you pull a shotgun and successfully defend yourself, you better be black, or else. Because that's another thing. The policing is done the Democrat way, much to the detriment of the whole nation. I mean, everyone loses. That's the thing, and that's the part that the initial framers of this racist state didn't consider. They thought that, okay, if we abolish apartheid and then treat whites the way we think they treated us, they ended up treating the whites a lot worse than it was in the past. Then it's going to be restorative justice. Well, yes, but with mud huts and cholera and all sorts of other crappy stuff that is not abolished by public health or it's abolished by engineering. The reason you don't have rolling cholera epidemics is thanks to engineering, not thanks to doctors. Okay? So, I'm just saying, but then it is what it is. Expect to see very similar things in other places. Admittedly, South Africa is a very special case because they really wanted this, even though they never stated it explicitly, but they really wanted this because they've taken all of these necessary steps to dismantle essentially what had been built prior to 94, whatever, prior to Nelson Mandela, prior to the ANC rule. But in other places, the critical infrastructure is decaying at a slower pace than in South Africa, but still going in the same direction. And it's not just, okay, maybe with electricity it's a bit more, for now it's still a bit safe, but think about, again, construction. The labor shortage in construction and logistics in most of Europe are frightening. And they're not being replaced by anyone. And the initial idea, how we're going to bring Asians to work for, oh really? Okay. And are they coming in droves to fill in the gaps? No. Okay. And those that do, they tend to be quite incompetent. So there's that. A lot of these things are incredibly fragile. Not to mention the additional borking. At least South Africa doesn't have that problem, but most of other countries do, including in Africa and not to mention in Europe. The supply chain problems brought by the response to this fluffy cough. Which they're still not fixed, by the way. They've gotten slightly better, yes, but the supply chains still haven't realigned in a functional way. As we were saying in 2020 when we were mocking NZ's pandemic response, we were saying, hey, look, you can bork the supply chains pretty easily. It can take as little as 2 or 3 weeks to fuck things up. But fixing it can take years. And the sad part and the bad news is that you can't really do anything to accelerate the process. You just have to let the market reassess itself and then you coordinate. And eventually it'll be fine. But until then, I mean, remember when every container was like $14,000 to rent for one ride?
Or $20,000.
Or $20,000, something like that. Now it's back to like $2,000 or something. Still almost twice than it was before the pandemic, but, twice, not 10 times or 20 times more expensive. Eventually things have gotten better, but how long did it take? Just a simple aspect, just the containers, making sure they're all where they should be, in order to maintain the price, stable to the extent that's possible. And South Africa is an industrialized nation, so what's going to happen with so many rolling blackouts? Production output is going to go down. It has to. I mean, at the end of the day, they will probably implement, if they haven't already, they'll probably implement a very similar scheme, protect the households and implement first restrictions on industry. But in doing so, you frustrate future production. If you don't protect the household, I mean, you could do that, prioritize industry. The commies used to do that in Romania. Yeah, but that increases the chances of more violence and more revolts. And South Africa, boy, has had a lot of those lately. Do you want another one? I guess Mr. Ramaphosa doesn't. There are no good choices here. Well, other than you could stop being a racist, I guess. But I guess that's not on the table. Because I don't know.
It definitely South Africa. It will keep this very slow fall into the abyss up until the moment that somebody will decide to at least reconcile partially the interracial relations. Kind of how let's see, Angola did it to some extent, Namibia did it to some extent.
Zimbabwe is trying now.
Zimbabwe is at least trying now. They at least began, but they went really down the shitter before they realized.
To be fair, Angola has never really had a big issue. I mean, they didn't try to deport white people. Since they were coming out of a Soviet-inspired communism, they weren't really willing to try it again, this time with racial identities rather than class identities. Angola probably had the smoothest transition.
Yeah, Uganda, Rwanda.
Oh my goodness. And with Rwanda, it was, we all know it, right? It was first of all, the main ethnic groups in the country. And white people were an afterthought. The main ethnic groups in the country. And
but you think that in South Africa it's different than it is in Rwanda? They just haven't gotten part of the genocide yet.
The reason I think it's slightly different is because there are more competing factions in South Africa. In Rwanda, there were essentially two.
It's true, but also the surfaces are much bigger. And well, it's already in the history, which is also admitted by the Zulus, that before the Europeans came, what they did is that they pretty much had a rotational genocide cycle. In that area between the Zulu and the Fossa, and there were other two, which are the tribe from Lesotho, and another one who I forget, which is where Port Elizabeth is in the
the smaller one from the west, southwest. Present republic, yes. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, there were 4 groups, and now there's 5 or 6. In fact, I mean, the Coloreds, which are mostly Indian.
The Coloreds,
the Coloreds are mostly Indian. So there's 6 groups. Only 2 of them have weapons and money. So there's that. Complicated stuff. Let's just hope it doesn't turn into a genocide. And the reason I say this is because, cut out the electricity for a month.
And then we're gonna see the movie The Purge, but in IRL.
No, I think the movie The Purge would seem like very moderate and a walk in the park.
It will be PG-13.
Yes, The Purge will be the PG-13 in comparison to this. And people don't realize just how fucked up things can become if you cut out the electricity. Again, a month, not more. I'm being excessively I'm being extremist when I say, this civilization needs a blackout of 6 months. But a blackout of 6 months is the end of civilization as we know it. Period. Cutting the internet for a year doesn't move, barely moves the needle. Cutting the electricity for 6 months,
And I'll be there to sell diesel generators.
Oh yeah, of course. And South Africa is already segregated in this fashion. I mean, there's plenty of gated communities with armed guards and barbed wire who are. I mean, it says there, 90% of electricity is generated by this state company. The other 10% is gated communities with their own generators and their own electric autonomy. Why? Not because they necessarily distrusted the state company, although that was a factor too. But because they would get their electricity routinely cut off by looters. then they would get routinely sabotaged. So they strive to become energy independent to the extent that it was possible.
And then you have the colony of Armenia, which has 2 tanks at the entrance.
Yes, yes.
No, that's one place I still really want to visit at some point.
Yeah, too bad it's expensive to get there.
Well, I know kerosene costs more than ever.
Yeah, no, you can get by car, but that's still a long drive from the nearest airport. At least the nearest civilian airport that is also international. So, yeah. But what I'm saying is that shit is not sustainable. At some point, someone will have to try to do some reconciliation, and if not, then I guess the historical cycle of the region before the Europeans came will at least run one more time. Terrible, terrible. All right, let's take another break. Let's go to another terrible area of the world, namely the frontier between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan. And we're going to listen to a rapper that is of Afghan descent but born in Uzbekistan, Yusufu. And he mostly raps about history, and he's routinely in trouble in Afghanistan for emphasizing the pre-Islamic era, and in trouble in Uzbekistan for being a bit foreign. So, you know, although to be fair, his albums are not necessarily censored in Uzbekistan, but you know, it's that guy. He's not necessarily quite popular. So yeah, Yusufu Uzbegim, which is a song about the friendships developed around the border area, and then we'll be back with Asia.
O'zimga bekman degan har zamon o'zligida to'xtagan mayli ketsa ham deb jon g'ururimsan mani yilim o'zbegim fido qilay yo'lingda bor yo'g'im beli bog'liq mudom ingida baxmal gupucha o'zbekning o'g'illari mardi mardonalikda boshqacha qizlarning yuzini ko'rib oy uyaladi kecha qari yoshining qo'li marhamat deb mudom ko'ksida Haqqayt qo'rqma zolimdan biroz xabar ol tarixdan din u dunyo manfaat ko'rgan o'zbekdan Haqqayt qo'rqma zolimdan biroz xabar ol tarixdan din u dunyo manfaat ko'rgan o'zbekdan Bizni tilimiz aks so'zi bu muhabbat sizi bizni eshitmadimi ko'rmadim hech dunyoda o'zidan kattaga desa aka kichkinaga uka opa singil sevgisi ko'p yuragimizda hurmati boshqacha yo'q hech bir yerda bu sirf Turkistonda yetdan erkak xalq savodi maraka dasturxonida palov arisa tengriga shukrimiz bor bizga bergan ming fayz va baraka Haqqayt qo'rqma zolimdan biroz xabar ol tarixdan din u dunyo manfaat ko'rgan o'zbekdan Haqqayt qo'rqma zolimdan biroz xabar ol tarixdan din u dunyo manfaat ko'rgan o'zbekdan Yozmishlar nabiy so'zini hadis chirog'i mani dinimni Imom al-Buxoriy va al-Tirmiziy o'zbek naslidir Abu Ali ibn Sino al-Balxiy amiridir amirlarning amiril kalom Navoiy olpandini tingla so'zini nima deydi mashrabi divon Sufiya loyor qilgan masharni bayon Diman maxtum qo'liga assalom desam Mavlono Balxiy va al-Qashqariy sevgi qasridir Toj Mahal man Temuriy chakmishlar zahmat bobolarim tinovun madaniyat uchun ruhing shod ergash uchqun Abdulmatin Anxuy qori azim azimi man ham qon yig'ladim yurtim uchun yozibdi shirin turkiy hafiziy quloqlarda intizori Toj Muhammad chovushning shirin sesi hammamiz Turkiston farzandi Haqqayt qo'rqma zolimdan biroz xabar ol tarixdan din u dunyo manfaat ko'rgan o'zbekdan Haqqayt qo'rqma zolimdan biroz xabar ol tarixdan din u dunyo manfaat ko'rgan o'zbekdan
All right, we're back. You've listened to some Afghan/Uzbek, I guess in English, rap. Asia, proceeding further. Al Jazeera. Armenia and Russia agree to joint steps to stabilize the border. I haven't seen a title more fake news than this one. Armenia and Russia have agreed on joint steps to stabilize the situation along Armenia's border with Azerbaijan after the deadly overnight clashes, officials in Yerevan said. Armenia's defense minister Suren Papikyan said he spoke with his counterpart Sergei Shoigu on Tuesday, and they both agreed to take necessary steps to stabilize the situation. That means nothing. Earlier, Armenia and Azerbaijan have both reported new border clashes that left an unknown number of Azerbaijani troops dead in the latest flare-up between the arch foes who fought a war in 2020 over the contested Nagorno-Karabakh region. Each side blamed the other for the fighting. In a statement, Armenia's defense ministry said Azerbaijan launched intensive shelling against Armenian military positions in the direction of the cities of Goris, Sok and Yermuk at 0:05 a.m. On Tuesday. Azerbaijani troops used drones as well as artillery and large caliber firearms. Armenia's armed forces have launched a proportionate response. But Azerbaijan's defense ministry accused Armenia of large-scale subversive acts near the districts of Dashkesan, Kalbejar and Lachin on the border, adding that its army positions came under fire, including from trench mortars. There are losses among Azerbaijani servicemen, it said, without giving figures. According to Azerbaijani media, the two countries had agreed on a ceasefire earlier on Monday to halt the hostilities, but it fell apart minutes later. The truce came into force at 9 a.m. local time, according to media reports, and the source, who asked not to be named, but it was broken soon after. Russia is a key power broker in the region and an ally of Armenia through the Moscow-led Collective Security Treaty Organization. Meanwhile, the United States said it was deeply concerned about reports of the attacks. Yeah, we're watching closely and with concern. As we have long made it clear, there can be no military solution to the conflict, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said on Monday. We urge an end to any military hostilities immediately. Okay, boomer. Turkey's Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu said that Armenia should cease provocations and instead focus on peace negotiation and cooperation with Azerbaijan. Of course, Mevlut Çavuşoğlu works for Erdogan, so of course he's going to do this. There have been frequent reports of fighting along the Armenia-Azerbaijan border since the end of their 2020 war. Last week, Armenia accused Azerbaijan of killing one of its soldiers in a border attack. In August, Azerbaijan said it had lost a soldier, and the Karabakh army said 2 of its troops had been killed and more than a dozen wounded. The neighbors have fought 2 wars over the Nagorno-Karabakh region, the Armenian-populated enclave in Azerbaijan. Conflict first broke out in late the 1980s when both sides were under Soviet rule and Armenian forces captured swaths of territory near Nagorno-Karabakh, long recognized internationally as Azerbaijan's territory, but with a large Armenian population. About 30,000 people died in the ensuing conflict. Azerbaijan regained those territories in the 2020 fighting, which ended with a Russian-brokered truce and thousands of residents returning to homes from which they had fled. More than 6,500 people lost their lives in the 6-week war. The leaders of both countries have since met several times to hammer out a treaty intended to establish a lasting peace. During the Eurosayus-mediated talks in Brussels in May and April, Azerbaijan President Ilham Aliyev and Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan agreed to advance discussions on a future peace treaty. That means nothing again. Pashinyan on Tuesday held separate phone calls with Russian President Vladimir Putin, French President Emmanuel Macron, and EU's President Charles Michel on the latest clashes, according to the Armenian government. Michel said the EU was ready to make efforts to prevent further escalation, yeah, you and what army, and said there was no alternative to peace and stability in the region. Pashinyan condemned the provocative, aggressive actions of Azerbaijani armed forces and called for an adequate response from the international community, the Armenian government said. Mr. Pashinyan, I don't think you've noticed, but if you haven't, I'll gladly provide free consultation to you. And I'll ask my Armenian fans to pass this segment to Mr. Pashinyan. First of all, there isn't really an international community. It's mostly an academic fiction. And to the extent that such thing can exist in practice, it's kind of busy right now. Like, very busy. And unfortunately for you, your country continues to be an official ally of Russia. So the international community really doesn't give a flying fuck what happens to you at this point in time. It just is what it is. Is that a sad thing? Well, I guess if you're Nikol Pashinyan, that's very sad. But if you're everyone else,
Yeah, and simultaneously, you probably have forgotten that there is a war going on in Ukraine, and the Russians aren't doing that great. That means that they're gonna have they definitely dislodge some forces from the pseudo Transnistria that exists in Nagorno-Karabakh. And that is the situation which Aliyev exploited. The Russians are not home. We're just gonna send the drones in.
Let's see what happens if we poke in that direction. And of course, he will poke further. I mean, he will get into Stepanakert. He would be stupid not to. There's nothing Russia can do, because in order for Russia to actually enforce the truce, the terms of the truce that Russia agreed. Russia takes the responsibility to actually enforce it. Now, in order to do that, Russia would have to send a lot of troops there. Again, these Armenia and Azerbaijan are small countries population-wise. They killed each other, 30,000 of them in late 1980s. 30,000 is a big number for such small countries. I mean, it's a big number for Russia to lose on the front in Ukraine, and Russia is a huge country population-wise. Territorially too, but that's irrelevant. So Russia would have to send basically an elite division there, because the Azerbaijani army is very well equipped, still quite corrupt, but at least they know how to use their toys this time around as opposed to previous times, and they have no qualms in using them. And besides, unlike Armenia, they also have a good supply chains. They can import from Turkey as much as they want. They have a lot of gas money, they can pay for it. Erdogan is more than happy to sell it. Good luck.
Speaking of the gas, this is another thing for Armenia, which you're set in a shitty situation with the gas taps closed coming from Russia. The EU needs gas as much as they can get their hands on. And Azerbaijan is right at the top of the list when it comes to
just a few days ago. I think either Ursula or some delegate from the European Council went to Baku to sign a memorandum of intention of essentially to basically reserve some gas for Europe. And Bulgaria signed its own separate deals, and the gas already is pumping out for Bulgaria, essentially to avoid having to negotiate an onerous contract with Gazprom. That's Bulgaria for you. Okay, so everyone wants Azerbaijani gas, and Azerbaijan is more than happy to sell it because good shekels. There's already infrastructure through Georgia, so it's doable. It's very doable. Oh yeah, and then there's the Armenia issue. Okay, that's literally how it's being treated on the hallways of power in the Европейский Союз right now. All Европейский Союз countries. Oh yeah, and then there's the Pashinyan Armenia issue. Okay. How about that Azeri gas? How much do you want for it? That's literally how everyone is thinking about the situation right now. Nobody gives a flying fuck. Russia can't help you, even if they wanted to. They don't, by the way. But even if they wanted to, they can't. Европейский Союз doesn't give a toss because it has bigger problems. You called Macron. Okay, Macron should do what? Dislocate a professional French force there to defend you from Azerbaijan? Why? Again, Armenia at the end of the day is Russia's ally. There's no reason, there's no way in hell any NATO country will dislocate some forces there to defend you, Armenia, against a third country that also happens to deliver gas to a lot of NATO countries.
Yeah, and also Azerbaijan is a friend of the US because Azerbaijan, in order to sell oil to Europe, they had to build the pipelines with US technology.
Yes. Oh, and one more thing, in case you might have noticed, Azerbaijan is a neighbor of Turkey, which means it's a very good friend of Turkey. And that means they can always call for bigger help, which is nearby with good logistics, as opposed to Armenia. Oh, and according to the rules-based international order, which Mr. Pashinyan always says that he upholds, well, I'm sorry, Nagorno-Karabakh is Azeri territory. I know, it sucks, I agree. But it is what it is. The internationally recognized border that nobody disputes puts Stepanakert in Azerbaijan. It shouldn't be that way. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
but it is.
Yeah, we understand the historic rationale that Stalin did the partition, or actually no, Khrushchev did the partitioning intentionally that way. Armenia and Azerbaijan are not the only example from the former Soviet Union, but this is the way the situation is, and there's nothing you can do about it. You could have at least sort of, if you really wanted those Armenians in your country, struck a deal with Aliyev in order to send them towards your own, and then the problem solved.
Before the onset of the 2020 war, Tavares Pashinyan had 2 years to break a deal with Aliyev, and there could have been a more peaceful one. So yes, it would have evolved, renouncing any idea of Artsakh Republic and all of that jazz. And in return for us renouncing any military claim there, let's create an autonomous county within Azerbaijan. We recognize the territory being part of Azerbaijan, but protect their language rights in return, and free passage between them.
Yeah, something like a protectorate.
And and that under some Russian guarantee or whatever. That would have been a very good deal, both for Armenia and for Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan would have gotten rid of a huge headache, and Armenia would have gotten most of what it wanted. Oh, but you refused that because potato. Well, at some point, Aliyev had enough military power to say, you know what, let's try again. And now Russia is busy, so nobody's at home. Let's try again. Let's see what happens. Because what are you going to do? So, yeah, I'm sorry for Armenia, but you don't have a case. And this whole idea that, we're going to call the international order. The international order is already established. Stepanakert is part of Azerbaijan. You lost already. You lost even before you dialed the number to Macron. Now, admittedly, Mr. Pashinyan is also a peculiar character in and of himself. He won an outright majority last year, even after losing the war, which was quite spectacular. The elections were fair. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the people is quite schizophrenic and is generating this schizophrenic politics. Armenia has one of the most schizophrenic politics. Them and Kyrgyzstan. I mean, them and Kyrgyzstan could compete for the most schizophrenic politics of the former Soviet republics. Because on one hand, everyone was pissed at him for losing the war, but then at the same time they voted for him because he was the least Putinist of everyone, but he wants Russia to protect the outcome of the war.
Yeah.
And now he holds the rotative presidency of the CSTO, and he asked for reinforcement troops from the CSTO.
And what he got exactly yesterday evening was a middle finger.
Niet. Armenia niet tu. Yeah, so basically the General Assembly of the CSTO analyzed Armenia's presidency, the president of Armenia's presidency's proposal, and they held a vote, and no. No, because no. Why? Because again, the what do you call it? The responsibility would have fallen primarily on Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. Now, Kyrgyzstan is already depleting its weapon deposits, sending all of its scrap metal to Russia. well, at least in theory, because as we discussed previous segments,
in practice, that's more complicated.
It's gonna be a complicated business, but whatever. And Kazakhstan is now busy, having high-level chats with Xi Jinping, integrating its fossil fuel economy with Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, which is not a member of the CSTO, by the way. So as a result, Uzbekistan can say, you know what, how about no? Let's not get ourselves into yet another war, because we don't want to. And, if you want our gas, let's play peacefully this time. And as a result, the consensus is no. And Belarus sent who? And through where? That's another. How do you get from Belarus to Armenia without going either above a war zone or through sanctioned airspace, because that's another problem. At least the troops from Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan can arrive there without much of a problem, but Belarus has its own problems. Yeah, they would have to go terrestrially all the way till outside of the restricted airspace of Russia, and then fly from there above where? Because, above the Caspian Sea, but then you get into Azerbaijan. No, you're not flying from there through there. Above Georgia, again, maybe not a good idea. So that's in itself a problem. Or I guess something from Crimea could have been sourced. But on a more serious note, you're fucked.
You're on your own.
You're on your own. Good luck. Maybe now, at the 12th hour, try to break a deal with Aliyev. And at this point, after you already lost the war, the first phase of the war anyway, and you can't uphold the truce because Russia can't, even if they want to, they can't. The best you can hope for is for some minority rights, language rights for the Armenian population in Artsakh, and renouncing any claim there. And there you go, the end of your headaches. Or you can go down this path, more people will die, and eventually Azerbaijan will still win, and nobody will care. Because as opposed to other times when Armenians have been in trouble, this time you don't have a case. Sorry. And I'm a big fan of Armenia. I really like Armenia. Too bad it's an ally of Russia. And too bad that this time around you don't have a case. It is what it is. And, personal sympathies notwithstanding. All right, the Indian Express. Here's what other people do when the power goes out. India may need up to 28 gigawatts of additional coal-based power generation capacity by 2032, says the Central Electricity Authority. The power capacity by 2023, apart from the 25 gigawatts thermal projects that are already under construction, says the advisory body. It's seen that apart from under construction coal-based capacity, the additional capacity required till 2031-32 may vary from 17 gigawatts to around 28 gigawatts, says in a draft of a National Electricity Plan. The CEA has put up the draft for feedback of stakeholders on September the 8th, 2022. As per the Electricity Act of 2003, the CEA has to prepare the National Electricity Plan once in 5 years. The Act stipulates that the institution, while preparing the National Electricity Plan, shall publish the draft and invite suggestions and objections thereon from licenses, generating companies, and the public. The inputs from the draft can be given latest by December the 5th, 2022. It is also seen that the battery energy storage system requirement in 31-32 is varying from 51 gigawatts to 84 gigawatts, stated the document. It also said that in the event of a delay in achievement of hydro-based plants, which are in a concurred under construction stage, there is additional requirement of coal of around 4 gigawatts in capacity mix by 26-27. In the event of non-availability of the baseload nuclear capacity, the study model opts for cheaper coal candidates available to provide baseload support, it explained. When the peak demand and energy requirement increases, both the coal-based capacity and storage requirement, or the pumped storage schemes, and the BESS increases along with marginal increase in hydro capacity, it found. The projected all-India peak electricity demand and electrical energy requirement is 272 gigawatts and 1,874 billion units for the year 26-27 and 363 gigawatts for the year 31-32 respectively, as per the preliminary estimates of demand projections. The average plant load factor or capacity utilization of the total installed coal capacity of 239.3 gigawatts was found to be about 55% in 26-27, and the average for 31-32 was found to be about 62%. The capacity, blah blah blah, okay, more numbers, we'll skip that. Yeah, Kazakhstan likes this.
Look, have you seen in this article, there's absolutely no bloody mention of green energy initiatives or other shit like that.
Yeah, or carbon, the decarbonization.
Yeah, Indians be like, fuck this shit, we need electricity, shove more coal in the furnace.
But we don't have enough coal. Our neighbors do. So yeah, this is what normal people do. I mean, there's nothing extreme, there's nothing controversial.
This is just reality.
Yeah, it's a very normal report. We still do see that in Eastern Europe. I mean, they look very similar in our neck of the woods as well. This is what normal people do. Oh, there's need for more electricity? Okay, fine, let's build some more plants. Okay, still not enough? Shove more coal. That's just reality. And to be fair, most in Asia do this, although some of them dress it in green energy language. We'll see immediately what Japan does, which they essentially do the same thing, but they present it in a more elegant for a Western audience. Meanwhile, the Indians have to be appreciated for their brutal honesty. We're just going to shovel a lot more coal if necessary, and it is what it is. It makes no excuses for it. It doesn't mention any objectives of decarbonization or whatever green objective. No. This is the necessary electricity for our country. This is how much we produce. Therefore, we need to produce that much more. And we can do it with this way, and this way, and this way. And by the way, redundancy here and there. And yes, shove more coal. That's it. And of course, I know I'm only half joking when I say Kazakhstan likes this, and people don't realize just how much coal Kazakhstan has, and how eager they are to sell a lot of it, because they're a country of 20 million people. So if they were to only use coal for everything, from heating to electricity to everything, if they were to only use coal, they could be energy independent for like 500 years or something like that. And even at double consumption, they would still be energy independent almost 400 years. I mean, it's something like that. And that's just the extracting capacities that are open now, because nobody knows how much coal is in the closed capacities that are just put in preservation. There's just a lot of coal in Kazakhstan. So now they're like, okay, we have a lot of this. Hey, anyone wants coal? Well, as it turns out, everyone wants coal. Despite decades of green narrative, coal ain't going anywhere, mate.
Yeah, and also there's also this blockage, which we're not gonna talk about the absolutely moronic green activists, but coal technology has progressed significantly in the past few decades. People have still this idea stuck in their heads that coal power is something like it was back in the 1940s or even 60s, where you just shove raw coal inside and you get all sorts of shit like soot and sulfur outside from the chimneys. It's no longer like that.
There's been quite advanced filters have emerged.
So coal desulfuration has already existed in the past 40 years, and it's the industry standard. Also, not every sort of coal can also be used. But there are also solutions in order to add a bit of power or filtration capacity. You don't just shove coal inside; you also shove other things. Like, for example, in the newest Chinese power plants, they shove the coal with urea solution, exactly because of desulfurization. And also you got the particulate filters themselves. Yes, in terms of CO2 purely, that still is a problem. But again,
who gives a shit?
But again, people have no idea how much even the thermal capacities of the power plants themselves, leaving aside the fuel itself, have progressed. Now you have something called supercritical generation, which was unthought of. But of course, if you live in Europe, you can never find out about this because those were built just in Asia. Where efficiencies are double or even more than whatever sort of competing technology you may have accessible. Like, for example, the Soviet power plants we got in Eastern Europe.
But even the Soviet power plants in Eastern Europe have been slowly upgraded to newer technology. Admittedly, they're not as performing as the ones in Asia.
But we haven't upgraded the furnaces because the new furnaces are not exactly as not reliable, not as flexible. Because in our case, that is exactly a strategic decision.
Yes.
The Indians will likely not go that route because they don't have the geopolitical context in order to need such redundancies of having to shove anything in the furnace as long as it burns. So they can focus in having much more efficient power generation that way.
At least for now. Although, to be fair, at some point, and it's going to be very soon. I mean, I've heard all sorts of nonsense that, but the rest of the world doesn't support the war on Russia. First of all, it's not a war on Russia, it's a war of Russia against everyone else. So that's one aspect. Second aspect, at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, if its main suppliers support sanctions on Russia, and if the Russian military turns out to be shit, that happened already. And if pushed to choose whether to continue to be friends of Putin or to continue to be beneficiaries of technological development, because behind the facade of we're going to stay neutral of this and whatnot, you look at what countries do rather than what they say. Right? There's all sorts of diversification, slowly removing Russia from the mix. So, I'm just saying. I believe in 2 months from now, Mr. Modi is scheduled to pay a visit to Astana, if I recall correctly. Kasym Tokayev is not the most transparent president, but like any of these countries, if you know who to ask, you can find out a lot of things. We should be looking at what India is doing and try to do this in Europe too. Admittedly, in Europe we have different problems, such as the coal available in Europe right now is not top tier. The one in Kazakhstan is also top tier, in addition to being plentiful.
Though, truthfully, we do have, the problem is it's not in continental Europe, it's in Wales. Welsh coal is of very high quality, to the point that it is being recognized in the past 200 years, even the cruise ships of old, which used to carry people to the Americas, used Welsh coal.
You're right.
But the problem is that it's it's the UK, so it's more expensive to extract it. But then at the same time, you can put it on a boat, and there you go, problem solved.
Yeah, but what you gain in geographic proximity, you lose in extraction costs and transportation costs. If we can do it in such a way that would be at least as cheap, if not slightly cheaper than sourcing it from Kazakhstan, that would be great. That's one option. Germany has some decent coal, but considering Germany's electrical
Germany is Germany. We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, probably Germany is not going to export coal anytime soon, but they'll definitely consume it, regardless of what the Greens say. Then there's that. Polish coal is not that great, unfortunately. It's plentiful, but it's not that good.
Our domestic resources of coal are also kind of terrible. As a last resort only stuff.
They're only used when Volodya turns off the tap, or all sorts of emergency situations. Then all of them get opened, and it's not green, but you also don't freeze to death, so winning. To be fair, the best coal in continental Europe is in Donbass. So then there's that. And now you understand why we really want Ukraine to win. At the end of the day, if Ukraine wins, even without recovering Crimea, although that would be preferable, of course, at the end of the day, with what is there, it's enough to secure most of Europe's energy independence from Russia for at least several decades. Which is more than enough to allow innovation to kick in.
Or we can go the decentralized route and say fuck it to everybody, and start shoveling into small and medium modular reactors.
Well, that too.
Nuclear reactors,
even that, the SMRs are essentially now being discussed where? Japan? Romania?
In Romania, it's already one being built.
Poland?
Poland as well wants a lot.
And that's pretty much it. Yeah, because just a few days ago, a Polish delegation representing several big factories, they came to Romania to source knowledge, essentially, about these things, because they want to, the biggest consumers of energy, they want their own small reactor in their backyard. And screw you, Volodya Putin, our electricity has a fixed price for the next 100 years. So there you go. Imagine the opportunities there. I mean, the biggest consumers not consuming from the grid and just having their own backyard nuclear reactor. And some of those, if they, we'll see, because the first one will probably be built here. We'll see if it holds up in reality. But you know, in theory, those should be able to produce without much work on them for about 80 years. And you can put them in there, and that's why they're modular. You know, you consume more than one can produce. Okay, let's put 5 in series, and there you go. You have your mini power plant in your backyard. Okay, it's not that small really, but it's pretty small compared to.
It's much smaller than anything which is not a diesel generator.
So yeah, small modular reactors, clean, beautiful coal. Less Russian gas. In the meantime, LNG, it's going to be a bit...
renewables.
And fuck renewables, fuck renewables. Speaking of which, there was there's the joke that my colleague makes routinely on the Romanian podcast. You know, there was a time when the Germans, you know, they have the Black Forest Mountains. It was only the Black Mountains left, and the forest got wiped out. Most of Germany's forests are less than 100 years old. They've been planted more recently, and because Germany cut down all of the wood on its territory to withstand winters. Now they're doing it again.
Oh
well.
Hold on, that's...
In fairness, at least wood is renewable. I mean, you can plant new...
Yeah, but even funnier is that a good majority of the forests that are still standing to this day were planted in the times of Nazi Germany.
Yeah, that's true.
It's funny because I think there was an article one or 2 years ago where they discovered what was it? I think a coniferous forest, which had in a set area a different kind of colored coniferous trees, which were exactly in the shape of a swastika. And they discovered that right in the summer because the Nazis thought it was exactly that moment when those trees would get the color. Whoops.
Honk. But yeah, so you know, if you don't like it, then the only option is cutting down trees for heating. Admittedly, in Germany they no longer call it that way. They call it biomass.
Biomass.
Yeah, and essentially they don't do it the old-fashioned way, which is, by the way, also more efficient, at least for home use. But for some reason, too many of them have opted out of the medieval way because, you know, why use a tried and tested 5,000 years old method? No, let's be techno-optimistic here. So they cut down the tree and then they consume separate energy to make it into very small pieces.
Transform basically into wood chips.
Wood chips, yes. And then they burn that one. Why? Oh, but you know the mini heaters that they use at homes, they only accept that kind of. Really?
You're pretty much talking about the wood pellets. That's what.
Sometimes not even pellets. No, just wood chip. Yeah, the pellets is a different story. At least those add calorical power, so I understand their value. But no, just wood chip, because they have those small heaters. That can heat an entire house, but the problem is you can only power it with wood chips. Why not just get bigger of those that can accept any portion of wood in almost any shape and just burns? Amazing. Meanwhile, in India, of course, they have big energy needs. They have their population is no longer growing that fast.
It's not growing, but it's developing at an industrial level.
And you know, turning India into the industrialized country, that consumes a lot of electricity. being the largest country
and especially because it's a free market compared to China, where China
even China consumes a lot of energy.
China consumes a lot, but it suffers from the dysfunctionality of it being a command economy and the state.
Absolutely.
We've talked about what was it several months ago. In the winter, where the Chinese just shut off electricity at several big industrial parks because they didn't have any.
Yes. But in India they don't want to get into that situation. I mean, and it's a common feature almost everywhere in Asia. We don't want to be like China. Like seriously, fuck China. And usually, how is China doing things this way? Okay, we're going to do the other way because it's probably wrong the way China is doing. And almost always they're correct. Almost everything China does tends to be very wrong.
Being professionally gico contra.
Professional contrarians. As I was saying, Japan is doing the same thing as India, but coaching it in a much more sweet language. Japan Times: amid energy challenges and green shift, Japan eyes new nuclear tech. Amid energy security concerns heightened by the war, the government has steadily moved toward a stronger embrace of nuclear power, with Prime Minister Fumio Kishida stating his intention to get more idled reactors back online. But late last month, he seemed to go further, indicating that he wants to look at constructing new types of reactors.
Fucking finally.
The comments made at an August 24 meeting of experts debating a new green transformation policy have been taken as a fundamental policy shift that could see Japan pursue smaller nuclear reactors. Supporters tout these as safer and more economically efficient, but massive political, economic and environmental challenges could greatly drive up costs. Kishida's policies on green transformation, referred to as GX in Japan, aims to give the nation the ability to meet both short-term electricity supply problems in the future and the country's decarbonization goals. As I was saying, doing the same thing, but with all of these bells and whistles. The government aims to have renewable energy provide 36 to 38% of its power by 2030, with nuclear accounting for 20 to 22, and it has a goal of achieving full carbon neutrality by 2050. Good luck with that. On August the 2nd, then Economy Minister Koichi Hajuda said that while a committee within the ministry's Agency for Natural Resources has indicated that new reactors could be commissioned by mid-2030, that does not mean the government intends to newly construct or replace the existing ones. Just over 3 weeks later, the Prime Minister appeared to contradict that statement. We'll take all possible measures to overcome the current crisis of tight supply and demand of electricity. This meeting has also called for the development and construction of next-generation innovative reactors that incorporate new safety mechanisms. In August 31st news conference, however, Kishida denied Japan was changing course on its energy goals. Basically, what Kishida is doing here is bamboozling the greenies and keeping them busy with bullshit. That's what he's doing. And it's not a surprise. I mean, he said it as much when he arrived at the NATO summit in Madrid. Yeah, I'll have to find a way to bamboozle the greenies. So I guess this is the strategy. Bold strategy. Let's see if it pays out for him. To achieve the 2030 and 2050 greenhouse gas goals, we asked experts to consider all options, including next generation reactors. But our policy of reducing dependence on nuclear power as much as possible remains unchanged. That's a lie. That's an outright lie. The Green Transformation Panel is expected to deliver its recommendation to the Kishida administration by the end of the year. But the committee's support for restarting more large-scale nuclear reactors and developing small modular reactors, a controversial new technology that has yet to be commercialized, appears strong. We should take urgent measures to accelerate the restart nuclear plants this autumn, Japan Business Federation Chairman Masakazu Takura said on August the 24th meeting. He also spoke of the need to develop SMRs. Apart from the challenges posed by that new nuclear technology, ramping up nuclear in general faces hurdles of its own. Mika Obayashi, director of the Tokyo-based Renewable Energy Institute, so nobody, a non-profit think tank that advises the government, said that there are fundamental problems with ramping up nuclear problems, ranging from high costs to accident risks, as well as the length of time required to get new facilities running. There's also the issue of what to do with additional nuclear waste, which Japan needs to be safely stored for 100,000 years, when Japan has yet to find a site for the final disposal of the spent nuclear fuel from its existing reactors. Have you tried the outer space? It tends to work. I'm just saying. And by the way, it's no longer expensive. I mean, if you can have spatial tourism, definitely you can have nuclear waste tourism.
Not even that one. But Japan has a lot of bloody mountains. Can they build a storage facility in any of those mountains where they can simply
of course
unload all the nuclear fuel?
But I think it would be cheaper to just dump it into the outer space. Now it's $100,000 for a regular Joe to travel to the outer space. How much could it cost to?
There's a problem. You need tonnage. Nuclear fuel is heavy, very heavy.
Yeah.
And
I still think it would be cheaper than to empty a mountain and build a storage facility there. And with about $20 million, you can still send quite a lot of it outside in the outer space. In addition, separate plans to recycle spent fuel from for reuse in Rokasho, Amui Prefecture, have also stalled. On September the 7th, completion of Rokasho's fuel reprocessing plant was delayed for the 26th time. No new completion target has been set, and there are no estimates on when spent fuel might be reprocessed there to be burned as fuel once again. Thus, efforts to quickly restart current conventional reactors already face a variety of challenges, but Kishida's announcement that the government would also look at SMRs raises questions of its own, not least because the technology is not yet commercially available. Unlike conventional reactors, SMRs have a capacity of up to 300 megawatts per unit. That's about 1/3 of the generating capacity of traditional nuclear power reactors, but SMRs can be located in places not suitable for larger nuclear power plants. SMR proponents and the International Atomic Energy Agency argue that compared with large reactors, SMRs are cheaper and take less time to construct. Although their electricity output is smaller than conventional reactors, a series of them can be used to match supply to demand incrementally and more efficiently than larger conventional reactors, as I said, modular. The challenges, however, are immense, starting with the fact that there are no commercial SMRs currently operating. Patience and tobacco. Uncertainties about when SMRs will be ready for commercial deployment on a competitive scale make it difficult to project their ability to help meet various decarbonization goals. Nobody cares about the decarbonization goals. While supporters say SMRs will ultimately have lower operating costs once they go into commercial operation, the problem of waste disposal remains. In late May, research at Stanford and British Columbia found that small modular reactors might have bigger problems with radioactive waste disposal, raising costs and triggering environmental concerns. Solution: investigate everyone at Stanford and British Columbia for connections with Russia and China. Trust me, you will find a connection. There's no doubt about that. I'm willing to bet. I bet 1,000 shekels that this is the case. How do I know? Well, I don't know for sure, but in more than 99% of the cases so far, that turned out to be true. It's either Moscow or the CCP. Finally, Japan would also have to consider the national security implications of ramping up nuclear power. Russia's alleged shelling of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant has only heightened the international concern about how to protect such facilities in the event of conflict. Russia's invasion has shown nuclear power plants make national security extremely vulnerable. New nuclear plants will increase that vulnerability, Obayashi said. Okay. This article sounds like it was written by an employee of GU. Have you checked whether the author of this piece isn't coughing in Cyrillic instead of ideograms or Latin script? I mean, he probably coughs in Cyrillic.
In all honesty, I haven't verified the name of the author.
Neither did I, but Christ almighty, I mean, the amount of stupid per word. Okay, let's address for the last one, because the last claim, because that one is easier, with the Zaporizhia plant. Dude, no one's bombing the Zaporizhia plant. Nobody wants that. The Russians know very well that if the Zaporizhia plant goes kaboom, you know what happens? Krasnodar gets off the map. Okay, so no, the Russians won't bomb it. The Ukrainians won't bomb it because if they destroy it, it's going to take forever to build a new one, and it's critical for their own energy mix. So they're not going to bomb it either. The question there is, who gets to use the electricity the power plant is producing? And the Russians are trying to steal electricity from and basically connect it to the Russian grid, and the Ukrainians are trying to stop them from doing that, and in the process maybe advance further and maybe reconquer it altogether. That's the conflict there. Nobody wants to blow up the power plant. And there hasn't been any fighting anywhere near close to an area that could trigger even the mildest of concerns. That's just the reality. Okay? So yeah, but the whole Zaporizhia plant is panic porn for the plebs, and apparently for the greenies, and very good narrative for GRU operatives writing for Japan Times, I guess. All right. As for SMRs, again, this is the standard Russian shilling. Oh, but you know, there are no SMRs currently commercially available, so we don't know. Yes, there aren't SMRs currently commercially available yet, but we do know how they work. This is not an unknown factor, and Kishida ain't stupid for saying it. As for the decarbonization goals, I'm just gonna afford myself the liberty to just ignore the, the topic altogether. So yeah, essentially, this is bamboozling for Kishida. That's what he's trying to do, and this author is essentially saying, no, you don't get to bamboozle us. Look, nuclear man bad. I'm surprised they didn't mention Fukushima in this article, because that's usually part of the bingo card always used by GRU operatives and their useful idiots in their desperate attempts to prevent countries going energy independent, but also green independent. Yes, our countries should secede from the green woke bullshit and declare independence from such insanity. Well, that or, you know, rolling blackouts like in South Africa. Because these are really the choices. Anyway, go ahead.
So yeah, with SMR, patients at tobacco, there's one getting built right here, right in the town of Doicești in Romania. It should be finished in a year at most.
Yeah,
and then it'll be.
I think the term is what, August 23, something like that.
Yeah, in about a year you'll be over, and that will be the very first commercially viable one. But this technology has already been developed at the commercial level in the past 10 years by the company NewScale, and already SMRs exist for. What was it, 50 or 60 years? What do you think the nuclear submarines and the aircraft carriers of the US use? They use exactly a very small variant of the SMRs, which make anywhere between 1 to 4 megawatts, because a ship or submarine doesn't need more than that.
It doesn't need 300 for sure.
But so what NewScale did was basically just refine and upsize to a limit. Or what was military technology.
Like most technology starts militarily. It starts as military technology and then later on becomes a version of it, or even outright the original becomes used for civilian use. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and
how many accidents of irradiation occurred on the nuclear-powered submarines? Probably zero.
Actually, it happened.
Really?
But for the Russians, not for the Americans.
Yeah, the Kursk.
Yes, remember Kursk?
Kursk was, yes. Cool. But that one was not powered by SMRs. It was a proto-SMR.
It's still an SMR as a concept.
As a concept, yeah, but it's a different technology than the way they implement it, and they stopped doing it after the Kursk incident. Yeah, so there you go. When SMRs go wrong, it's usually the Russians. Just like with nuclear power plants. It's usually the Russians who fuck it up. So maybe it's the Russian problem, but of course this author being a GRU operative, I don't know if he's a GRU operative, maybe he's not, but really he sounds like a useful idiot for Russia. It's just what it is.
Yeah, and okay, at least the dangers when it comes to Japan are valid.
Big earthquakes.
Yeah, exactly. The ginormous earthquakes. But at the same time, at the strategic level, going all in on SMRs and spreading them around to either places which are needed, and put something there like 20% ish under the over the required amount would also be much more usable, because if the Chinese actually ever have an idea of trying to bombard Japan or anybody else, well, it's going to be much more difficult to cut off the electricity from the entire country or a big part of the country.
Yes.
Because the electricity generation isn't concentrated in one place or a few places like it is the case right now.
By the way, you will notice if you look closely on how the power grid and the generation is done in Eastern Europe, almost everyone except Czechia, because Czechia is too small, and I guess even Slovakia has 3 different places. Czechia is the only one that is actually running centralized. Everyone has it on areas, and it's already fragmented. It was built intentionally like that.
Yeah, even the US, the national power grid is also
not exactly national. Yeah,
it's not exactly national. Yes, you do have. You do have gigantic distribution hubs.
Oh, that's a different story.
But with a lot of redundancies which nobody knows about. Yeah, if you think DoD is a secretive organization, you haven't heard about Department of Energy. Those are at a whole new level of paranoia.
Yeah, but even from public information, it's easy to see. I mean, countries that actually care about their national security, they tend to avoid having these things centralized. And SMRs is just a new level of decentralization. And I can't wait to have my own nuclear reactor in my backyard. Hopefully I live long enough until that will become a real possibility.
Well, that would be a really good argument for finally a smart grid, not the idiotic one used in California. Oh yeah, we're going to put some panels and I'm going to sell back the electricity at midday when the sun is the highest. No. Everybody has their own. Okay, who wants to have an SMR in their backyard? Sure, you can have it. And whatever excess electricity he doesn't use, he sells it back to the grid for other plebs who probably do not have enough space, or exactly the rural can sell electricity to the urbanites who definitely do not have enough space for an SMR behind their apartment block. Or something like that. And there you go, problem solved. Good luck invading a country like that.
And I'm not even joking. I mean, this sounds awesome. Now, of course, it's going to take decades, but until it happens, if it happens at all, but it would be great.
And
from a strategic standpoint, it's genius.
Yeah, getting back to the SMRs, Romania being the very first country where, as far as I know, who has an SMR being built. The Japanese don't know it yet, probably, but they have their eyes on this project.
Oh, for sure.
No, and not to mention already the eyes of Poland and other countries from the Intermarium are looking with great concern and optimism at the same time. How is this project going to play out in Romania?
Yeah, it's cautioned optimism, understandably so, but nevertheless, if it works, it will be glorious. Now that's what I call decentralized. And then good luck to anyone trying to mess around with the price of electricity. The price of all electricity is baked into the cake when it's fired up. So everything else is just distribution. So it's going to be much more difficult. And of course, by that time, such insanities as the TTG index in Amsterdam will have long been just a bad dream, essentially. South China Morning Post. Chinese biopharma stocks slump after Biden targets the sector with an executive order and opens new front in tensions with Beijing. What? Beijing? Biden did that? Chinese biopharmaceutical stocks slumped on Tuesday after U.S. President signed an executive order overnight bolstering the U.S. biomanufacturing industry. The move is being seen as designed to curb America's reliance on China for new medicine production. Now that's smart. Wuxi Biologics, the Jiangsu province-based contracted drug maker that counts on North America for half of its sales, tumbled by the most in 7 months in Hong Kong on Tuesday. Its shares slumped 20% for the biggest decline since February the 8th. Wuxi AppTech, an affiliate, plunged by 17% in the city, while its onshore stock sank by 10% daily in Shanghai. The US should by no means artificially hamper global technology, communication and trade, Mao Ning, a spokeswoman for the Chinese Foreign Ministry, said at a briefing in Beijing. Just like you manipulate your currency, right? Like you don't manipulate your currency. I know. China also urged the US to respect the market-based economy and the principle of fair play, with globalization already being an objective fact. She said, we'll see about that. I guess they didn't get the memo on deglobalization, right? The executive order will have a huge negative impact on Wuxi Biologics and the CRO industry, said Dai Ming, a fund manager of Huihen Asset Management in Shanghai. China will probably lose some of its CRO market share, given most of the industry companies have about half of their revenue coming from overseas. This is also a sign of an all-out confrontation between China and the US. Biotechnology is a key part of Beijing's Made in China 2025 industrial master plan, with the government aiming to reduce the nation's reliance on imported drugs. The sector has, however, emerged as the latest battlefront in an intensifying rivalry between the US and China, which has stretched from trade and geopolitics to semiconductors and listings on Wall Street. The Made in China strategy, unveiled in 2015, lays out specific 5- and 10-year targets for domestic firms. Being able to produce better drugs domestically is key to China's ability to lower costs and improve accessibility of medicines, especially for life-threatening cancers, and help shore up social cohesion amid a widening wealth gap between urban and rural people. Biden is now doing the same for the US. He endorsed the National Biotechnology and Biomanufacturing Initiative on Monday, which the White House said aims to create new jobs, enhance the supply chain, and lower the prices. The bill is being widely interpreted as the US trying to minimize the impact on China's manufacturing on its high-tech industries. Other biopharmaceutical stocks that slumped on Tuesday, including Xinjiang Laboratories, which plunged by 10% on the Shenzhen exchange. Pharma-owned Beijing plummeted 14%, also on Shenzhen's Chi-Next board of startups. Wuxi Biologics and Wuxi AppTech bucked relative strength in the broader market. The Hang Seng Index closed 0.2% lower on Tuesday, and the Shanghai Composite Index held on to a 0.1% gain. Geopolitical tensions have been among Wuxi Biologics' biggest nemesis. Its stock tumbled by 23% on February the 8th after it was put on a tentative sanction list by the US. Tuesday loss took a 42% decline in Wuxi's Hong Kong-listed shares this year. A call to the board secretary office of Wuxi Biologics went unanswered. Well, of course. The company operates 21 facilities in China and overseas, including 2 in the US, in Massachusetts and New Jersey, and 1 each in Ireland and Deutschland. It derived almost 50% of its revenue from North America, 26% from China, and 23% from Europe, according to its interim report.
Do you know why Biden signed his executive order? Is because from the domestic American pharma industry knows, and definitely Biden has been informed of this thing. It's in order to prevent further theft of intellectual property, like the Chinese are keen to doing, especially because make no mistake. Yes, some companies like Pfizer and Moderna have made a lot of money on the back of the vaccines, but also the R&D costs are also proportionally very, very costly, and you can't afford to lose in the intellectual property, which comes, by the way, as part of the conditions of collaborating with companies in China, which are it's listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and in Shanghai, but make no mistake, those are either upfront or behind, also owned by the CCP.
Yeah,
as it is with everything bigger than $100,000 worth in China.
It's more like $1 million, but yes, anything above a mom and pop store is probably owned by the CCP.
And especially a gigantic pharma company like this, which has tens of factories all over the world, for sure.
Yeah, that's clear. It's in China, in modern China, or contemporary China, is not really modern, but in contemporary China, the People's Republic, the theft of intellectual property is institutionalized. It's no longer like in the 80s when it was basically low-tier industrial espionage, which resulted in faulty products that kind of resembled the original, but they weren't exactly good, but they were 15 times cheaper, so I guess you would take them anyway. For that. No. The current scale of intellectual property theft of intellectual property practiced by the CCP is
it's on an unimaginable scale.
Yes, it's on a huge scale, and it's institutionalized, and that's why some Chinese products end up being as good and sometimes even slightly better than the original that they copied on. the main, the Achilles heel of China's economy is, what if the tap on things to steal gets closed? The second that happens, it's only a matter of very few short years until the whole house of cards collapses. That's the problem of command and control economies. They rarely innovate. So they have to rely on industrial espionage. This was true from West Germany all the way to East Germany all the way to Pyongyang. The second, innovation started occurring in the intermarium like days after communism fell. A command and control economy tends to hamper innovation in ways that are not immediately obvious when you're instituting the mechanism, but several years down the line, you notice that you're already quite behind. Yeah. And by the time you think about doing something about it, you're already way behind. And
so what happened exactly with the Soviet semiconductors, which led to the crash in the. So as a story, if the Soviets wouldn't have decided back at the beginning of the 1980s to shove more transistors in the what could be called central processing units, if they wouldn't have done that, then the Soviet Union would have collapsed in 1980.
Yes.
But strictly doing that thing has made the Soviet Empire last for at least 10 or 11 years before it actually came crashing down.
It definitely saved the Soviet technology industry for a short while, as it turns out. And probably that's what China will try to do with some of its, especially in biotechnology. They'll essentially do the equivalent of just shove more transistors in it, which sometimes it can work, sometimes it cannot work. And as opposed to the transistors topic, when it doesn't work, it kills people. So, it's a very dangerous gamble, which I'm sure the CCP will take, because it's not like they have much of other choice.
Yeah, but getting back to the semiconductors example, even if the Chinese have attempted and still attempt to steal a lot of technology, there's still something called the World Trade Organization, which doesn't let them do exactly as they want. So currently the most performing CPUs that China makes are from a company called Zhaoxin. But in terms of performance, they're at the level Pentium 4 was back in 2005, 2006.
Probably even slightly earlier, but yeah, you're right. They're really backwards.
They're really backwards, and guess what the problem is? In order to actually make better chips, they can make better chips, and they do have the money, and they do have where to buy the factories or the machinery. But the thing is that everything is restricted between 3 or 4 companies all across the globe. If it may be all by TSMC, Intel, AMD, or Global Foundries, and that's it. That's where the entire
Qualcomm
and Qualcomm.
Yeah. So good luck. Good luck. Sticking around in China, locked down and running out of food, Xinjiang residents vent on social media. Residents in part of the western Xinjiang region have taken to social media to complain of serious shortages of food and supplies after more than a month of COVID-19 restrictions. The Ili Kazakh Autonomous Prefecture, an area in the north of Xinjiang that is home to 4.5 million people, has been under lockdown since early August after an outbreak there, according to posts on microblogging site Weibo. Oh, so that's why there are so many Chinese citizens in Bishkek. There has been no official announcement about the Ili Kazakh Prefecture being locked down. The authorities are struggling to contain recent outbreaks, with millions also confined to their homes in other parts of China, as Beijing seeks to avoid a major surge of infections ahead of the CCP's National Congress, which is a key political gathering in mid-October. On Friday, health authorities reported 250... Who gives a shit? None of those are true anyway. Beijing has discouraged citywide lockdowns to avoid a repeat of the food and medicine shortages seen in Shanghai in April. But according to a number of social media posts in the last few days, many residents of the Ili Kazakh prefecture have been confined to their homes and say they have run out of food and other supplies. A statement posted on the official Weibo account of the Xinjiang Procuratorate on Wednesday said 19 officials from Yining, the capital of Ili Kazakh prefecture, had been punished for failing to control the movement of people and other negligence which had resulted in COVID-19 spreading. as Stakhanovism intensifies. Some residents have complained about food shortages becoming acute in the prefecture in recent days, with one post on Weibo showing a Uyghur man in tears because his 3 children had not eaten for days. Others said they could not get access to medical care, with one post including a photo of a Uyghur boy with a high temperature waiting for treatment. Neither post could be verified independently. Oh, come on. Both Han Chinese and ethnic minority residents have complained about food shortages online. Han Chinese account for about 40% of the population, with Kazakhs making up 27%. And Uyghurs 18. One video posted to Weibo that has since been removed showed the man standing on a window ledge shouting, "I've had enough." Another video showed the couple and their newborn baby outside their residential complex at night, unable to return home after the woman had given birth in the hospital. Some have also complained on social media about conditions in makeshift hospitals used for quarantine, where a large number of people appear to have been sent. The complaints on social media challenging the censors are in stark contrast to the official picture. According to health authorities, there were just 11 cases reported in the city on Friday, and Xinjiang authorities were last week promoting Yining's tourist attractions, urging people to visit. Social media users have raised questions about what is really going on in the prefecture. We all thought that Ili had lifted the lockdown and the local government has begun to promote tourism, but the fact is people are locked at home and the 5-day lockdown cycle is being repeated over and over again, a popular Beijing-based vlogger wrote on Weibo. It's so strange that posts on the Ili outbreak and Xinjiang outbreak have drawn more than 500 million views, but Xinjiang is not among the hot topics for searches. Why? On Friday, the government of Korla in the Benyolin Mongol Autonomous Prefecture, also in Xinjiang, apologized for failing to adjust the COVID-19 risk levels of residential areas when they should have, and keeping people confined to their homes for too long, causing emotional distress for some. Local governments are supposed to adjust risk levels so that restrictions on movement can be removed if a residential complex has not reported a case after a certain period of time. Chinese officials have been punished for failing to contain outbreaks during the pandemic, and since Beijing banned local governments from using medical insurance funds to finance PCR testing, many have struggled to cover the costs involved. Social stability is a key concern for Beijing in the lead-up to the Party Congress, which is expected to see Xi Jinping secure a 3rd term as leader and the new leadership lineup unveiled. Some social media users have written about the situation in the Ili Kazakh prefecture and have also circulating an apparently official notice saying the government would punish anyone who posted unverified or negative information, while others claim they have received warning phone calls from the censors. Okay, so this explains the unusually high number of Chinese citizens roaming around Kyrgyzstan last month, because I was chatting with an Uyghur man in Bishkek, and he noticed, I didn't. It's like there's just too many of them, more than they usually are. And we had no idea why. If they usually go on vacation abroad, they don't come to Kyrgyzstan. They go to Kazakhstan or to Uzbekistan or to Europe. They rarely go to Kyrgyzstan because there's not much to do in Kyrgyzstan. Usually in Kyrgyzstan, people seek refuge from Xinjiang, I mean. And so I guess this would be the explanation. They were trying to avoid the lockdown. And makes sense. I mean, it really does make sense. In Kyrgyzstan there is no pandemic, so it's all green. There never has been. Kyrgyzstan treated the older people in Kyrgyzstan essentially called it Kitaisky theater, Chinese theater, with all of the negative implications that come to such a denominator. I mean, the older people in Kyrgyzstan have been very unfair to this fluffy cough. But yeah. Now, as for the censors, I mean, come on, the official government apologizes for creating emotional distress? Really? Even they found out that maybe locking people up for too long is really a terrible idea? What's going on there?
Assuming that the CCP or the local authorities are locking down people because they're coughing too hard.
Well, that too. Especially when it comes to Xinjiang, it's very difficult to separate the stupidity from the criminal intent. So then there's that, especially since recently the UN had published its report on Xinjiang. and also separately the State Department raised the discussion about, let's discuss the culpability of the CCP when it comes to things happening in Xinjiang. Xi Jinping's administration, not him personally, he announced minus 10,000 social credit score points for the US for daring to say that. But on a more serious note, how many more of these have to happen until the so-called medical doctors on Twitter, the members of the most illegitimate profession of our times, realize that they're in an extremist cult, narratively driven by the CCP. None of this has anything whatsoever to do with a cough or with your health, or no. It never had. But okay, if you don't want to acknowledge to yourself that you were wrong 100% of the time, right from the get-go, at the very least, is it so difficult to at least acknowledge it now? And there's still an off-ramp for members of the cult. They can say, well, at that time it was a different virus, and
it was a different context.
It was a different context. Yeah, there you go. That's a politician way of off-ramp, but it's still preferable than continue to promote zero COVID nonsense to a Western audience, unless you're paid by the same people that run the Ili Kazakh province. In which case, maybe you should register as foreign agents. I'm just saying. Speaking of which, the Biden's DOJ, what the hell are they doing since they're weaponizing the DOJ so much lately? Mostly for the wrong targets, but whatever. Well, since we're at it, how about start going on to all of the doctors who promoted the zero COVID? See how many of them should be registered under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. You'd be surprised how many of them qualify. I can send the beginning of the investigation. I have a very nice list of doctors in the United States with very strong CCP connections, and all of them being big fans of zero COVID. Today, not 2 years ago. Today. I'm sorry, but I don't believe in such coincidences. I mean, sometimes some coincidences are just way too obvious. This is honk level. As for Xinjiang, considering that, as you can see, even this article differentiates by ethnicity. So, if Han Chinese also complained, then it's probably a serious issue. If only Uyghurs had complained, nobody would have
noticed. Exactly.
So there probably is a mixture between political repression and at least the theater of a lockdown enough to piss off too many people. And, if enough people are pissed off at once, the CCP has a huge army of censors. But, if 500 million people post something at once, it's going to be seen. And it takes a day or two for the censors to clean up.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen. By the way,
I'm looking forward for the Congress.
Yeah, the CCP Congress will be on the 16th of October next month. Well, basically a month and 2 days from now on.
As we're taping, yes.
As we're taping, yeah. It's going to be really fascinating to see what's going on there.
Glorious. Will they open up? It will be the knife of long knives? Or it will be business as usual and Xi Jinping will cruise to victory?
There are too many parties within the CCP which are really pissed off because they aren't dumb either.
Of course.
They know what Xi Jinping tried to do. Yes, it's his directive, but he shoved down responsibility in the mouths of local governorates exactly in order to kind of absolve himself of the responsibility and say that well, I did send a directive, but look at how they behaved.
Yeah, and he did do some show trials over the last 3 months or so with all sorts of ritualic sacrifices of various local officials. I don't think anyone got killed, but quite a few ended up in very terrible condition as a result of, look how tough the regime is on corruption. And it's the corruption that within the cadre of the party that actually makes socialism not work. It's, of course, it's not the fault of the party. It's obviously the institution is pure. It's the people in it that are impure. Well, That's not a great argument, but I guess under the boot of the CCP, it doesn't have to make sense. If the party says so, then therefore it must be true, or something.
Well, it could also be a moment similar to the letter of the nine. The things have gone pretty bad enough. Just enough for the sake of the argument to do a recap of the shit that happened in the past 2 years. It was the trade war with Australia, where the Chinese remained without electricity because there was no Australian coal being sent to China. Then you have this shitstorm with the lockdowns.
I mean, COVID-19 is its own shitstorm.
Yes, you again have the traditional issue with the either gigantic floods over the Yangtze, or this time at the time in this year a ginormous heat wave, and pretty much the Yangtze nearly dried up.
Which also has happened in the past. I mean, don't get me wrong, but in the past it was better managed. So there's that.
It was better managed, as in, do not put your fucking city next to the Yangtze.
That tends to work.
Yeah, and also the fact that the Yangtze dried up and they had to open the chutes at the hydropower plants. That's also some electricity being lost there because they worked very well under capacity.
And then there's inflation.
Oh yeah, and the real estate market. We didn't forget about that one. The Chinese are very pissed off about this thing.
Oh, and the restricting of accessing to one's own deposits.
Oh yes, the agricultural banks.
Ouch, ouch. And again, well, those are small banks, not enough to make a difference in the economic scheme of China. Well, yes, but when we're talking about 15 to 20 million victims. I'm sorry, 20 million people, 20 million pissed off people who literally got nothing to lose at this point can be very fucking dangerous, and there's no way you can arrest them all, and the CCP knows this.
Yeah.
That's why they're trying really, really fast to basically give them their money from other reserves and whatever. They try to basically break their ranks. We'll see if it works. Probably it will work, but it will cost the state quite a lot, and it's another problem. And then there's the inflation. What the official rate? The official inflation rate is.
Official inflation is apparently 6%.
6%. Yeah.
Nobody believes that.
Everyone disliked that. Maybe 21, maybe 23, something like that.
Well, at least based on what some Scandinavians managed to measure based on some consumer price index they calculated by themselves. Inflation is more likely around 30-ish%.
30-ish. That's believable, especially in the big cities. It's probably true.
Yes, and it's so big that your average Chinese pleb realizes this.
Of course.
And that's not
30%. You can't hide it.
That's not a good outlook. Also because a lot of them remain without jobs because of the lockdowns. This is a situation where there are a lot of them where it doesn't look that bad at the surface level, but there are a lot of tiny reasons, and if you mash them all together, it may actually turn into a pretty fucking spectacular situation if it gets to that.
Yeah, and 30% you can't hide it. That's the problem that the CCP has. 30% inflation. Okay, the average pleb may not know exactly what inflation is, may not know it's 30%.
But he realizes when his bag of rice has sounding on a bit too expensive.
Not to mention that you push too many of them into electronic payments, which means they have backlogs. And it's very easy to compare. How much did this cost last month? And 3 months ago? And 6 months ago? It's all in there. Ironically, it's actually easier for the plebs to do that in an electronic setting than in a more primitive way with cash. Because if it's all cash only, they'll have to be paranoid plebs like me who keep receipts for years in order to be able to figure this one out. Otherwise, it's all impression. Well, maybe it was cheaper, but maybe I misremember. Man, who cares? But when it's all QR codizatia, oops. I'm not saying necessarily Xi Jinping will lose re-election, but what I'm saying is it's going to be a rocky Congress, and I'm looking forward for the shit show. I'll be sticking around for the Congress on Weibo and WeChat and just click refresh because it's probably going to be glorious. So yeah. All right, let's take the last break of this show. We're going to listen to a song called Dark Wisdom from the band Morpher. This one is a more professional band as opposed to the amateurish. They're pretty good, the other ones too, but this one is very professional. Classic black metal from Kyrgyzstan. It's even distributed globally, so the label Black Metal Propaganda Deutschland distributes their music in the West. More Hate Productions Incorporated distributes it in Russia, and Satanath Records from Georgia deals with the rest of the world. In case you happen to like the song, it's very classic. If not for the model of the mountains and the faces of the band members, you would say it's Scandinavian black metal, 1990s Scandinavian black metal, so essentially that. Alright, Dark Wisdom from Morpher, and then we'll be back with our favorite region of the world. All right, we're back. You've listened to some Kyrgyz black metal. For one more time, our favorite region of the world, Oceania. Sky News Australia: Labour will ensure King Charles III features on Australian coins despite renewed calls for country to become a republic. Labour remains committed to placing King Charles III face on the back of all Australian coins, despite its promise to present a republican referendum if it gets a second term in government. The Royal Australian Mint has produced 15 billion coins over the past 70 years featuring Queen Elizabeth II, but her death signals a change in the currency. Supporters of the Australian Republican movement have called for the Queen's death to be a trigger for Australia to become a republic, but Assistant Minister for Treasury Andrew Lee confirmed the changes to the currency will go ahead. As a matter of tradition, the monarch appears on the Australian coins. As the Prime Minister has made clear, our first priority for constitutional reform is a voice to Parliament, he said on Tuesday. Mr. Lee also reassured Australians the coins featuring the Queen would remain legal tender even if Australia becomes a republic. Coins featuring the new monarch are expected to enter circulation sometime in 2023, with the Royal Australian Mint waiting for an effigy endorsed by Buckingham Palace before testing and trial can begin. Royal Australian Mint CEO Lee Gordon confirmed plans were currently in place to ensure the new currency would be in circulation as soon as possible. We do not intend to mint any coins in 2023 with the Queen's effigy on it, but we are in the period of transition. We've been thinking about this process for quite a while now, understanding the principles that would go down the journey. Another change to the currency will see King Charles face towards the right, which is tradition for the face of monarch to flip with each change in leadership. Once an endorsed effigy is received, the trialing of the new dies can begin to ensure they make the expected 150,000 to 200,000 coins during its lifetime. For us, we're looking to make sure that the heights of the profile of the design on the effigy are appropriate for the metal that we use. There are no particular areas that raise the stress that would mean that the die might particularly fail through its repeated use. So something that is quite manufacturable and allows us to have a very durable die would be a good design. There have been calls for the Mint to remove the Queen's face from the $5 note, as it is not required in the same way it is for coins. Several Australian icons have been suggested to replace, but Mr. Lee said that the change was a conversation to be had down the track, with the focus on updating the coins. As I understand, the decision to include the Queen's face on the $5 note was about her personally rather than her status as a monarch. So that transition isn't automatic. We'll have a sensible conversation within governments and make an appropriate announcement in due course. So yeah, there you go. That answers our hypothetical question. A few days before the Queen died, as we were waiting to see, we still weren't sure whether Liz Truss will be the new Prime Minister of Great Britain. And we're thinking, oh my God, yeah, the old lady, well, she's probably going to die. Well, maybe she lives a few more years, maybe not. But watch for the clusterfuck with the coins. And, 4 or 5 days later, she dies. And they're like, okay, now let's see the clusterfuck with the coins. Well, apparently, it's not such a big clusterfuck.
Well, in the case of any other country that uses the king, the queen, or the king, they do have the choice of keeping the old notes and coins as legal tender, but the UK by tradition doesn't. It doesn't as a form of transition from one sovereign to the other. So my main issue was with Bank of England, not with any other bank of the Commonwealth.
I see. So now with the overseas plebs, overseas subjects, and especially now the penitentiary in the corner of the map. On a more serious note, the death of Queen Elizabeth has also brought out, as I was saying in the previous segments, brought out all of the tankies out there. And as we can see, a lot of places in the world that were or still are in the Commonwealth, they have their own tankies. Oh my goodness, let's rip the $5 bill because it has the Queen on it. Shut up, tanky. I mean, seriously, shut up, tanky. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, and we can see in this article how important the Republican talking points are. They're non-existent. it's just something that finally for in about 70 years, they finally have the perfect moment to cry and whine about we want Australia as a republic. Well, apparently not.
Yeah, in fairness, the current Labour administration did promise in the election that if they get a second term after this one, they will put it up to a referendum. But you do realize that can mean 7 years from now, or 6 years from now. Who knows what happens then? Maybe Charles dies.
Implying that the Labour will get a second term.
Yeah, implying that Labour will get a second term, which in itself is a questionable proposition. Let's not forget that it wasn't a resounding victory of Labour. It was more like a patchwork of all sorts of loonies and Labour here and there, and the lockdownist Labour lost, and basically outsiders from the Labour Party who nobody thought they could win, they actually won, especially in constituencies against lockdowners who are from the Liberal Party, the Conservative, Liberal in Australia. So there's that. That's unfortunate. I mean, sad Republican noises, I guess. And again, I'm not a big fan of the monarchy, but you know, these people are pathetic. The Republicans in the former Commonwealth, or the current Commonwealth, it's quite pathetic. Meanwhile, I think Antigua and Barbuda are holding a referendum on becoming a republic.
Yeah, they've planned on holding a referendum at some point next year.
Some point, yeah. And there was another one that became a republic. What was it, Bermuda? I don't know. There was another one from the region that became a republic. And in the middle of the pandemic, the Charles went to sign their paperwork on behalf of the Queen. So, you know, if you want to become a republic, you can become a republic, sure. But I guess they had a more cogent argument in Antigua and Barbuda than these people. And these people are pathetic. Besides, the form of government, I mean, who is the head of state is really not the biggest problem in Australia.
There are much bigger problems, and the fact that apparently they're not exactly fully a republic, but they have a sovereign, which has which has de facto no political influence over how the country is ruled. The Republican argument is moot from the very start.
I mean, nothing stops Australia to basically ordain the Prime Minister, Prime Minister for life and make him a dictator. There's
head warden.
Head warden, yes. There's nothing King Charles can do, King Charles III can do to stop that, if that's what they want. So, you know, if the king cannot stop the place from becoming a prison again, if the Queen could not stop them from becoming a prison de facto over the last 2 years, what exactly is the emergency here? Heck, the Queen couldn't stop them from being stupid in public and jeopardizing the whole Five Eyes network alliance. So then there's that, which would have been, methinks, a much more important topic on which the sovereign might have had an opinion, but too bad. So, yeah. I'm not saying they shouldn't become a republic, I'm just saying that maybe wait for better times, I don't know. You'll be giving republics a bad name by joining the Republican club, so stay there. So us Republicans can have an argument. Here's Australia is a monarchy. Look how terrible it is. Sticking around in Australia, news.com.au warning to homeowners amid 2023 mortgage time bomb scare. Australian homeowners are being urged to brace for inevitable mortgage interest rate hikes in the lead up to Christmas next year, which could create a situation which being described as a costly mortgage time bomb. Despite the Reserve Bank's efforts to ensure Australian families are in an ideal situation to finance their home loans, a whopping $158 billion worth of fixed-rate loan expirations is set to hit by December 23. It comes as the RBA announced it would increase the official cash rate to 2.35%, up by 50 basis points. This is the fifth consecutive month interest rates have risen, burdening families already affected by the cost of living crisis. In research conducted by finder.com.au, the average yearly repayments could increase by $10,000 as fixed terms expire. Transitioning to the variable rates then will cost an extra $641 in monthly repayments for the typical owner. Head of consumer research at Finder, Graham Cook, said more cash rate hikes will set average Australian homeowners back another $801 per month compared to what they were paying in April. Mr. Cook told the NCA Newswire combinations of increasing expenses are adding pressure to Australian families. Interest rates have already risen 5 times in 5 months, adding nearly $10,000 to the average mortgage. On top of this, petrol, energy and grocery prices are skyrocketing due to many inflationary pressures. While it's not as bad in Australia as it is in some other countries, these elements are combining to apply even more pressure onto Australian families. Any further increase will inevitably increase that pressure even further, especially for any families who borrowed heavily while rates were low. Mr. Cook said a panel of economists had indicated the cash rate hike would hit 3% on average before declining. If true, this would add an additional $3,500 to the annual cost of a $600,000 mortgage, on top of the $10,000 increase we have already seen. Some economists' predictions for the rate peak were as high as 5%. Strap in. Sally Tyndall, Rate City Research Director, said consumers would be confronted with a completely different home loan market. When they roll off the rate, they could have triple the rates they had when they were on a fixed rate and see their monthly repayments surge by hundreds. Finder.com.au's suggestions for reducing mortgage stress include assessing monthly spending and reducing expenditure on unwanted costs, create and stick to a budget, start a side hustle for extra income, downsize primary residence, downsize cars, or refinance with a lower interest rate. Yeah. Am I being insensitive if I say I don't really give a shit? I'm sorry, but this is probably, some people say it's a flaw. I'm never in debt. Ever. Or if I am in debt, it's like, peanuts. For instance, at this moment, I owe about $30 in unpaid bills because I was just a lazy fuck to go and pay them. And we'll have to pay them next week at the latest before I fuck off from the city. So I'm never in debt. So therefore, I find it really, really hard to empathize with people who go so deeply into debt. You can call me insensitive if you want, but it is why I don't care. Why did you finance $600,000? Well, pay up.
Yeah, it's not just pay up, but somebody did try to explain to me only that it's been some time ago. The Australian tax system somehow incentivizes you to have a mortgage in order to get basically better tax credits, and that's why it's the mortgage market and the homeowners market became increasingly bigger.
I see.
Because it's somehow facilitated by a special kind of tax regime.
Mm-hmm. Have you tried voting for a fiscally conservative regime? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Don't shoot the messenger. But no, seriously, this is crazy. It really is crazy. 600,000, okay, Australian dollars, but it's still a lot by Australian incomes. How many decades does it require you to pay it back? Especially with interest. If the mortgage is worth 600,000 with these recent increases, you end up paying $1 million, roughly speaking. Maybe 925,000 and 433 and 2 cents. Okay, but you get the point. The effective annual interest rate is much higher than advertised, and overall interest rate is usually around 50%, maybe even higher than that. In some cases it can be as high as 150%. By the way, there isn't a ceiling on how high it can go, right? Just like we recently found out, thanks to the stupidity of governments, that the cash rate, as Australians call it, there isn't a floor. It cannot be. It can be lower than 0%. We've seen that in Europe for many years.
The negative
negative interest rates.
Negative interest rates. Yeah.
Yes. And to this day, most people are on negative interest rates on their savings because now with the inflation, rarely do deposits beat inflation. So there's that too. But no, seriously, I can't have any sympathy for people trapped in these situations. Maybe it's my flaw, but if you borrowed 600,000 without thinking about how to repay it, and without really affording it, it is your fault. Because while it may be true what you say, that the tax system incentivizes you to have a mortgage because that's how you can lower your tax burden, yada yada. Okay, fair enough. Maybe that is the case. It doesn't say it has to be a 600,000 mortgage. Surely there are cheaper options. There have to be. How do I know this? Well, I have 2 Australian friends, and none of them paid. I think even together their houses are worth a bit less than that. So it's definitely possible to get it cheaper.
Yeah, that argument, the price compare website mentioned with downsizing primary residence, is actually the only valid one. Yes. Right there.
Yeah. Because there's no way you can budget if your income is 3,000 and your payment for the house is 400, then it suddenly becomes 2,000. There's no way to budget around that. You're fucked.
Yep.
Oh yes. Oh, start a side hustle for extra income. I guess that's valid too, up to a point. But even more valid, and seriously, people, stay away from such debt. And this idea that there's predatory loans and loans that are not predatory. No. A loan is predatory or not predatory depending on if you can afford it and if it suits your needs. Right? So, for instance, if I know I can make a profit of 500% from a certain amount, then I'll definitely borrow even at a 100% interest. It's not predatory to me because I can definitely afford to pay it back and make a profit off of it. But it could be predatory for someone else that can't. Same thing with these. But they're well regulated. How could they be predatory? Well, if you can't afford them, they're predatory. It's that simple. That's why I'm not a big fan either of the financial argument that, that's the fastest way and more reliable way of growing an economy. No, we've grown economies without gigantic amounts of debt in the past. It's doable. This idea that we can't do without financing things, I'm sorry, that's just not true. But I also don't buy the leftist argument, which demonizes all banks as inherently evil and whatnot. No. Okay, you can say banks are evil, but they're a necessary evil. I mean, they have their point, their purpose there. The point is to be conservative with working with them and try to be a debitor rather than start to be a creditor rather than a debitor. But getting into these kinds of debts, I really don't understand people who do this.
Yeah, it is not just this kind of debt. Indeed, in the past few decades in the West, this includes sadly Australia, which is in the East, and should not be considered on fundamental grounds. Having access to cheap credit, even if back then it wasn't exactly too cheap, has given birth to quite a lot of monsters in the economic sense of it. If you always or you constantly use credit cards, even though you cover them, you yourself as an individual are responsible for just helping the inflation get a little bit higher. Not to mention breaching all sorts of fundamentals about having conservative budgeting and home economics. Ever relying on credit, like I saw a lot of morons doing in Bucharest, going out to restaurants and paying with credit cards. And yeah, Americans are very familiar with this. The British people not so much. Even they avoid, but they avoid it for a very good reason. It's because the Brits cannot afford the interest rates that are on their credit cards, which is anywhere between 27 to 32%. Americans sadly can, and Australians to some extent could, up until not a long time ago. You just have to scroll 2 or 3 episodes back.
Buy now, pay later.
We talk about buy now, pay later, and how it's an explosive business in Australia and New Zealand.
Amazing.
And that's not something to be proud of.
Yes, and essentially, when this will blow up, and it will, there's no question about it. When this will blow up, unfortunately, Australians and New Zealanders and others who are caught in this, Indians too, there are some segments of the Indian society that is also part of this problem in India. you will try to blame your governments, and to a certain extent you would be correct. But unfortunately, the large part of the blame falls on you for doing it.
You're the individual.
Yes. Nobody forced you to get a second credit card or even the first one. Nobody forced you to get a mortgage that you can't afford.
Just as if in Romania nobody forces you either to go through those government guaranteed loans or private bank loans.
The first blowjob program.
Yes, the first house program, where you have to indebt yourself for the next 30 years. And in most cases, people who access those loans haven't lived up to be 30. And suddenly, it's a great idea to get myself a loan of 100,000 euros to buy an apartment in a very urbanized and toxic area, or more even, so that I can manage to pay that loan by the age of 60 or older.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Especially considering that, and I checked, it's true in Australia too, there are options of cheaper living and with very decent conditions. I mean, you don't have to live in huts, and you don't have to live necessarily with apartment colleagues and whatnot. There are options. Not choosing those that you can afford is on you, unfortunately. And the worst part of this is that somewhere down the line, the governments will have to at least pretend to do something about it, in the sense of pacifying the masses of highly indebted individuals who will then protest the government. Someone has to do something. Someone save us. And hopefully at that moment the governments will have the balls to say no.
Hopefully.
No. Is that a terrible answer? Probably at an emotional level. But, for the financial health of a country, the answer has to be no.
Yeah, because last time there was a bailout, remember 2008, we're still dragging our feet as a planet as a whole.
Yeah,
due to the decision of the government back then to bail them out.
In Europe, we still haven't paid at least a third, not even a third, of the money we consumed for the bailout. That's why it's going to be fun to see what's happening in Italy economically. Once recession hits 150% debt to GDP ratio, yeah, that's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Admittedly, Australia is in slightly better financial health than this, but its population is not. So, because this is another aspect. Too many pundits that talk economics on TV or on YouTube, they always discuss about the government's debt, and forgetting about the private debt, and especially the debt held by individuals rather than companies. That's part of the nation's debt too. So, for instance, Sweden is now learning this the hard way, because the debt to GDP ratio of the government is bad, but manageable. I mean, it's not really a catastrophe. But the debt to GDP ratio of the population is atrocious.
Yeah, same problem in Denmark.
Denmark even worse.
So by myself.
I think Denmark is the most indebted population on earth.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so Denmark is even worse.
Although kind of understandable considering the cost there and all the economic shenanigans you have to go through. It's not a cheap place to live. It's a place which is very complicated to make some money. You have the tax system that's fucking you in the ass at every step possible.
Yeah, but for instance, in Sweden, only the credit card debt is like 115% of Sweden's GDP. Just credit card debt. So no, we're not counting mortgages, not counting all other loans. No, just credit card. That's not sustainable. At some point, it will burst somehow. Not even all at once. It can be in various sequences. It doesn't have to be all at once. But there's no way you can work around economics for too long. At some point, it bites you in the ass. And this idea that, but we're going to only service the debt into perpetuity. Yeah, the government can do that. Individuals can't. Individuals, at some point, they have to pay up. They can't just service the debt. And if they don't, well, because, what if they don't? Well, if they don't and they only service the debt, at some point, enough of them will die of old age, and nobody will service the debt, and eventually that defaults, and 1 or 2 or 3 bank institutions fall. There you go, another recession. And then, of course, at that time, when that will happen, and it will, again, fools will come out in the streets and say, well, banks and corporations are at fault, they're oppressing us. Really? Did someone hold a gun to your head, said, take this loan, it's good? No, that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's fascinating how in the past 40 years the concept of personal responsibility kept on vanishing in quick succession from most of the West. I can't say about the rest of the planet. I don't know, but in the West, suddenly even at an average pleb level, they always find reasons to blame something else rather than their own decisions.
And it's really most of the West, and that's it. There aren't that many people in large debt in Egypt, or in Jordan, or in South Africa, for that matter, or in Zimbabwe. Well, admittedly, in Zimbabwe it doesn't even matter, considering how often the currency gets inflated, just inflated with the debt. Okay, Zimbabwe is not a good example. Or I don't know, Brazil or Mexico, or it's not common. The idea, or Kazakhstan for that matter. And you know, Kazakhstan is praised as making good steps towards a cashless society. By the way, fake news. It's just not the way it's presented on the internet. But even there, you rarely see any credit cards. The only place you see credit cards being ubiquitous is first and foremost in the English-speaking world, followed immediately by Scandinavia. And then everyone else in Europe, and then once you get out of these really tiny minority regions of the world, credit cards suddenly vanish from the public eye. They exist, of course, but they're much fewer, and usually someone rich uses them because, you know, the rich people can manage these things. Not because they're smarter, but they have enough money that even if when they're stupid in public, they can get themselves out.
They got much more liquidity.
That's it. It's not that necessarily they're smarter. Not to mention that when the interest rates are low, if you're rich, it actually makes sense to go through credit. But you know why rich people do that? Because if the interest rates spike, they immediately pay up everything, and that's it. And they personally stand to gain from this. Sure, at the expense of everyone else, because everyone else keeps on using the credit and not paying up in time and increasing inflation. Eventually, the rich people get affected too. So everyone loses it in the end. But, you know, at least in Britain they had one prime minister, Margaret Thatcher, who heavily railed against credit cards, and I guess that stuck. It's slightly less common than in the States or in Canada. Anyway, The Telegraph. NZ will become a republic in my lifetime, says Jacinda Ardern. The Prime Minister said she believed the country would become a republican, but insisted that the change was not imminent. Jacinda Ardern said that while she thought NZ ditching the monarchy was an inevitability, it was not a priority for her government. I've made my view plain many times. I do believe that is where New Zealand will head in time. I believe it is likely to occur in my lifetime, she said in her first comments on the issue since Queen Elizabeth II died. Miss Ardern is personally in favor of the former British colony becoming a republic, but says she has other more pressing issues to deal with for now. I don't see it as a short-term measure or anything that is on the agenda anytime soon. She did not see an urgency on the part of NZ to discuss the issue. There are so many challenges we face. There is a large, significant debate. I don't think it's one that would or should occur quickly. She has made similar remarks in the past. In May last year, she said that I've been very clear that despite being a Republican, I'm not of the view that in the here and now, in my term of office, that is something New Zealanders feel particularly strong about. I don't know that I've had one person actually raise with me generally day-to-day issue, the issue of becoming a republic. NZ appears to be taking a similar line to its neighbour Australia, where Anthony Albanese said on Sunday that the country would not be holding a referendum anytime soon. In contrast, Antigua and Barbuda, there you go, announced that the weekend that it would hold a referendum within 3 years to decide whether to become a republic. Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister, said the move was not an act of hostility towards the British Crown and conceded that most people in the Caribbean nation did not pay the issue much thought. The Prime Minister of Jamaica said last year that there was no question that Jamaica has to become a republic. Aside from the UK, there are 14 countries known as Commonwealth realms that have the British monarch as their head of state. Several are in the Caribbean, while 5 are in the Pacific: NZ, Australia, the Solomon Islands, the tiny atoll country of Tuvalu, and Papua New Guinea, where the Queen was known in the local pidgin language as Miss Queen, Mrs. Queen. Okay. Before he became king, Prince Charles was known in the Creole language as whatever, which is the Queen's #1 or firstborn child. Okay, whatever. While Republican stirrings in PNG appears to be subdued, at least for now, New Zealand has a Republican movement which has long called for the role of head of state to be filled by a local. A New Zealand citizen as head of state will make it clear that New Zealand is an independent country, says New Zealand Republic. It will signal New Zealand's independence and maturity to the world. I'm sure you're ready for that. Across the Commonwealth, there has been speculation that the death of the Queen would hasten the impetus for some countries to become republics on the basis that Charles is held in less esteem. In New Zealand, that appears to be a distant prospect. Ms. Ardern announced that NZ will mark the death of the Queen with a public holiday on September the 26th, as well as a state memorial service in Wellington. As New Zealand's Queen and much-loved sovereign for over 70 years, it is appropriate that we mark her life of dedicated public service with a state memorial service and a one-off public holiday. Elisabeth's images features on many of New Zealand's coins and banknotes, prompting the nation's central bank to advise people the currency depicting her remains legal tender following her death. Pakistan and Bangladesh has also held days of national mourning, despite having dropped their links to the British Crown decades ago with the fall of the Raj. Pakistan observed a day of mourning on Monday with national flags flying at half-mast. On behalf of the people and government of Pakistan, I wish to convey our sincere good wishes to His Majesty King Charles III on his accession to the throne. May the people of the United Kingdom continue to prosper under his benevolent reign, said Sheikh Baz Sharif, the Prime Minister, on Twitter. Bangladesh declared 3 days of state mourning starting last Friday, the day after the Queen passed away. Australia announced that it would hold a day of national mourning on September the 22nd to commemorate the Queen's life of public service. Even Cuba, a country not known for its royalist sympathies and with no links to the crown, declared last Friday a day of national mourning. Let me guess, there's electricity shortages again in Cuba, and there's a very good reason not to work. How do I know this? Well, that's how it used to be done in the 80s in Romania. They would always look for ways to make it sound like the party is being benevolent, and it would cover up some of the shortages in the industry. I wish I were joking. So yeah, sad Republican noises in NZ as well, right? I mean, you have a Republican Prime Minister who says, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, because it's the same argument to be made as we've discussed in the case of Australia. It's just a symbolic head of state, and not much else. It doesn't. The head of state doesn't have as much. Doesn't have power at all in the decision making of the said former colony.
Yeah, and even the process of royal assent for bills, it doesn't, even that one doesn't require the Queen actually signing the bill. It's a sort of a representative of the Queen, which is basically a bureaucrat who is a formal procedure. He doesn't get to say no ever. And there you go, that's royal assent for you. I know how that's how it's done in NZ. I don't know in Australia, but it's probably similar. So yeah, as for Cuba holding national mourning for the Queen, well, that's weird. I guess it's because it was the last head of state that was actually older than communist Cuba. As you know, when she ascended to the throne, Cuba was still a nice place because it wasn't a communist place.
Yeah. Cuba was still basically an American colony.
Yeah, I guess from that perspective, makes sense. But yeah, sad Republican noises. Again, small r Republican noises. Okay. As for Pakistan, well, I guess it makes perfect sense to do that, even though Pakistan is not part of the Commonwealth. But come on. So there's that. One more thing I wanted. Why do they all hold it like September 22nd, September 26th? Quite far away from. I guess that's convenient for their calendar.
Probably.
All right.
Australia and New Zealand that is having some sense because it's almost the end of winter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I forgot about that. So you want to be a little bit more of a warmer day, so you just push it further down. Radio NZ, and I believe this is
the second last one.
It's the second to last. But yes, Radio NZ, scrapping of masks hope to encourage school attendance. What? Most Auckland schools have dropped mask requirements after the government scrapped COVID-19 protection framework, and principals expect students' attendance to improve. Fewer than 60% of students attend school regularly across the country, and the government has set a target for 70% of students to be back in the classroom regularly by 2024 and 75% by 2026. I'm sorry, what? The biggest fall in school attendance during the pandemic has been among primary and intermediate children. Te Tai Tokerau Principals Association President Patrick Newman said the vaccination mandate had divided some communities, including in Northland, where he was principal of whatever primary school. Now that mask mandates are gone and vaccination requirements are scrapped, students will definitely be more comfortable returning to school. I, along with just every other teacher and principal in whatever, are excited to get back to normality. Schools have been sending schoolwork home for some students who are not at school because of the pandemic. It's going to be great. There's no excuse now for the kids not to be back in schools. As of today, masks will only be required in health and aged care settings, and household contacts do not have to isolate with cases if they return daily negative rat test results, which nobody does, by the way. I read that in another article. All government vaccine mandates end in 2 weeks. Second Principals Association of NZ, President Von Quillo, I guess, said that they were ready to drop masks in schools. All throughout our COVID-19 response, my school's position and the position of the association has been to trust the advice and guidance from the public health experts, and so we don't want to be second-guessing their advice. I'd say 50% of our students and staff are still wearing masks, so the announcement hasn't changed people's behavior overnight. All it changed was the requirement to wear them. The only remaining requirement is that people who test positive isolate at home for 7 days. Well, that's even worse than China. But then again, throughout this whole debacle, NZ has been worse than China. Household contacts will not need to isolate and will just be asked to undertake a daily test, which of course they won't. Masks have been mandated in primary or early childhood for some time, but many schools chose to voluntarily ask students and staff to continue wearing them. All right, so the World So Far report survived long enough to see NZ almost stop playing pandemic. Almost stop playing pandemic. I'm sorry, your target is to get 75% of the children to attend school by 2026? What the fuck did you do to those kids?
Well, gee. Well, we've been documenting the amount of shitstorm that happened in New Zealand related to the pandemic.
I'm out of words. I mean, the fact that they're dropping the mask mandate's good. It took you a while, just 2 years too late, but okay. But the idea that they're optimistic, the wish list is, we wish 3/4 of the kids would show up in school in the next 4 years. What? So how serious is the mental health crisis over there? Either this number was pulled out of Jacinda Ardern's biggest bottom, which could be the case. It happened in the past, including case numbers have been pulled out of someone's bottom, not necessarily Jacinda's. Or this number is as a result of a more serious and thorough analysis on the impact of mental health, and someone coming in and saying, well, that's all that could have been done. Maybe 75%.
And also another quite obvious aspect, the alienation of the students to not go to school, which will have much worse repercussions in the future.
Now, I'm sure the kids who would not come because of the vaccine mandates, those will be fine, because probably they had parents of similar mentality, so they basically created parallel structures in some way, shape or form. I'm sure that happened. It happened everywhere in the world. No reason NZ would be special about this. But those who've been kept in the room out of fear of COVID-19 and this, and those kids are fucked. And forget about the adults; those are fucked too. But at least those had a choice. But the kids had no choice. And if that is the official expectation of again, Radio NZ is a state publication paid for by the taxpayer, so I can assume this is the official position of the government, of the Ministry of Education, or whatever they call it, Department of Education. If that's their expectation, then that means the situation is really brown. Again, not in a racial sense.
Yeah, and not to mention, this is another aspect that, I forgotten it up until this moment. How much did the state alienate the Maori population with mandates?
We're going to have to follow that for the next several years, and it will become apparent whether they did and to what extent. To what extent, I guess, to what extent is the problem, is the question. We've documented in the past protests by the Maori population that I just screw you and your mask and your mandates, get lost. Which is, of course, the healthy attitude to hold against the CCP stooge that Jacinda Ardern is. But seriously, and even now, okay, but we're dropping isolation requirements except if you actually get ill, and then you have to stay home for 7 days. Again, even China allows them to get out after 5. So I'm just saying. So it's a very Stahanovite CCP stooge. And this whole idea of, the public health guidance, and we don't want to question them. The purpose of science is to always be questioned. Without questioning, science doesn't progress, doesn't get better. It's never impeccable. Science is never settled. By the way, you can question gravity if you want. Now, it's a terrible idea to do so, but you can do it. And why shouldn't we question the health guidance on a cough when it's obviously disproportionate and has always been disproportionate? Goodness me. And now I remembered that we had 2 or 3 episodes ago, several months ago, that is, the situation with psychiatric wards choke full of kids and teenagers.
And the state worrying that they may not be able to build them at a fast enough speed to up pretty much the number of places available.
Amazing.
And imagine that. Speaking of, I think you've covered it, the Romanian podcast, the way that Romania got chastised on the
by the OECD,
by the OECD, because we had bigger lockdowns, or actually not bigger lockdowns, but
longer school closures.
Longer school closures. Well, shit, we're in the junior league compared to compared to New Zealanders and Australians.
We don't even make the top 50 globally. Yes.
Only some American states like Kansas beat us at that game.
Romania had officially school closed for 108 days, which is in the top 3 in Europe. But globally, we don't even make it top 50. There's several cities and states in the United States that essentially closed for 2 years, roughly speaking. And quite a lot that closed in the late up 190 days, 200 days, 203, whatever, something there. And then there's NZ, or for some of the kids, their school has been closed since March 2020, essentially. Amazing. If you expect that won't have consequences, I have a nice, beautiful bridge to sell to you. It's called the Öresund Bridge. It's big, it's beautiful, it's international. This will have a terrifying effect, not just on economics, but also on the societal cohesion. But, good things can happen. I mean, the Maori population can turn right-wing, for instance, if someone is willing to work on that, and essentially convince them that the most of their current problems are the result of the left being the left. It's not just Jacinda man bad, or Jacinda woman bad, but it's also because the left is the left. It's leftism that is the problem. And if someone works for that, who knows? But amazing. Well, at least this show survived long enough to see them almost. I hear that in about a month, you could actually, a month or 2, you could actually go to NZ without having to take the myocarditis-inducing experimental gene therapy clot shot, which is amazing. I would never go to NZ.
On the principle.
On principle. Definitely not this decade, probably not next decade either. I would rather go, even North Korea is slightly higher on the list. North Korea doesn't ask you to get the shot. You can present a fake test and that's enough. Of course, I wouldn't go to North Korea either, because I don't want to finance the Kim Jong-un regime. But what I'm saying is that this is fucking terrible. Poor kids. Because at least the adults, you had a choice in the middle of another useless lockdown. You had a choice not to vote to Jacinda Ardern. There was an opposition that said vote for us and there will be no more lockdowns, and you chose Jacinda Ardern. So the adults chose this. So, as terrible as the effects are, well, you were worried about the trade-offs.
You reap what you sow.
Yeah, but the kids have no fault in this. Poor little kids. Poor fucks. And finally, also Radio NZ, the food prices increase at fastest annual rate in 13 years. Food prices have risen. Stats NZ data showed the food price index rose 1.1% in August on the month before to be 8.3% higher than a year ago, the biggest annual increase since July 2009. The monthly increase was driven by a 4.1% rise in fresh fruit and vegetables, with bad weather affecting production in some key growing areas. Vegetables had the largest impact on this monthly rise, influenced by higher prices for tomatoes, capsicums and cabbage, stats NZ Consumer Prices Manager Katrina Dewberry said. Grocery prices were the second biggest contributor to the monthly increase, rising 1% on the back of a 6.7% rise in prices for eggs, yogurt, and up 4.7%, and chocolate biscuits up 7.5%. On an annual basis, an 8.7% rise in grocery food prices was the main driver for the increase, particularly in eggs and some dairy products. Fruit and vegetables prices increased 15%, but have a lower weighting in the overall food price index. All the other subgroups making up the FPI rose over the year. Restaurant meals up by 6.5%, meat, poultry and fish prices up by 7.6%, non-alcoholic beverage 4.1% up. Food prices make up 19% of the overall consumer price index, which increased 7.3% in the year ended in June. So you mean there's consequences?
This consequence, especially that, what saves New Zealand is that it has one of the most top-performing agricultural sectors on the planet. But still, if you fuck it up, for a country like New Zealand, that high of an increase,
13% for agricultural products. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Well, what can I say?
It'll be like, for example, the price of petrol in Saudi Arabia to grow by 20% on a country that relies entirely on oil. It's that sort of a ridiculous scenario. It makes absolutely no sense.
Quite a lot of eyebrows were lifted when the price of gasoline at the pump rose by 1.7%. in Saudi Arabia several months ago, and everyone was like, what the hell is going on? That's not supposed to happen. Apparently it was an inflation adjusting, and it was soon solved, but 1.7% because it's Saudi Arabia, and you're not supposed to get expensive oil in Saudi Arabia. Just like you're not supposed to have expensive coal in Kazakhstan, right? And you're not supposed to have expensive food in New Zealand. Yet you do.
But yes, and significantly higher.
And significantly higher, yeah. Well, if that is the case, I mean, if food goes up, so how much are the imports up? On anything, really? And how is the health of the New Zealand dollar doing lately? Is it on the is it in the ICU? Or are you signing the death certificate already? You put it on the tube and injected remdesivir in it, right? Amazing. This is literally like that meme, right? Where shoots at it, the government, and the shoots at the economy and mental health and everything. Why is the country in a terrible shape?
Yeah, pretty much.
Amazing. I'm out of words. I mean, really, I'm out of words on these things, especially considering that most of this was predictable, and the correct decision, or at least the superior decision to this, was available. The data from Sweden was available all day long. The data from Florida was available. Data from Belarus was available. Okay, you don't trust Belarus, fine, I don't either. But the problem is that they kind of align. Those who went The Swedish way had certain performances, namely they were somewhere in the middle, not great, not terrible in pandemic outcomes, whereas those who went really hard generally were the worst, generally. Of course, the main argument from the branch Covidians is that, well, in New Zealand they were the best. Only 30 people died of COVID-19 in NZ. First of all, I don't believe that for a second. I just don't think it's true. Probably they cataloged the deaths very differently from most of the rest of the world, but let's assume it's true. For the sake of the argument, let's assume it's true. Was it worth it? Because if you had gone the Swedish way, by the same way of cataloging cases and deaths, you probably would have had 1,000 deaths over the last 2 years of COVID-19. Yes, but you would also have a much healthier population, mentally wise and physically wise, much healthier economy, and much more resiliency in society to deal with the current crises. You probably would still have gotten some inflation, but definitely not 13% on your top products. That definitely would not have happened. But hey, what do I know?
Yeah, we're just two blokes on the sofa. We don't know anything about the world.
Yeah, I just don't know. It just is what it is. All right, so I guess that will be pretty much it. That's all, folks. Dun, 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 dun. We'll probably do shows very rarely for the next several years. And when we do, probably we won't use the brand World SOFA Report. I'm just going to retire this playlist after this show. Thank you all for enduring these long episodes. I hope some of you learned something new or was useful in some way, shape or form. If one person found them useful, then that the mission has been accomplished. I'm very serious with this. Yeah. Gib shekel. See you all in other formats soon. Cheers.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.